Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Welcome to my channel Bluebird Magic, or welcome back if you've been here before. Thank you so much for being here and for spending this time with me. And I hope that you will enjoy your time spent here. I'm going to show you guys all of the crystals and, the close-ups of the crystals and everything in a minute. If you want to skip right to that, or any part of the reading, if you want to go to the meditation where you can choose, with some meditation music playing in the background, you can do that. There are timestamps for everything in the description box below. Thank you so much to everyone for being here, and thank you so much to all of my beautiful subscribers for everything that you do, guys. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. Thank you for all of your likes, subscribes, shares, comments, and just thank you for being here, guys. It really means a lot to me that you guys have chosen to join me on this adventure, on this journey. And it's just been a really beautiful experience to do this channel. So thank you so much to everyone who has been a part of it. And I hope that I've been able to contribute something good to you. And I hope, everything positive that you've contributed to me and the channel will come back to you guys. Plus extra. I always set that intention that everything that anyone gives to me in the channel will always, find its way back to you guys and, multiplied. So anyway, I think that was what I wanted to say. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody who, gave me suggestions on what that root vegetable was in, I think it was either, I don't think it was it my last one or the one before that? Anyway, it was a recent reading and I wasn't sure what one of the charms was. And you guys told me that it was, I think, the most frequent. Yeah, I think it seems like most likely it is, I think, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it a daikon or or I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look up how to pronounce it, but it's spelled Daikon, I think, and it's a Japanese root vegetable from what I remember. And that makes sense because the charms were Japanese as well. So I think that is what it is. But we also had parsnip and sugar beet as some suggestions as well, I think. And so anyway, thank you to everyone who gave me their guesses on what they thought that was. I might just, say all of those when I see the charm again. But I do think they're right though. I think it is the one from Japan. So I don't know, maybe I should do a poll or something. Should I do a poll? I'm not sure. But anyway, thank you to everybody who helped me out with that because I never would have gotten that. I don't think I ever would have gotten that. But anyway, that was really cool to learn. And yeah, so thank you for that. And I feel like I'm missing something else. Oh yeah, I always forget to tell you guys that I have a second channel for it's mostly non-pick a cards. It's just kind of a miscellaneous channel, but mostly I do collective, just kind of like pop-up non-pick a card readings there. So if you're interested, I'll link that in the description box. And also I have a playlist. So if you didn't, probably a lot of you know, but in case you didn't know, I always forget to mention this, and I run out of room to be able to link it in the description box usually. But I have a playlist for all of the future spouse readings that I do. So if you like those and you want to binge watch those, I do have a playlist to make that easier for you. So if you go to my channel page and you find playlists, you will find that. Oh, I just saw 444. Anyway, okay. So I feel like maybe I've covered it. Hopefully I have. All right. Yeah, I think I did. Hopefully I did. I usually forget something. I usually leave something out, but hopefully I haven't this time. Oh yeah, about the mirror. I was feeling nostalgic. So some visual ASMR for you. Anyway, I was feeling nostalgic. Some of you might know if you've been with me for a while that I started doing these readings in a mirror, and then I stopped doing it. One of the reasons was actually back pain, because I would have to like strain my back in order to get things at the right angle so that I would show up in the mirror, this mirror a lot of times. So anyway, I shifted some things up though, and I have this mirror now. And anyway, so I'm liking this mirror, and I think I don't know, I was just playing around with stuff because I like to switch it up sometimes, and I thought it would be nice if you guys could still see the cards, but I was still kind of like here present somehow on screen. So I don't know. I just thought, oh, well, what if I use this mirror, and maybe because it swivels, I'll be able to get a better angle without having to strain my back. And I think I found something that worked with this. So I might do this more often because I don't know, I kind of like this. I'll probably still show my face sometimes too. So, I'll probably just I'll change it up sometimes, but I really do like this at the moment, I think. So anyway, oh yeah, and I want to introduce you all to my newest little thing here. These are pistachio shells that I wrote. They're like charms for confirmation and things like that. They have letters and numbers and zodiac signs and random words and all kinds of things on them. But anyway, so like for instance, this one says Pisces. So I liked the sound they made, and I thought I just ended up with a bunch of pistachio shells because I meant to get the shelled pistachios, but they didn't have those. So I ended up with the kind that I had to pull out of the shells. And then I thought maybe I could do something with these because they're kind of cute. And I don't know. Maybe that's weird to think pistachio shells are cute, but I just thought I like the texture of these. I like the sound they make, and I just thought they'd make kind of like a cute little charm thing. So that's our newest addition to the divination tools that we have here. Yeah. Okay. So I think now I've covered it. Hopefully I have officially covered it now. Oh yeah, if you want to watch me shuffle out these cards, I'll add that part. The original intro that I did, it got screwed up because the audio was really bad, and the microphone didn't work, and also there was a very loud fan in the background. So here I am refilming things, but I'll add in the shuffling if anybody wants to watch that part. But otherwise, yeah, I will now transition to the part where I show you the crystals up close, and then, or you can skip to the meditation, whatever you feel like doing, and just let your intuition guide you here. And you might be drawn to more than one group because there might be some messages about you in more than one group. So just again, follow your intuition when it comes to that, or just if you don't feel like your intuition is particularly strong, I did do an energy check portion for each of these groups to help give you an idea that you're in the right, to give you an idea that you're in the right place. And also you can just try it out. If the first group you pick doesn't sound at all like you can just try again and choose a different group and see if that resonates better. So it's pretty low pressure here. Just take what resonates and leave whatever doesn't for someone else who's watching the same group as you, because these are collective readings. These are readings for a large group of people. So most likely not every single detail within a reading will be for you, because I'm reading for a group. So some messages might be for you and some messages might be for another person and not for you. So just use your discernment. And so yeah. These are not like a personal reading in that way. These aren't like a private reading where a psychic is tapping into just one person specifically. When you're reading for a group, at least when I read for a group, there are multiple, sometimes many spirit guides coming through for many different people. And so, you know, some of the messages will apply to almost everybody watching, but then others are more detailed and will only be for one person. So again, that's why it's important to only take what resonates and only like absorb, take in what really speaks to you, what clicks for you. You will know if a message is right for you intuitively, or it, you know, it will feel right to you. It will click with you. You'll feel it in your heart if something is right for you. At least that's what I think. That's what I believe when it comes to these readings. So if something's really feeling off to you, really doesn't feel right, that's your signal that the message just isn't for you. Or if like something's annoying you, that's also a really good indication that that's not your message, and that your energy is not aligned with my energy or with the energy of the reading. Therefore, the message probably isn't going to resonate and probably isn't for you. So, all right. So hopefully that's helpful. I'm not sure if that will be helpful to anyone, but I just felt like throwing it out there just in case. So, okay. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we'll move on now to the next part where I show you the crystals up close, and I will see you in your reading. Okay, I'm going to show you the crystals up. Excuse me. I'm going to show you the crystals up close now. And there's one other object too for group one. So for group one, we have this little paper wasp nest that was given to me by some crows. I think they were thanking me for chasing off a fox that was threatening them. So anyway, they've done that before with other things too, but anyway, so maybe wasps could have some significance to this group, or maybe foxes too, or crows. All right, and then here's the crystal for group one. It's a rose quartz heart. I don't drop any this time. Last time when I was doing this, I dropped them several times. Okay, that's group one. Oh, forgot to mention, sorry, that's a rose quartz heart, by the way. Okay. Then for group two, we have pistachio calcite. Don't know why it's not focusing that well. It's having trouble focusing. Sorry, guys. So that's group two. Okay, and then for group three, we have almandine garnet. Oops. Looks like a piece of the, I don't know what that is. Sorry, I had something on me. Okay, we have almandine garnet. Wish you could see the colors. It's actually a very dark brownish red color. And then for group 4, we have this rose quartz strawberry heart, or not heart, rose quartz strawberry carving. All right, so those are your choices. And if you want to choose more than one, you might find, messages for you in more than one group. So just listen to your intuition and let that guide you. Pray to your spirit guides, your higher power, or whoever you pray to, or set your intention that you will be able to choose the group that has the best messages in it for you to hear right now, that will most resonate with you. And then I will leave you to your meditation now, and then I will see you in your reading. Okay, and if you still need a minute to choose, you can pause the video. Oops. You can pause the video and take as much time as you need, and I will see you in your reading. Okay, so this is the shuffling out of the cards that I used for the pile selections, but so if you want to watch these, you can, but if you're looking for pile 1, you will find the timestamp for that in the description box. Reading. Right, here we go. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. There was something written in the box that I left there, and I forgot that I had put it in there. And I was reading it. Sorry about that. And also sorry about like bumping the table and making everything shake. Okay. Here we go. Whew. All right. Taking a deep breath here. Just move those over to the side. Ow. Hit my elbow there. Yeah, it hurt. Ow. Just did it again. Okay. Oh, I was singing I'm So Into You by Ariana, or Into You. Is that what it's? I think it's just Into You by Ariana Grande. So I'm not sure what that means to, I don't know. I'm not in a group yet, so I don't know what that means. Maybe it pertains to group 1 though. Well, we'll see. All right, group 1. What's going on for group 1 right now? How will we describe them right now so that they'll know that this is their group? Group 1. I don't know why your card isn't coming out. There we go. I don't know why I just find this one so endearing for some reason, but anyway, group 1. I'm gonna hold them all up. I'm gonna lay them all out next to each other. You can find a timestamp for that if you want to choose that way too. But some of you like watching the shuffling, so at least I think you do. So there's group 1. Oops, you can probably see it on the back. Well, that's okay. Maybe you would like to see, you know what, for this portion, you can see I'm going to show the pictures in case you want to see the pictures. So I'm going to show you the picture now, if that actually helps you choose. And if you don't want to see, you can just close your eyes maybe. Here we go. The snail and huckleberry. All right. We got that one for group 1. And for group 2, what is going on for group 2? What's going on in group 2's life? will we describe group 2 and or their person's energy so that you'll know it is their group? Group 2. It came out much easier than group 2 or group 1's. All right. Group 2. The otter and cattail. Peace. Right. That's good. 2. And then for group 3. I love the way this deck shuffles too. It's really fun. It's really pleasant to shuffle it. A lot of the decks, I love them, but I can't shuffle them that well. They're just not very, they don't feel very nice, you know? And this deck really feels nice to me, which I really appreciate. All right, group 3. How will we describe group 3 so that they know they're in the right group? Oh, that was cool the way it came out. I don't know if you could see it, but it just kind of like flooped, like on, I don't know if that was the right word for it, but it just kind of like slid out on top. And anyway, group 3, it's kind of sneaky. Like it was very smooth about the whole thing. Didn't really flip out that much. I mean, it did. It was clear, but it didn't like go flying or anything. It just kind of calmly slid out on the top. The raccoon and sycamore, curiosity. And now for group 4. I just heard enchantress or seductress or something. I don't know if that applies to this, to group 4. Are you? Maybe you are very seductive. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting some of like what your energy is, or like how your person, at least maybe how others. Ooh, uh-oh. Gotta focus. Sorry guys. Okay. But I wonder. I'm hearing a Taylor Swift song. I'm hearing in the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Maybe you group 4 might already know your person, and they might. Or maybe you see them, like maybe you literally, maybe they dream of you or you dream of them or something. This might be a clue or a hint for somebody in your group. All right. Group 4. How will we describe group 4 so they'll know that they're in the right group? Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Is that the same song or is that a different one? I don't know, but I'm hearing that too. Okay. Group 4. The Hare and Oak. New opportunities. All right. And okay, so those are your choices. I will lay them all out now so that you can see them side by side and choose that way. If that's easier, that helps you to choose. And for this type of group, or for this type of reading, I wouldn't be too surprised if you might be drawn to more than one, or that would be, you know, that would make a lot of sense because, you know, for some of you, there might be traits of yours that your person loves, that your future spouse will love in more than one group. So just listen to your own intuition. I'm not sure what we're going to get yet, so I'm not sure if any of the groups will, you know, go together or if you'll feel drawn to more than one, but you know, you will know, or at least you'll probably have a sense if there are messages in more than one group. So again, listen to your own intuition, or you know, just check it out, just explore, see what you find, see if it does resonate. If you really feel like you're having trouble choosing, you can always just choose, and then, you know, if it's not clicking with you, you can just choose a different one and see if maybe that one will be better and feel more like you. So all right, there we go, guys. I will leave you to your, or well, we'll look at the crystals now, and then I will see you in your reading. Hi, Group 1. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you will enjoy this reading. I hope you will get something good out of it. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just getting settled into the energy here. If you want to skip this energy cleansing thing that I did with the Selenite wand, you can find a timestamp for that in the description box to skip it. Going over you guys a little bit in the space with some Selenite. I just saw 111, so that could, oops, sorry, that was really loud. So that could mean something to someone. All right, so that actually does feel a little bit better. All right, I think I can focus now. Yeah, I'm feeling much better. Okay. So let's look at your card. You guys chose the Snail and Huckleberry, Trust in the Invisible. All right, so oh, I forgot to mention, this is an energy check portion of this reading, by the way. This is basically, I'm going to describe you or your person. If you don't know your future spouse yet, or you don't know whoever you're asking about yet, then this will most likely be a description of you. But if you do know your person already, this could end up being a description of them rather than you. I'm intending for it to be a description of you, but it could end up being your person that comes through. If not every single detail that I'm about to describe sounds like you, that's okay. It could still be your group, as long as a good portion of what I'm about to say sounds like you, then that should be your confirmation that you are in the right place. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, most likely this will be a description of you, but it could be a description of your person. If it's not, then you might want to go check a different group and see if that is resonating better for you guys. Ooh, there is an archangel here. So that might be a confirmation for some of you. Okay, so either there's an archangel one in particular you're very close to, or some other sort of high level, but there's definitely a strong spirit guide here if it's not an archangel. But you guys are very spiritual. That's the first thing that I'm getting, or you are on some sort of spiritual awakening journey right now. But you definitely are. Yeah, because this card, okay, yeah, because the card is trust in the invisible. And and I heard slow and steady wins the race, and I'm seeing this little snail. Okay, so I'm getting that you guys, yeah, you are trusting in the invisible, or you're learning to do that. You're in the process of doing that right now. I'm definitely feeling spiritual awakening vibes from this. Either you've already been through one or you're going through one now. But definitely that is happening for you guys. Maybe you're either very close to your spirit guides already, or you might even know things about your spirit guides. Or you're going to. Again, I'm getting you already either are, but you're on the path. You're definitely on the path. Just not sure. It'll probably vary from person to person here what part of the path you're on right now, but you're definitely on a spiritual quest is what I heard. I'm hearing this is not just a casual thing, or this is not just, I'm hearing you're not just curious. I mean, you are curious, but I'm hearing, I think what they're trying to get at is that this is a serious thing for you. This is your path. This isn't just something you're casually exploring. This is like a deep calling of your soul. This is part of your life's purpose, is what I heard. Or you're following your life's purpose. You are in alignment with your soul. You're following your soul's calling. Or that's what you're headed towards. Maybe you're still trying to find your soul's calling. Maybe you haven't found it yet, but you're on the path to finding it. You are going there. That's where you're headed. Oh man. No. Wait. Oh. Oops, you saw the camera and my face. Hang on. Wait. Okay. Is it back now? I don't know, but we're just going to go with it. Just trying to stick the card here so you could see your snail friend. Okay. That spirit guide is still here. Wow. Okay, you guys, this is a highly spiritual group. If you don't feel like you are highly spiritual, you might want to, or you're not headed in that direction, or you're not seeking. If you're not, I'm feeling this tightness in my throat. And now I'm clenching my fist. I wonder what that, okay, that means something to someone here. You'll know if this is your message. Maybe I'm hearing spiritual warfare, actually. So for some of you, no need to worry if this is not your message. Again, just take what resonates, and not every detail has to be for you in the description. like in what I'm saying here, but for some of you, you've been under some sort of psychic attack or spiritual attack, or you've been going through some sort of spiritual warfare. For some of you, you are like you're a light worker, I heard, or you are a starseed, or you are a shaman is another thing I heard, or you're some sort of or healer, but you have strong energy though, really strong. I'm hearing small but mighty. So, or something about you may be unassuming in some way, kind of like this little snail. Maybe people don't, I'm hearing maybe people don't see you coming, or because I'm also hearing dark horse, like people don't necessarily expect something from, maybe people don't expect you to kind of have the sort of strength and or depth or power that you have. For whatever reason, people might underestimate you sometimes, but you are really strong. I'm hearing you stick with people too. That's something that I'm getting. Maybe you don't know that about yourself, or maybe you're not sure. Maybe this wouldn't be helpful because maybe you're not sure if this is your trait or not, but I'm hearing that you do. You really stick with people, kind of like the snail slime. I know that's maybe kind of a strange message, but like I don't know if you've ever had a snail on you or like a slug, but if you get the slime on you, it is incredibly difficult to get that stuff off of you. One time I had a slug slime my hand, it took me like, I can't remember exactly how long it took me, but it took me a really long time to get that stuff off of me. I was like desperately Googling, like, how do I get this stuff off of me? I ended up on a mom blog somewhere where they were talking about their kids picking up slugs, and I can't remember actually what finally made it come off. I think it was a mixture of like an astringent and scrubbing, but I was washing it with I had dish soap on there. It was not coming off. It was just, so anyway, this stuff is really difficult. It really sticks on you. I'm just getting your energy or your memory really stays with people. They don't forget you. I'm just hearing you are not forgettable. If you thought you were, you're not. People really remember you. You're very memorable. And I'm getting that maybe this even might surprise you or surprise other people sometimes, because again, there's something very maybe gentle or kind of unassuming or quiet, or maybe you feel like you don't stand out, but your energy though, but there is, you do stay with people though. They do not, once they encounter you, I'm just getting, you really stick in people's memories. They don't forget you. And I'm just getting that you really, there is something I'm getting that's soft, again, like quiet, soft. I'm hearing haunting though. There's something almost haunting, like gently haunting about your energy. That's what I'm hearing. There might be something soft about the way you speak, or there's something gentle about your mannerisms, or there's something gentle about you. But again, very powerful though. That there's this inner strength and this really deep, I'm getting you might be very introspective. There's something very deep about you guys though. You are, and you know how to trust in divine. You guys have a lot of wisdom. That's what I was trying to get at. You guys are very wise. You have a lot of wisdom. You have a lot of depth. You have a lot of experience. I'm getting you either have a lot of life experience, or maybe you're an old soul. You have a lot of past life experience, or both. But that quiet strength, it's very powerful that you have. I'm hearing just your very presence speaks volumes. It's like you don't even have to say anything. Just you walking in, just you being present shifts the energy. You're very powerful. And if you're not yet, or you don't feel like you are, just know that's in you. And you're becoming that. But I'm getting that you guys are really good at trusting in the divine, going with the flow. I get that your faith is really strong. You have some sort of faith in a higher power, or something spiritual. And if you don't now, you are exploring that. You are at least on that path. That is where you're at right now. You are traveling that road. That is your journey at the moment. And I'm just getting that's not something that's temporary. I'm getting this is not temporary. This is something that is going to be with you the rest of your life, or this is a path you will be traveling for the rest of this lifetime. Really digging deep into these, I heard esoteric things, so maybe specifically, but I'm just getting all kinds of spiritual things, all kinds of esoteric. Okay, they're using esoteric knowledge again. So all kinds of esoteric knowledge, all kinds of spiritual knowledge, all kinds of knowledge about manifestation and things like that, magic. I don't know, but the mysteries. You're a mystic. Yeah. Now I feel like I can't stop swallowing. I feel like I'm going to cry, and I'm really, really hungry all of a sudden. I might actually have to stop and go eat, but maybe that's a synchronicity for some of you. Maybe you're really hungry right now. You're beautiful. That's something else I heard. I feel like now I'm starting to get the compliments. Although all of these really, I think this is an energy check, but this could also be some of the things that your person loves about you as well. So I feel like it's kind of woven together here. But anyway, I'm just getting that that's where you're at right now, and that's what I'm seeing for you guys. So if also with these purple berries, I'm just getting like maybe there's also something about the Victorian era is coming through. Your favorite color could be purple, or there's something about purple in your name is something that I heard, or purple, like maybe a username, or your name means purple, maybe something like that. But there's something about purple coming through for somebody here. Again, not everything will resonate with every person, but there is something about purple, the color purple. It could also be the movie The Color Purple, or the book, or maybe there's something very prominent around you that's purple, or you're wearing purple, like a lot of purple, something like that. I'm seeing purple nails. So any of these could be signs, like a confirmation for you. Or you could be eating blueberries. Or there's something about Tom Sawyer, because I was hearing Huckleberry Finn. I could have some significance to you. Or maybe you're even eating something with huckleberries, or some sort of berry right now that's blue or purple. Or like a jam, because that's made from berries. But anyway, There's something about the Victorian era coming through, though. Either the Victorian era or like the Regency. And I'm hearing ethereal. There's something ethereal about you. I'm hearing siren. There's some. Okay, so now I'm getting. I'm hearing a siren too, but I was also like, I'm literally hearing a siren outside, but in my head, I also heard siren, like, like from the sea, luring in sailors, because I was hearing the song My Jolly Sailor Bold. I will link it in the description box so you can listen to like a really beautiful version of it, but I will sing a tiny bit. My voice is not as best tonight, so I don't know how this is gonna go, but it goes like, my heart is pierced by Cupid, I disdain all glittering gold. There is nothing can console me but my jolly sailor bold. Okay, so that was a song that was sung by a mermaid in Pirates of the Caribbean to like lure sailors in. They were not they were kind of predatory mermaids. They were not like Little Mermaid mermaids, but anyway, but there's something here about sirens or mermaids, and I highly, highly recommend listening to that song, though. Seriously, it is so freaking beautiful. There are so many nice versions out there, but I really like the one by Melinda. I get goosebumps every time I listen to that. I just think it's so beautiful. So anyway, do yourself a favor and go listen to that because it's so pretty, or any of the versions really, but because they're all really beautiful. But anyway, I it's funny, I did not know how I knew that song when I channeled it in the reading. I cut out the part where I struggled so hard to like, because it sounded really bad. I was trying to get the song and I thought it was My Bonnie Sailor and I couldn't remember the song. And so anyway, that's why I cut that part out. But now I'm obsessed. When I went and searched and tried to find this song, and I finally, because I was searching My Bonnie Sailor and like nothing was coming up, and finally there was one like My Bonnie. It was something about My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean or something like that. I'm like, no, that's not it. It's something else. And then finally I found it anyway. But then when I found this song, I'm like, wow, this is one. I'm obsessed with this song. Sorry about the ramble. Never mind. You probably don't care that much. But anyway, yes, go listen to that. But there's definitely something about sirens or mermaids here for sure. Or that's like your energy. There's something very alluring and that like draws your person in. Maybe a lot of people even. But again, there's sort of like that quiet, like you look very yeah, it's almost like you have an angelic or like an innocent look to you, sort of like the mermaids. They would lure them in, like, oh, this beautiful, and like the mermaid that I'm thinking of in that scene, she didn't do a whole lot, she didn't feel like she didn't appear like singing a whole bunch and like, I don't know how to say it, like she wasn't waving herself around a whole bunch or like trying to get she wasn't trying that hard, all she had to do was just pop up, she was just basically sitting there, very quietly, just sitting there, just looking at them. And she knew they were going to come to her, she had this, so maybe you kind of have that energy too, where you have that receptive or that sort of, I don't know, you definitely don't, I'm hearing you don't chase, you attract. And I'm getting that you're very good at attracting. You can just, or again, maybe you don't know this yet, but this is definitely, this is you. This is definitely a part of you. But there's something where I'm getting, you might even have that happen where people just a lot of people come to you, or maybe even I don't know why I'm getting that. Sometimes you might even get like random people following you sometimes. And I'm just hearing you just get a lot of, yeah, you get a lot of attention and they come to you. Or again, this is what's going to happen for you if it hasn't already. You're very magnetic. You're very, yeah. But there's something about, so again, I'm thinking sirens or sailors from the 18th century, or something about pirates, or like a ship from the 18th century or the 19th century. I don't know what that would be. Maybe some of you are just very interested in the Victorian era, or you feel maybe you really like literature from that time period, or there's something, or the Regency era. I was also getting something about specifically Jane Austen, or yeah, Pride and Prejudice. That came out in a group recently too. Maybe some of you are really into historical clothing, or again, literature from that time period or older, or something like that. Poetry. I'm hearing specifically poetry, so maybe some of you specifically like poetry. I heard Byron, Lord Byron. I also heard Jasmine, I think, or jazz male, or something male. I don't know. Ishmael? Okay, I don't know. But also something maybe about the jasmine flower for some of you could be significant. Or some other sort of flower that blooms at nighttime. I also heard Lou, or Luke. Crayola for some reason. Not sure if maybe some of you are like coloring with crayons or something, or maybe you were right before you watched this, or you were thinking of coloring, or maybe there's like crayons around you or something. I'm not sure why that came up, but I heard creo que. Isn't that, I think that, I don't know, but that's Spanish, so maybe someone speaks Spanish. If you speak Spanish, this could be a confirmation for you too. Yo creo que. Yeah, doesn't that mean I think that? I think so. Okay. And lime, for some reason, something about a lime. Maybe someone's eating a lime, or you're smelling lime, like maybe lemon lime. Something might have that scent, or maybe you are literally juicing a lime, or you're eating something lime flavored, or literally a lime. Okay. Or coconut lime, something like that. Lime and coconut. now. Now I'm hearing, put the lime in the coconut. You know, that's, I'm not going to get it. No, I don't want it stuck in my head. No, I'm not going to sing anymore. That was it. I hope I didn't just implant that in somebody's head. And I hope it's not going to be stuck. I hope it's not going to be stuck in anyone's head now. Including mine. Okay. And that's what I just keep seeing, or classical music. There's something about classical music coming through too. Some of you could be in an orchestra, is what I heard, or you play some sort of, yeah, you could be musicians, whether it's professional or just a hobby or something, but I was seeing violins specifically, but it could be piano, it could be cello, it could be anything. Flute. Or whatever it is, though. There's something about classical music coming through. Anyway. Oh, sorry if you could hear my back cracking. Okay. All right. So now that I've mentioned that this has been a very long energy check, but if that sounds at all like you guys, then we're going to get started. Some of you also could have a pet snail. That is also, that would be another confirmation for you. Or if you just saw a snail recently, or you really like snails, maybe you see snails in your garden a lot. That's something I'm getting. Or maybe you garden. That's something else I'm getting. Maybe you really like to do gardening. Oh, and I just heard a cricket start chirping outside my window. So that hasn't happened in a while. So that's definitely a message for someone here. So crickets could mean something to you as well. Okay, so that is what I've got for the energy check. Now let's look at what your person loves about you, although I feel like some of that has already come through in the description of you. I feel like everything I just mentioned, honestly, is also stuff that your person really thinks is amazing about you, but we're going to get some more details about what your person likes, what your person loves about you. So for this reading, I feel like, we're not going to be able to cover everything that your person, especially your future spouse, will love about you. I feel like, I don't think we're going to be able to cover everything in a short amount of time that your future spouse will love about you. But this is going to be, the intention is for these to be some of the main things that they really love about you. We are going to get, I feel like it's going to be mainly character traits and things like that coming through about you, but I'm not sure exactly what it will be. But I think it will be mainly things like that, not probably like about your body and your appearance. I thought about doing a separate reading on just that part, or like physical traits or things about, but I'm not sure. Maybe some of those will come through in this too. All right, well, I'm just going to grab the cards real quick because I left them over here. Oops. Okay. You know what? My hair is kind of bugging me. One second. I want to just put it up. I'm just going to put it up. Hopefully that will stay put. I don't know. Hopefully that'll be okay. I heard Maylee and meow for some reason. So I'm not really sure why. I'm not sure if maybe someone has a cat named Maylee, or you have yeah, like maybe someone's cat is named Maylee, or maybe you just have a cat with you right now. If you do, I feel like this would be a big confirmation for you. Something about meow though, or cats, or maybe your name is Maylee. I don't know. All right, here we go, though. Now we're going to get traits about what your person loves about you. I heard, I'm hearing this song. I'm like a bird, I only fly away. I don't know where my home is. Or is it I don't know where my soul is. I don't know where my home is. Or which order is it? Is it I don't know where my home is, I don't know where my soul is, or I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is? I don't know. Maybe you're free spirited is something that I'm getting. Or maybe you guys travel a lot, or maybe you guys travel a lot. All right, here we go. I'm also hearing French. So maybe some of you are French or you speak French. Or your person does, maybe. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So you guys have, well, here, I'll show you this way. The Ram and Dahlia. Determination. Yeah. I'm needing some determination right now to get that to go over there. Okay, so, and then on the bottom of the deck, we have the Lizard and Pitcher Plant. Stagnation. Although I'm really not feeling like you guys, what I'm getting is it's like you don't get stagnant. Yeah, again, there's something about you being free-spirited and you being very determined to make things happen. I'm hearing that they admire, your person admires your strength and your determination. I heard the power of will. You have very strong will. And it's like no matter what obstacle you face, no matter what challenge comes your way in life, you push your way through it, or you somehow, I'm just hearing you, yeah, you remove the blockage. You don't stay stuck. You don't stay stagnant, or at least you don't stay stagnant for long. You don't stay stuck for long. You're really good at finding a way out, finding a solution, solving the problem. Getting through whatever life throws at you, basically. You're very strong. I heard where there's a will, there's a way. Yeah. You guys are really admirable is what this person really admires you. That's what I'm getting. Like fortitude. I heard you have a lot of fortitude. I'm just getting you guys are kind of unstoppable, at least in this person's eyes. They see that you have overcome a lot of challenges and a lot of obstacles. Even if you don't feel, maybe some of you don't feel like you are. I feel like you have very high expectations of yourself, and maybe you feel like you haven't accomplished as much as you wish you had. But this person, your future spouse, sees you as incredibly strong and incredibly accomplished. I heard, and they're very proud of you. That's just something that I keep getting. They see how hard you struggled. They know. It's like even if they don't know, they feel it. They feel that you've been through a lot of things and you've come out of every situation. You've made it through everything. And it hasn't been easy. That's what I'm getting. It hasn't been easy to Because the lizard, oftentimes, well, in the description of this card, they were talking about sometimes they need to let go of their tail in order to escape. Sometimes they'll get stuck in these pitcher plants. I'm getting maybe some of you have had to sacrifice a lot to get to where you are, or along the way you've had to let go of a lot of parts of yourself or your life or connections. Maybe during your spiritual awakening, or along your spiritual journey, you may have had to cut ties with a lot of people or a lot of things that weren't aligned with you anymore, and your person really admires how strong you had to be to do that in order to come into alignment with your soul, basically, and to be the most authentic version of yourself, to be, who you were meant to be, or live the life you were meant to live. And again, I'm just getting that you've had to work really hard. You've been through a lot. Courage. I heard you're very brave. You've had to be very courageous. You are very courageous and you're brave. And you're not afraid to make bold moves, bold choices, things that maybe even some people might think are crazy or are like, really, maybe not crazy, but like, things that other people would be really afraid to do. You're the one that things that people wish they would do, but then they don't, but they hold back because they're afraid. I'm just getting that you would do it, you go for it. You live life to the fullest, or that's something you're working on. And I'm hearing you live life to the deepest. Like it's like I'm not sure. I don't know how to say this correctly. But I'm getting like, even if you don't do a whole lot of things, like let's say even if, although I'm feeling like you guys, a lot of you have traveled. But I'm just getting there's definitely stuff, you definitely take risks. You're not afraid to take risks when you really feel called to do it. Like when your intuition or your heart, your soul is really calling you to do so, or your gut is really calling you to do something, you do it. You don't let fear hold you back. Okay, and then this one says the opossum and peony, bashfulness. Okay, so I'm getting like, even though you have this boldness to you, even though you have this bravery, this courage, again, it's like there's still something very soft, and it's like, again, you have like that quiet confidence, you have that quiet strength. You are very courageous, you're very strong. If you feel something, you will do it. You don't let fear hold you back. Like if you really feel it's important, it's something you really want to do, you will go for it. And you are brave. You have been through so much. You're so strong. But at the same time, you still have this beautiful softness, this elegance, I heard, or this femininity to you, this gracefulness, and kind of maybe a shyness, or again, this quietness, because it is the bashfulness card. But it's like you have both. I'm getting maybe you have a really good balance between your masculine and your feminine energies, because the ram feels way more masculine, and this feels very feminine. So I'm just getting maybe you have a good balance between the two energies. But even if you don't want to ascend, well, I do get that you are ascending. It seems like you have gone through some sort of ascension or are going through one, but I'm getting whether or not you want to assign a gender to an energy, you definitely have a really great balance of qualities here. Your energy is, yeah, I'm just kind of getting you've got it all, or it's like you've developed all of it within yourself. It's like when you need this energy, you can be this energy. And when you need this energy, you can be this energy. Or it's like when you want to be in this energy, you can be. When you want to be in this one, then you can shift. It's a really beautiful combination. It's a really her dynamic. But yeah, you definitely do have this sweetness, you have this gentleness, this softness, this kindness, this nurturing. Again, like almost unassuming, and I'm hearing demure. Or if that doesn't work for you, then, just like, again, it just feels very feminine. Like classic, again, I'm getting something about classic beauty or classic femininity, or something about like, because I'm being drawn to flowers and the Victorian era, and I don't know, but there's some, hopefully you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure if I'm getting this quite right. It is Mercury retrograde, but I'm trying my best here. But they love your feminine side, but they also like your masculine side. It's like they like this soft, gentle, feminine, beautiful, sensual side of you, but they also really like that you're strong and you can get stuff done and you go for your goals, you achieve your goals. You're assertive when you feel the need to be. You know how to say what you want and what your needs are, and set boundaries and all of that. You have this determination, like they like both parts of you. It's not like this is someone who just wants you to be completely passive and only that, classic, it's not like they want you to be subservient, quiet, passive, and not have your own ideas about things. They like that you have both of these sides. They like your intelligence is something else I got too. They like that you're goal driven. They like that you have things that you really want to achieve in life. And they support that. Yeah, on the bottom of the deck is productivity. So again, there's something about your work here. Maybe some of you are really ambitious, or you really love your work. Maybe you spend a lot of time doing your work, and this person likes that. And if you're a man, I'm just getting like, if the whole feminine, I'm still getting though that you have a good balance though between the two energies. Again, there's something like you can be soft and gentle, and you may have really good, I was feeling like you might be really nurturing, or like you would make a really great parent because you're good with children. Yeah, I'm still getting like you, maybe you have like really great, yet there's still like that soft and gentle side of you. And I'm getting maybe some of you are also very good at like making things aesthetically pleasing. There's still something very beautiful about you, or there's definitely some Venusian energy, a lot of Venusian, like something about the senses. You're good at making things, whether that be like yourself, that you're maybe you are very beautiful, or maybe you're really good at making like spaces beautiful, or like cooking really amazing food, and maybe you are good at making that look really good, or I don't know, but there's something artistic about you, or there's something you do where maybe you even like restore furniture or something, but there's something where you bring something back to life again, or you beautify it in some way, or maybe you're really good at interior design or decorating or something like that. But there was something coming through about smell as well, like scent. You might smell really good. It's like you always smell good, or some of you might even do something where you create perfumes, because there was something coming through about, yeah, like maybe you create maybe that's a hobby of some of yours, or maybe even like a career or something, but there's something to do with scent. Like some of you create scents here. There's something about aesthetics here. And you're really good at beautifying. I know I've already said it, but anyway, maybe your work has something to do with that for some of you. Something to do with design, or I heard esthetician too, so maybe for some of you, or maybe you are an artist of some sort, or a decorator, or a wedding planner, or an event planner is something coming through too for some of you, or something though that you do where you're beautifying or restoring something or designing something. That's coming through a lot, but that doesn't have to be the case for all of you, but I'm just getting that. Or again, maybe this is just you that you're really good at. Excuse me, you're very beautiful. That's something I'm getting. Your person, your future spouse definitely finds you. I'm sorry, excuse me, I can't stop burping. Your future spouse definitely finds you to be very, very attractive, very beautiful. Okay, we're going to get one more card. Okay. The Skunk and Magnolia. Protection. Okay, I'm getting that your future spouse feels very safe in your presence. Maybe you guys are very protective, or they admire that about you, that you are, maybe if you're a parent, maybe you're very protective over your child, or I don't know, but there's something about that trait that you have of being protective that they find attractive, and they really love that about you. Also, I just always feel like skunks, if that doesn't, I feel like that might not resonate for everyone either. This part might not resonate for everyone here, but for some of you, you are very protective, or maybe they feel like you're protective over them and they really appreciate that. But they feel safe with you. But also I always feel like the skunks are so adorable. There's just something so cute about skunks. There's something about like the way, I don't know if you've ever seen a skunk in the wild, but they're so slow, and like they're just like waddling along. And I don't know, there's something very like sweet and cute about skunks. They just really are cute. I know maybe some of you are surprised because, they have the bad reputation of just being very stinky. But if you just see them out and about, just living their lives, they're really, really cute. And they have like a really adorable, sweet energy about them. And again, though, they have that same energy where like they seem very like calm and docile and sort of unassuming, and they have sort of like a little like they're not very fast, and they don't seem like they'd be very good at getting away from things, and they're just kind of like doot 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 doot, they're just waddling along. And if something didn't know what a skunk was at first, like, I don't know, you wouldn't, a lot of creatures wouldn't know that it was like, you wouldn't know it was coming. If you didn't know a skunk's reputation, you wouldn't know that, you wouldn't expect it to be so powerful. Again, like, the skunk seems kind of weak and docile and, sort of, it just looks like it would be really easy prey in a lot of ways, and you wouldn't really expect something so incredibly powerful as like the smell of the skunk to come out of that. If you didn't know what a skunk was, you just really wouldn't be expecting what was going to happen if you picked on it. If you came at it, you would be shocked at what, when you got sprayed. Or, an animal would be shocked if they had never encountered a skunk before and didn't know, like, what was going to happen. Like, I don't know. I'm just kidding. That's you guys. Again, it's the same sort of energy. You might seem one way on the outside, but, like, you have this inner power. You're so powerful, but, like, people might just really not see that about you at first, or suspect that about you at first. But you pack a punch, like, energetically at least, or again, maybe you're like super intelligent, but you just look very, maybe people just, when they first see you, they just think, oh, that looks like that's a very pretty person, but they might not expect you to be as intelligent as you are, or again, have so much spiritual knowledge, or such power to you, such depth, such wisdom, or have the spiritual abilities or something that you have, or they wouldn't expect you to have the incredible life story that you have. Something like that, though. Or again, you're surprising. People don't expect something. At least a lot of people, they only see one side. They only see, like, the surface, but there's so much under the surface. Again, you're so powerful. I'm hearing you're not weak. Some people might think that you look weak, or that you look very, I don't know, but you look one way, but there's so much more to you. Yeah, I'm getting, you can take care of yourself too. That's what I heard. Like, they like that you are not, you might look vulnerable, or you might look like, this might not be the case for all of you, but it's like, for some of you, you might look vulnerable, or you might look weak in a way, or you might, again, look very feminine or something, and people might think that you need protecting. But I'm hearing, but you are actually the one that is protecting others, or I don't know. I'm just getting that. I think it's probably what I've already said. Probably said enough. I'm just getting that I'm also getting, like, they like that you again, you have two sides. You are very peaceful. You're usually very peaceful. You just kind of want to go about your life, be harmonious with people. But if someone comes at you, or if if it becomes necessary, then you have this ram side of you, or you have the hissing possum side of you, or you have the really powerful skunk smell side of you. Again, you've got this that comes out. It's like you're peaceful and loving and all of these gorgeous things, but if it's necessary, if the occasion arises, you have a strength, you have this power to you too. Like you have this other side, and you can take care of. I'm just getting that people shouldn't mess with you, basically. Yeah, because on the bottom of the deck, it's the same sort of energy, guys. It's again, okay, so this, they really like this about you. It's the porcupine and anemone. Boundaries. Yeah, again, you have great boundaries. That's what I was basically trying to say, is that I probably could have just summed it up in that one word, but yeah, you have great, again, with the porcupine. It looks like it's just kind of like bumbling along, living its little peaceful life. But if you try to mess with it, you're going to get a face full of quills. You know, it's the same sort of thing. Yeah, it's a very similar thing. This is a badger. So again, a little animal, but very fierce, you know? Looks peaceful, looks unassuming, but don't mess with it. This also says healing wounds. So I feel like you guys have a very healing energy, and this person really loves that about you. You guys might be healers, and yeah, because then we have the snake here, and sometimes the snake is a symbol of healing as well. Some of you might even be in the medical field. That's possible. Okay, so that is what I've got for you. I think we're going to stop there. I feel like it mostly focused on the one type of message, and I thought we were going to get more, but that seems to be one of the, like, they really love this about you, I guess. So this is just like the main focus. But there was a lot about them liking your beauty. So I guess there were a variety of messages that came out. I can't even remember now, because the way it goes when I channel is that I don't really remember what I just said when I'm in here. And then I forget pretty much until I have to edit it and watch it, and then I can remember, but it just it comes through and then it's gone, you know? So that's just kind of challenging sometimes. Anyway, I'm going to get a few of these things too before we leave. This is my first time debuting this little bowl of these are pistachio shells. And I made them into like little confirmation charms. Basically, I wrote things on all of them. And I love the sound they make. There's words on some of them. Some of them are just letters, but I'm just going to get a few of these now for like a few extra like last messages here, or maybe some confirmations for some of you. Maybe some like letters will come out or something like that. I feel like it might be, I wanted to use this cute little thing, but I feel like actually it'd probably be better if I just use my fingers. Okay. So. Okay, we have passed on loved ones. Some of you may be a medium, or that could be one of the abilities. Oops. No. Maybe you're a medium. That could be one of the spiritual gifts that you have. So that would be a confirmation for you. Also, there could be a passed on loved one that is reaching out to you, or has been reaching out to you recently. We have air. So some of you guys might be an air sign, or your person is. Oh, we do have gift here though. Okay, so I really do feel like for some of you that you are spiritually gifted. You have some sort of, and it could be with mediumship, like you could be a medium. That doesn't have to be the case for everyone, but also I'm getting you might be really good at giving gifts. If you are, that's something this person loves about you. They think you are amazing at that. And again, this is a general reading, so if that doesn't feel right to you, then that's just not your particular message. But all right, you got choice here. Okay, they think you're really great at making decisions and solving problems. Already came up, but I'm just getting that again with that. They think you make really good decisions, really good choices. Wow. And then we have Gemini, and air sign came out, so that's really strong for Gemini here because Gemini is an air sign. So but again, you don't have to be, but this is really strong for somebody. Okay, then we have negative energy. You guys might be really good at clearing negative energy, or maybe that's something you're going to get better at, is maybe you help other people transmute negative energy, or you've had to do a lot of that. Maybe you remove negative energy. I also heard negative entities, so maybe some of you, I don't know, but you help other people with spiritual cleansing, or maybe you will, or you teach other people how to do that. I don't know, but there's something about transmuting energy here, transforming it into, yeah, okay. And then we have the letter M. Oh, it just flipped out of my hands again. Okay, anyway, so that's what I've got for you, group 1. I hope you enjoyed that. If you did, if you could remember to give the video a thumbs up, I would really appreciate that. And if you wanted to comment and let me know how this resonated, I always really love to hear from you guys. And I hope to see you guys again sometime soon. I'm sending you all lots of love, and yeah, take care. Bye. Hi, group 2. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope that you will enjoy this message. I hope that you will, I hope this will be uplifting for you, or I don't know, but I hope it'll contribute something positive to you. So, okay, let's take your crystal, your pistachio calcite, and I'm having trouble focusing. I guess we'll just put it right here. I forgot to put the crystal in for the first group. I felt bad about that, but anyway. All right, so you guys, this is going to be an energy check, by the way. This portion of the reading is just for me to describe your energy, to see if it sounds like you, so that you know you're in the right group before I start saying what your person likes about you, or you know what your future spouse will love about you. But I feel like probably some of the things I'm about to describe are things that your future spouse will love about you. So just wanted to mention that. But the main purpose of this portion is just to give you confidence that you're in the right group for you. So, all right. That being said, you guys are the otter and cattail. Peace. Right. Okay. So first things first. When I sat down to do this reading, oh, you guys have an angel here. Group 1 did too. Okay, so I'm feeling like this is another highly spiritual group, which makes sense to me because, okay, first thing I gotta say is I'm not sure if all of you are actively following a spiritual path at the moment, or if you intended to go through a spiritual awakening, or if this is just something that's kind of hit you out of, for some of you, maybe kind of hit you out of the blue, kind of hit you out of nowhere. I don't know why I'm getting that. That won't be the case for everyone. But the crystal I almost chose for this group was the Moldavite crystal. And what they say about Moldavite is true from my experience. It is a very powerful energy. I wore a Moldavite crystal every day for a year, and it was intense. The things that happened in my life, seriously, were just a lot of things fell apart. And I mean, to be built back in a better way, but there were a lot of very tumultuous things that happened in my life when I put that thing on. And I felt very strongly like it was there, like I was meant to get that crystal to help facilitate some big changes that needed to occur in my life at that time. But it was one hell of a ride, let me tell you. So I think the fact that I really felt drawn to use that crystal for this group tells me that you guys are going through some major changes right now, or there is like at least one major shift, if not multiple major shifts happening in your life right now. And it might be kind of tumultuous. It might feel kind of crazy for you guys right now. It might feel like things are up in the air, or it might just feel very unfamiliar, like you're in very unfamiliar territory for you, because like something very, very different is happening in your life, or things are very new. I just noticed this was like this. Hang on. Here we go. I feel better now. I'm like, oh, they were messed up. Oh, okay, yeah, they were messed up. It feels like things are out of order, like things are maybe kind of chaotic in your life right now and upended, and you're just kind of I heard floundering for some of you. So maybe this is what you have been feeling, but maybe you're not feeling that right now. I'm not sure. For some of you, this could be more past energy, and for others of you, this is more what's presently going on for you. So just take what resonates. It's a collective reading. It's a reading for a group of people. So, the messages are open for interpretation and will be, not every message will fit for every person within the group. So just take what resonates. But I was getting that, yeah, for some of you, you're currently in a state where you feel very unstable, or maybe not within yourself, but things in your life are very unsettled or uncertain, unstable. There's a lot going on, a lot of changes, a lot of shifts occurring. But I also do feel like there are a lot of shifts with that. There are a lot of shifts going on within you as well. And I think for a lot of you, I just saw 555. Oh my gosh. And that's the number of change. Yeah, okay, so you guys are going through big changes, but for a lot of you, one of those big changes is the deepening of your spiritual nature, is what I heard, or your spiritual knowledge, your spiritual connection, You're deepening and now I'm just swallowing and swallowing. I can't stop. Okay, I feel like some of you have been maybe crying recently. Which I completely understand when we go through big changes like this. A lot of times there is grief that comes along with it, or there are very stressful experiences that come along with that, or pain, or maybe some of you have been maybe you literally have been grieving the loss of someone, or again, maybe it's just the loss of your previous life, or the loss of a job, or the loss of something, but it feels big. For some of you, it could be the loss of a relationship, like maybe a breakup. Some of you may have just been through a breakup, or a separation. but something that feels like, because I just feel like this gripping in my heart and this pain, and it hurts. And so I do feel like a lot of you have been going through grief, and a lot of, oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. This hurts. It's a lot of energy. I'm just going to do a tiny little clearing real quick. It's feeling a little bit better, but it's still with me. I don't think it's probably going to leave, because I think that's the energy I'm picking up on in this group. It's funny too, because I was so surprised, because at first when I saw this card, I was getting such a sweet energy and such like a chill, peaceful, fun, friendly, beautiful energy from this. And that is, I think that is your energy, you know, but then I was surprised that I kept getting this like pain and this heaviness, and that I wanted to choose Moldavite for this group. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I just really, again, I feel like, yeah, you guys are really going through something right now, or you have been, you know, in the not too distant past, I would say, for most of you here. Or this feels current though, for a lot of you. At least the pain feels current. It could be past. Again, it's a collective, but for a lot of you here, it feels really more recent. So I'm very, very sorry, guys, for whatever it is you're going through. That is really rough. And I have been there, and it sucks. And I'm so sorry. And I really hope things are going to feel better soon. That angel is still here, though, guys. You definitely have at least one guardian angel really looking out for you right now. You have a lot of angelic support around you. I'm hearing they never leave you. You are highly divinely supported right now and loved. And at least if you don't feel very loved right now by anyone in the 3D and any human, just know that you do have a lot of divine love around you. And I know that's not the same, but you really, really do. You are so divinely loved, and your future spouse is going to love you so, so much. And you are this beautiful, beautiful spirit. You have this beautiful energy. It really is so sweet, and it's so fun, and it's so beautiful, and it's so uplifting and joyful and playful and creative. That was something I was really getting from this too. You're creative. I feel like for a lot of you, you're very creative. You're warm. You're affectionate. I was getting you're cuddly. For a lot of you, like the otters, they're well known for being cuddly. So I feel like you guys are probably have that energy too. And I just think you're a very like peaceful, loving, chill person. Really, that was kind of what I was getting. Or you're very, I think you like to go with the flow. Or maybe you're in the you're going with the flow now. Maybe that's something you're having to work on now, or you're trying to get into a flow state to try to, maybe that's something you're working on. But I feel like, or maybe you've usually felt more like you're in the flow in the past, or like maybe in the past you felt more like you're in a flow state, or in the past you felt more, excuse me, I heard happy-go-lucky, or more carefree. Again, yeah, just going with the flow. Like it just kind of, life just kind of flowed more easily for you. And again, I'm feeling like recently there's a lot of turmoil. There are a lot of things. It is not feeling like that anymore, maybe at this time. For some of you, maybe it does, but I am getting, for most of you, it doesn't feel so much like that right now. but I'm getting it will again. I'm hearing time heals all wounds, but I'm also hearing, yeah, I'm hearing time heals. And sometimes things just really do, they do need time. There are things you can do, to help with the process, but there are certain things where time is required. Some time at least is required in order to heal and in order for things to adjust in your life and to get back on track after there's been some sort of loss or upheaval or traumatic event or whatever it is. But in any case, guys, I'm really, oh God, ow. What the hell? Oh, there's just like this pain in my head. So maybe you guys have been, experiencing headaches, a lot of maybe tension headaches from all this that's been going on. Or for others of you though, this, okay, for others of you, so that would be like a confirmation for you of this group too. Although I think by this point you would probably be able to recognize that this is what's been going on for you. There's definitely a spiritual awakening though. If it's not, I just feel like if you weren't aware that that's what's going on, I feel very strongly, if you found your way to this group, there's a very good chance that that's what's happening, is you're having a spiritual awakening, triggered by this tower, whatever this tower moment was in your life. If it's not your first spiritual awakening, I'm getting that it's like another level. It's like another layer of spiritual awareness, like a deepening of spiritual awareness, or like a leveling up in some way, or an expansion of your spiritual knowledge, your spiritual awareness. But there's definitely a level or a more or an expansion or an ascension, something like that, But for some of you, I really am getting like this might be your first time that you've actually, for some of you, you may have experienced a trauma, is something that I'm getting to, something to do with maybe even like, I'm not going to get super into detail because I don't want to trigger anybody, but there could have been an accident of some sort for you where you experienced some sort of trauma. Yeah, this would just be like an extra strong confirmation for you. But again, that's very specific, so that won't be for everybody here. But that could have been like what triggered all of this, or again, there was some big event that happened in your life that really shook things up, that kind of, I'm getting took your power away, or it took, it made you feel helpless in some way, or it made you feel very, very afraid, or like you didn't know what to do. And that was kind of like the trigger. That was kind of like the catalyst for you having to go, or it felt like there was no one you could count on or rely on, or, you didn't know where to turn, you didn't know what to do. And that was the catalyst for you to have to turn to source, to spirit, to God, to your higher power, whatever name you give to it, or to your higher self, to turn inward maybe for healing, if that was something. But I'm getting this was more like about turning and forming more of a connection with a higher power here, more so than the self. But the self is part of that. But I feel like you guys had a pretty good relationship with yourself. At least that's what I'm picking up on. Maybe not for all of you. Maybe that is something you've had to work on, is healing parts of yourself as well. But the main thing that I'm getting is that this spiritual awakening is about, I'm hearing it. Actually, I'm hearing all hands on deck. Oh, 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 you guys are a light worker. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is an interesting message. I just saw 1717. Ooh. Oh, I'm feeling it again. That's it's an uncomfortable. It's almost like there's something undulating. Okay, this is a strange sensation. I get these things during readings when I'm trying. Oh my God, what is that? That is weird. That feels strange. Hmm. I'm sorry, guys, but this is just what I'm experiencing. I don't know if this is your physical sensation or if this is trying to describe an energy to me that I'm going to be able to figure out in a second, but it's taken me a second. It's like this. It's like a it literally, it's so weird. It literally feels like there's a twist, like there's something writhing or something like twisting, something undulating in my chest, like in up into my. Are you trying to tell me about a. Maybe some of you are going through like a Kundalini awakening because it does kind of feel like a snake. It's weird. Uh, I have the weirdest things happen in these readings. Sometimes I feel the strangest things. Okay, so maybe your Kundalini energy is awakening for you, but it's more, this is more than that. This is for some of you I was also hearing like a purging of some sort of negative energy that might have been in your heart space. Um Maybe a clearing of your heart chakra, or I was actually getting that there's it's like there was um yeah, because I was thinking there was like a snake. I kept hearing like there was a snake in your heart. So I was thinking maybe that's symbolic, that maybe they were saying that's, like maybe there was someone that was toxic that wasn't good for you, or a really bad connection that you had with someone that was kind of like a quote unquote snake. And I'm not saying all snakes are bad, but I'm just saying in this context, for this situation, I feel like they're saying the snake was kind of like a like you could look at the snake as a positive thing, like transformation, or there's like, the Kundalini energy is oftentimes depicted as like, or described as a snake sleeping at the base of your spine, and then as it awakens, it rises up your spine, anyway. But I'm getting there might have also been someone in your life that was bad for you, basically, that was like a snake. Maybe even someone who like stabbed you in the back. Yeah, because I was hearing stabbed you in the heart. So it was, again, for some of you, this was a breakup sort of a deal, or maybe even family members or someone else that you separated from. But there's something about purging that energy that person, or again, maybe like cutting cords, like cutting energetic cords with this person once and for all, or releasing. There's something though about like cleansing your experience that you had with this person, cleansing the toxicity from your experience with this person out of your heart chakra, or cleansing. For some of you guys, it does feel almost like they're literally in there. I don't want to scare anybody because sometimes people freak out when I give certain messages. And the thing is, if this is your message, it will not cause you fear. It will be like a confirmation for you. If it freaks you out, then that means that's not your message. Don't worry about it. This is just for someone here who was wondering about this. It does feel like someone may have even like intended for something. I'm hearing malicious. There were like malicious intentions that this person had towards you, or they wanted bad things to happen to you, like maybe some sort of evil eye, or even something stronger than that, but some sort of focused intention that they were hoping would make something bad happen to you. But I'm getting you are protected. You were definitely protected from the worst of it, at least is what I'm getting. That what they wanted to have happen to you didn't happen to you, and it won't happen to you, but you might have to do a lot of cleansing to help clear that out, because I'm getting that it's making it might be weighing you down or making it harder for you to vibrate at the frequency that you could. There's something about like maybe you're trying to raise your vibration, or you're trying to stay in those higher vibrational states more often, or reach those higher vibrational states, and you're having a really hard time with that. And I'm getting that some physical cleansing practices, or some energetic cleansing practices, but I'm getting it's an energy cleansing practice that involves not just your mind, but something tangible. Hopefully that's making sense. So something like a salt bath, where you're actually doing a physical action, or something to do with sound, where there's, again, there's a, so I'm getting it's more than just a practice where you ask for the energy cleansing, or where you ask. That could be helpful too, but I'm getting that if you do a physical action along with the intentions that you set for your energy to be cleansed, and your prayers to have your energy cleansed, that's going to help it be more effective than just setting the intention alone. So that could be helpful. I'm getting something about crystals too. So some of you might want to get some selenite if you don't already have that. Maybe some black kyanite, and or clear quartz is something I'm getting to. You might want to try setting intentions that the clear quartz will help keep you shielded from any further negative energy. But basically, I'm just getting that, there maybe you've been, and maybe some of you have been doing all of this, and then this would just be kind of like a good job. You're doing exactly right with that. But if you haven't, definitely I would definitely adopt some more energy cleansing practices to help yourself out right now, because you are purging a lot of things. Also, things specifically for clearing the heart chakra could be very helpful for you right now. Maybe even some essential oils as well could be helpful. I don't know why I'm getting something about frankincense, but I actually don't know if I don't really know of metaphysical properties of different essential oils, but there might be something to do with, maybe frankincense could actually help you with this. So just maybe look into it for yourself, because I'm not sure. That's just something that I was channeling. So anyway, all right, back to the original reading. This is something awakening. I mean, because with the maybe that's why I was getting Kundalini, because it is like an awakening of your energy, but it's more than that. It's an awakening of your calling. It's an awakening of your soul. Oh my gosh, it's your soul. That's what I'm getting. It's almost like there's a soul activation. There's a soul awakening that's happening, but I'm hearing you've been called, you've been activated. That's what I'm getting, that you received an activation, or you received a call. For some of you, this is like your first real experience with something like this. But for others, this is like an upgrade. Oh wow, that must be intense. I'm not sure how long. I feel like it's a mixture. Like some of you have been walking, or some of you have some spiritual knowledge to begin with, but others of you, it's kind of like this just kind of spontaneously awakened for you, and like you really haven't had any sort of spiritual practice before, or you really haven't been into spirituality before. So this is very interesting. Okay. Like it's new for you, but for all of you here, what I'm getting is like, I'm seeing, it's because I kept hearing all hands on deck, call to action. And I'm getting that it's like, I'm getting something that was dormant within you has been awakened, or is about to awaken. And it's a soul calling of yours, and it is a spiritual ability. It's like it could be I'm hearing soul remembrance too. Like a remembrance of why you're here, or like why you, like one of the main things you wanted to do when you incarnated. It's like a purpose of yours, a very important soul mission, a very important spiritual, yeah, like calling that you have, a very important soul calling that you have to help others. Whoa, I just saw okay, yeah. This angel is very strongly present. It might be an archangel. It's not one of the ones I usually see, but I think it might be an archangel. It's not Michael. It's not Raphael, and it's not, I heard Haniel. Maybe it's Archangel Haniel. For some of you, that it might be a different archangel, but for some of you, you might specifically know that that's an archangel that you work with. If not, you might want to look into that archangel. But you guys are powerful creators. That's something I'm getting. You are meant to create something, like probably more than one something that's very significant and very important. Like your work is important, guys. What you're doing, your spiritual mission or your calling, what you are feeling called and like soul led to do right now. It's very important. This matters. It really does matter, okay? It really does. You are part of a network is what I'm hearing, a very important network of other enlightened souls, other souls that, spiritually developed, very wise souls. And you might not feel like you are some of you might not feel like you are very developed or that you are very far along in this, but your soul actually is. It's like maybe you don't remember yet, or you're not fully aware, but you are very wise, and you are very developed. You are very ascended, or you got a lot of power, and you're here for something, You're here for something very important. You're here as part of a collective of other souls that are here for something very important. Like you are, again, I was feeling you're part of a team. You're part of a network of light workers, of stars. I'm hearing star seeds too. So some of you could identify as a star seed. But regardless, you're here to help people. You're here to help humanity. You're here to help the earth. You're here to help other souls. You're here to help with the very serious challenges that are going on in the world right now. You really do have a purpose. You do have a mission. You do have a destiny, and you are stepping into that now. Either you're right on the brink, you're right on the precipice, or you just started heading into the fray, is what I heard, or you just started wading into this. You just started getting into whatever it is that you feel is your soul calling here. You might have more than one too. There might be one specific thing you're working on now, but I do get that for a lot of you here, there's more than one thing that you're doing. And both are important in different ways, but man, your energy, it really is beautiful, and it really is powerful, and what you're doing or what you're going to be doing, it really does matter. You do feel called to it for a reason. I'm hearing it's not silly, or it's not yeah, no, it's so meaningful. It's so purposeful. It really, you do matter. I mean, this matters. I'm hearing just because you're not the only one doing it doesn't mean that it's not important and significant what you're doing and how you're doing it and the energy that you're bringing to it. Your energy is very powerful, and or it will be, but it's awakening. I'm getting that you haven't even, I'm hearing you haven't even scratched the surface yet of the full depth and beauty and power of your spirit, of your soul, of who you are. So that's exciting because I do feel like a lot of you, some of you have been on this path for a while. And you might be like, oh, I feel like I've scratched more than the surface. And it's, but I'm just getting actually, though, actually, you haven't because there's so much there that even if you feel like you've uncovered a lot, it's still like, it's still like the tip of the iceberg. There's still so much in there. There's still so much more to come through or to come out. So I don't know, but you guys are beautiful. Wow, this is this beautiful energy. But on like a, um, on like the surface, who you seem as a human, just like day to day or what people would notice about you or, your personality and stuff. Uh, I'm getting a whole bunch about your soul and your mission and all this. Sorry, that was just like an extra message coming through. Well, I'm not sorry because that's just what needed to come through for whoever this is for. But I just deliver the messages that my spirit guides bring me to relay. So there you go. But excuse me. I'm hearing inspire. So a lot of you, that's one of your main gifts, or that's something that is one of your missions right now. That's one of your assignments I'm hearing. Because I keep getting assignment, like you really are part of a team and you have assignments and it's like you are volunteering. I'm hearing this is like um it's a battle. I'm hearing there is a battle going on. But you are there is a battle. There is and you're part of the resistance is what I heard, or you're part of the team. You are part of, again, you're like, I heard a light warrior, or but you're at least a light worker. You are somewhat, you're part of the, what's the word? Well, you're part of the effort, you are, I feel like I've probably already said it, I guess, maybe, but there was like a specific thing I felt like I wanted to say, but I don't know, maybe it'll come to me. But basically, you're volunteering. You are part of all of this that's going on to try to basically save. I know that sounds dramatic maybe for some of you, but basically to save the world. And I'm not trying to give you like like a god complex here, but you, because it's not just you. There are many of us doing work to try to hold the light, to try to um, get the world through this, or to shift things um, in a positive direction. I'm not sure if I should go. I feel like I shouldn't go too far into this in this reading, but um, basically, this is a major transition period in our Earth's history. I think most people could look around and feel like there's something going on. This is a really, really huge period of change, like really rapid change. And there's a lot shifting, even in the astrology, things that have been happening in the planets. Um, there's just a lot going on. There has been for several years now. And yeah, it is a big deal. And it's right now, things look very dark. And it's very important for there to be a lot of people right now answering the call to help to combat some of that and to help transition the world into this new phase. And basically it's sort of like a rebirth. It's like it's a very huge period of change. And if we want things to be able to change in a positive direction, then, all of us have to do our part, or many people have to do their part, because anything can happen, but it is meant to be a positive thing. And, but it still requires action from, it requires those higher vibrational people and those higher vibrational consciousnesses and beings to help raise, basically to shift things for the planet. So anyway, again, I'm not going to get too much into it. I probably already said more than, well, this is what I felt inspired to say, but I'm feeling like I shouldn't go into more detail about this. But if you find other psychics, you can look into this sort of thing more. I don't subscribe to everything that, use your discernment, but you might be able to find some interesting stuff out there about this sort of thing. Or maybe you already know this sort of stuff. Basically, you're very important and you very much matter. And and your assignment is very important. And just know that this is your assignment. This isn't just something you've randomly chosen to do, and maybe some of you feel kind of silly or kind of stupid about. I don't know why that's coming through about what you're doing, or thinking, oh, who am I? What I'm doing doesn't really matter, or if I do this, it's not going to really go anywhere, or it won't be anything important, or it won't I don't know, but I just keep getting, maybe you think it doesn't matter, or it isn't important, or maybe you started something and you feel like it's not gotten a lot of attention, so then you feel like it's insignificant or it doesn't matter, but it does matter, okay? I'm just getting, it really does matter. And it will develop and grow as it's meant to, is something that I'm getting. And that part of that is divinely orchestrated, because this whole calling of yours, everything that you're doing, this whole journey you're on, and what you're feeling in your heart and your soul led to do, that's all divinely guided, I just really feel like they want you to know that. That spirit guide, that angel just keeps showing up. You are very, very, I'm hearing very blessed. And you're very supported. And you are protected. They are helping you. You are being helped. You are being helped. You are. I just really feel like I have to say that so strongly to someone. I stay the course is what I'm getting, or just know you are being supported and guided. You are following the path. You are still on the path. You haven't done anything wrong is something that I'm getting to. You have done, I just saw 222. Everything is going according to plan is what I'm hearing, or that there is some sort of plan, and you might not understand it right now, but there is some good reason for why you don't understand it right now too. And things will be answered in time. You will understand in time, and you haven't done anything wrong. You are on the right path. Things are going exactly as they are meant to, and your spirit team, even if things are hard right now or confusing, or you don't understand why, or you are in pain or whatever's going on. They just want you to know there is purpose to this, that this had to happen this way. You have not done anything wrong, and things will get better. Okay. I feel like you will know from this energy check if this is you or not. You will know it in your heart and your soul if this feels right to you. You'll know if I'm talking to you. If you feel confused or you're not sure, well, then it's either that this is energy that's going to happen very soon, or it might not be your group. My guess would be if this does not resonate with you at all, if it doesn't sound like anything you're going through right now, then you might want to choose a different group, because that's what I'm getting very strongly for this. But again, just listen to your own intuition. If you're not vibing with this energy check, but you still feel very strongly led to stay for the rest of the reading, you can definitely do whatever feels right to you, but the energy check is here to let you know whether or not you're probably aligned with the energy of the reading I'm about to do. So, I would recommend, considering a different pile if this isn't resonating, but again, it's completely up to you. But so I thought we were moving on at this point to the actual reading, but there were a few more things that wanted to come through for the energy check. So sorry about that, guys. Also, something else I wanted to mention is something was coming through about maybe some of you have been trying to develop. This is more specific, so this probably won't be for everyone here, but maybe you've been trying to develop a specific gift, or you've been like trying to, maybe you've been trying to open your third eye, for instance, or you've been trying to develop some sort of psychic gift, or I heard I heard telepathy specifically. So maybe some of you have been working on that, or maybe some of you have been trying to learn to read your own cards, or you have been just trying to work on your intuition in general, and strengthening that, learning to trust that, and maybe you have been feeling frustrated. For some of you, I'm getting that there's at least someone here that I feel maybe frustrated or feels like you're not that good at it, or you have been practicing, you've been trying, but you feel like you're not really making any progress or nothing is happening. And I'm just getting that it will come. It will come in time. This is a gradual process, and I'm getting that it may not be happening as quickly as you would like it to, because if it happened all at once, or if it happened the way you're hoping it would happen, it might actually be overwhelming for you, or it might just not be the right time. There might even be something like astrologically, or there might be some reason why it's not meant to activate yet for you. There might be a specific time when it will strengthen for you, but I'm just getting that it's, try not to get frustrated with yourself, or try not to feel like you're not doing enough, or you're not, or that it will never happen or something. It will happen. It will come with time. It's like with anything else that you practice. When you first start something and you've never done it before, especially if you didn't, especially if you haven't really practiced this a lot in a past life, if this is way, way more new for you, it can take a little bit of time and practice, but if you feel called to this, what I'm getting is, if you felt called to this group, it probably is because you are being called to this path, and even if you don't feel like you're good at it yet, or it doesn't feel natural yet, or, you feel like you're not as far as ahead as you would like to be, you will be. If you, just keep going, and it will come. This will happen. So I'm just try not to get discouraged, because I'm feeling like maybe somebody here was, or maybe you thought, like, who am I kidding? I'll never have, I'll never have these, I'll never be like this, or I'll never, I'll never have these gifts, or whatever it is, but you will. It will happen. This is your path. you are meant to do this. Or maybe it's like healing work or something. Maybe you're a healer and maybe you're feeling like you're having trouble sensing energy. Like if you're doing energy healing, maybe other people can sense people's energies a lot, or, read people's auras and chakras and things like that. And maybe you can't feel anything yet, or or maybe you can't even really feel the energy that much. And maybe that's made you feel like maybe you're on the wrong path, or you can't do this work, but you can. You can. This is your path. This is your confirmation. You finding your way to this group, I believe that's your confirmation that you are on the right path. You are a light worker. You are a spiritual person. You are meant to walk this spiritual path. You are a healer. You are, whatever label you want to give yourself here, but you are meant to do this. So anyway, that's my pep talk for you. All right, on to the rest of the energy check. That's right. There was still more of the energy check. Yeah, you guys are so sweet though. You have this beautiful energy, and I guess that makes sense with you have a beautiful soul, And maybe you're not feeling so playful right now, or maybe you're not feeling as peaceful and tranquil as you would like to. I feel like you guys do like your peace and quiet, and you do like to just be in the present moment and relax. And you might be very, I heard tactile, or there's something about textures, or there's something about senses. Maybe you're very, very sensual. For some of you, you really like textures are a big thing for you. I don't know why that's coming through, but maybe you're very particular about how things feel, like clothes, how your clothes feel on your body, or you're very particular about certain textures of like your food, like that's very important to you, or something like that. But these are just little details that don't have to resonate, but that was just something I was getting. But I think for the most part, that's all we really need to do for the energy check. I think you're going to know if that's you. So I feel like more peace will be coming into your life again, even though it might not feel so peaceful right now. It will come back. It will return. I also feel like you're moving towards, I heard calmer waters. Okay, so you are going to be moving towards calmer waters. Maybe some of you do already feel peaceful. Maybe you do feel at least very peaceful within yourself, and I think that's really amazing. I think you guys do have a lot of inner peace, or that's something you will have soon. Some of you may literally be moving to, like literally physically moving to someplace more peaceful, or maybe literally across the water. For some of you, it could be you might have to travel overseas, or like you might be doing that, or you might be at least traveling a long distance. Maybe you might be moving far away from where you are now for some of you, or at least making some sort of move. Again, that won't be for everybody, but it could be the case for some of you. I think you help other people feel peaceful as well. I think people just really love your energy, or you help people relax, or they feel relaxed, peaceful, calm around you. I just really get people love your energy, and I love your energy. It's been hard for me to get through this because there's like a lot to this, a lot going on. I feel like this is it's a spiritual awakening. It's an activation. It's it's an intense time. So and I know this is not easy. This type of thing is not easy to go through. So my heart really goes out to you guys, but you are doing it. You are, I heard conquering it, or you're going to get through this time period, and you are going to And you're doing beautiful things. You're doing beautiful things in the world. Things will feel lighter and easier soon if they don't now. Things are shifting for you. And you will get something beautiful out of every single pain and struggle that you've had. Something of equal, beauty will come, more beautiful, or it maybe not more beautiful than what you lost. It depends on what it is that you've lost, but something just as beautiful, just as meaningful, just as amazing is going to come into your life. And beautiful experiences that feel good to you are going to be happening again soon. So hang in there and just know that the work you're feeling called to do and just being who you are being called to be is beautiful and magical and wonderful and so needed and so important in this world right now. And thank you for what you're doing and what you're going to do for others, because we're all connected. So what you do for one of us, you're impacting all of us. So thank you, for what you're doing for the collective, for people, for humanity, for all of us. Thank you. All right. And if this seems kind of big, or I'm hearing it, maybe some of you feel like this is grandiose or this is like too much or too big. I'm just getting, and maybe some of you feel overwhelmed or kind of, or you have been maybe, or you felt afraid at some point. I'm just getting that, what you're doing here, it is big. You do have a big purpose. You do have a big purpose, but I'm just getting that, this is nothing that you didn't choose. This is not being forced on you. This is something your soul chose. This is something your soul knows what it's doing. This is nothing. I'm hearing there's nothing to fear. The divine is with you, and your own soul is with you. You do know what you're doing. And this path isn't grandiose. This isn't too much. Like, again, you're one of many. But every part counts. Every piece matters. Every single person, even if you feel like your part is small, everybody doing their part matters. Every part matters. It really does. Also, I felt like I needed to clarify for someone that some of you may not feel, because I mentioned earlier that you were like part of a battle or that you were a light warrior or something. And I wanted to mention that everyone has different roles. Everyone has like different callings here. So for some of you, you might resonate more with like the warrior energy. You're a light warrior, or like that sort of thing. And then others of you, again, you're like in more of a healing role. Some of you might do multiple things, but if you don't resonate with the warrior energy, I just wanted to let you know that, this is still your group. You're still part of this. It's just, we all have like different roles. And some of you might even, maybe some of you, like even doing art and creating things and beautifying and just being a kind person to people, or being like a therapist or something like this, or even like in a medical field, that type of healing, all of it can be part of this, So I just wanted to, I felt like I had to clarify that. And also for some reason, I just keep hearing the Dutch word for rabbit, and I have no idea why that keeps popping in my head. At least I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's konijn. I think that's it, right? Unless I completely got this I don't know why that keeps going through my head. I've been doing that was one of the languages that I've tried learning on Duolingo over the years. Um I tried to learn like a language, like all of the languages of my ancestors, like all of the different languages that they would have spoken, and at least learn like little bits of it. And so that was one of them. And I don't know. I don't know why that popped. I don't know, but that's got to be a confirmation for someone, because I don't know why that would keep going through my head. Okay, wait. I think I got it, and I looked it up because I felt like I might have gotten it wrong. And I could see the spelling, but okay, I think I might have gotten the pronunciation wrong. I think it's more like Conane, and I think I said it more like Conine before, and okay, so I think it's more, I hope I'm getting it right this time, that it's like Conane. I think I'm at least close with that now. But that's what kept going. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but it has to mean something. One of the reasons I like doing these readings is when I get messages that I don't know what they mean, and I have to wait for one of you guys to like tell me what they mean to you. Um, I just think that's fun because it's interactive, you know? It's like my guides only give me like part of the puzzle. Um, and then I have to, and then you guys sometimes you will share and let me know, what the message meant to you. And I just think that's fun. And also, um, oh, what was the other thing? Oh, yeah. And I was also hearing that line from Harry Potter, which kind of goes along with this well. Um, uh, when Hagrid told Harry that he was a wizard, you're a wizard, Harry, and he's like, I can't be a wizard, or what was it? I'm not a wizard. I don't remember what it was. I need to watch. Wow, that means I need to watch it again. I can't believe it's been so long. It's been long enough that I actually forgot some of the lines. Okay, anyway, he's like, I can't be a wizard. I'm just Harry. And maybe you guys are kind of feeling that too. It's like you're just Harry. You feel like, no, I can't do anything special, or what I'm doing doesn't really matter. But it does, you know? Maybe you're feeling like Harry, who lived under a cupboard, in a cupboard under the stairs, and everybody hated him and he felt like he was nothing, you know? And then one day it's like, congrats, you get upgraded to main character, you know? Like, I mean, we're all the main character of our own lives, but I'm just saying, like, this is a really big journey, you know? And again, maybe you're feeling like, no, I'm just little nobody. And it's just like, well, no, but, well, maybe you were, but you're not. But you're not now, and you're not in the spirit. You know, your life path is to do something significant. You're kind of magical. You're part of all of this, you know? And I just wanted to, clarify, like, obviously nobody is just a no, or maybe it's not obvious, but nobody is just a nobody. We all have inherent value and worth and a reason we incarnated here. But, hopefully you know what I'm saying. Um, yeah, okay. And, just like with Harry Potter, things weren't all sunshine and rainbows. I mean, just because he discovered this magical world and it's like beyond his wildest dreams, and it's like, oh my God, how can all this exist? It's so wonderful and magical and beautiful and cool. At the same time, there's Voldemort, and there are enemies, and there are scary things, and there are consequences, and there's responsibilities, and there's a lot of weight to this. There's a dark side, or a difficult side. There are challenges to everything. And so, you know, the difficulties you're going through, that's part of the process. That's part of the journey, part of the story. Just like any magical story, there's always something to it. And this is no different. You're going through, some of you, it's sort of like the hero's journey, or it's that struggle that the main character goes through. We all have those things going on. So anyway, I feel like that's kind of what the spiritual awakening process, especially when it's brought on by like a tower moment, or something very intense, something very painful, something very, uh, you know, that's really difficult to heal through. Anyway, I feel like I'm going to, I know this intro, I know that this section has become so long and it's become like multiple different messages, but this is just what happens sometimes in my readings. It's like sometimes I think the spirit guides know that certain people, it's like they're going to go for the love reading and they have other spiritual messages that they want to get through. So they're just kind of like forcing their way through in the love reading. They're like, ooh, maybe we can finally get this through, because like they keep clicking on the love readings, but we have like this spiritual message that we want to get through. Or I don't know, but this is just what we got, guys. But you're a very, very important piece, you know? And it's not too big for you. You just may feel like it is because you have not maybe come to the full awareness or remembrance of your, you know, your full story, the story of your soul, the story of your maybe past lives too. But this isn't, I'm hearing this ain't your first rodeo. Like, you've been here doing this sort of thing before, or maybe you've done this in other, I heard dimensions or other planets or worlds or something like that. So anyway, though, because I'm hearing little old me, I'm actually hearing now I'm hearing the song from Taylor Swift, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me. So maybe you're just feeling like, yeah, I'm just little old me. And you are, but also you're not, you know, like you're a big deal. You are a big deal. And I'm hearing rookie, I don't know. So for some of you, it's like, it's kind of like you are a big deal, or you will be in the future. Your soul is. You have a big calling. You have a big path. But right now you're a rookie. You know, like right now because I don't know why I'm getting this. I'm getting like that you're in training, basically. It's sort of like your angels, and you know, you're getting there. You're not like where you will be 20 years from now or 10 years from now, you know. But you're already talented. You're already really good, you know? You already can make a huge impact, and you're doing the job. You're doing the thing already. But like, and you're just going to progress more and more as you go along. But maybe some of you guys do kind of have, maybe you kind of feel, I'm getting something about like imposter syndrome. Maybe some of you have that sort of like almost a spiritual imposter syndrome, or like, oh, I can't really heal. I can't really do this. I'm not really gifted at this. I can't, but you can. This is a calling of yours that you are meant to do this. So, okay, there's definitely okay, now that archangel, I heard Uriel, Archangel Uriel is with you guys as well. You've got more than one archangel. Guys, it's a big thing, okay? You do work with archangels, or if you don't yet, you will, or you work with some very high level spirit guides, you know, like some deities or all of them, you know. I'm just hearing you're well known, like, or you're going to, I don't know. I'm seeing, I don't know why I'm seeing Castle. Do you remember the TV show? Maybe some of you don't know it because it's been a while. I guess it's an older one, but the TV show Castle, where there was this female cop, a police officer, or no, she was a detective. Yeah, I think she was a detective, and this man who was a writer wanted to follow her around for inspiration for his latest book. And I don't know why I'm getting that, but I really don't know why I was getting that, guys, because what I started to remember when I was doing this reading was completely not the plot of this. I mean, I remember the part where, you know, she was a police officer and he was a writer following her for inspiration for his book. Like, I remember that part correctly, but I didn't even remember the characters right. I don't know. what that was about. But it's funny because I was editing this reading and I just felt like I needed to stop for like 2 days. I couldn't move any further than this and I didn't know why, but I felt like my spirit guides were trying to tell me something and I didn't know what it was. And eventually they led me to watch an episode of Castle, and I was kind of surprised about like how this ended up happening, but in a roundabout way I ended up watching an episode of Castle and I was like, whoa, I got this all wrong. And so I had to come back and like redo this part. But then once I had seen that, I felt like, okay, now I can proceed with the reading. So they got the message they needed to get to me somehow. But anyway, I still don't know what it means though. I still don't know why I was getting that for this part of the group. So I feel like this is going to be, again, a more specific message for someone. Either you have been watching that show, or maybe something about your journey or your life is going to be similar to that show in some way. Maybe some of you are writers, or maybe even in law enforcement. I don't know. Or if it's not that, you might still be sort of like a detective in a way, like not maybe for, I don't know what that would mean, but it's maybe like with research or something, but it's like you're some sort of detective, but maybe not working with law enforcement. I don't know. Or maybe you do. I don't know what it is, but it's something you might just want to go watch that show if you haven't, because maybe there's something in there too that will resonate with you, or maybe you will just enjoy watching it. I don't know, but there is something about that show for some reason. So it's someone here's message. So anyway, there you go. Just take what resonates, you know. I don't know, maybe some of you even have like a spirit guide that reminds you. I don't know why this. Maybe you even have a spirit guide that reminds you of Kate Beckett. She was the detective in the show. So maybe you do have that, or like a guru or someone that I don't know, or some sort of guide or someone that you follow. But I don't know. This is an interesting little tangent we went off on, but I think now we'll just start. I think that was it though. I think now we can actually start with the real reading. I think we got all that out of the way. Those were just the messages I was getting. Sorry. There was one. The point of that though was maybe you feel like that now, but basically the thing is, even though you feel new now, even though you feel like you don't know what you're doing, or this feels like so big and like other people know what's going on, but you kind of feel like an imposter. You're like, I don't know why I was called to this of all people, or like, I don't feel like this is, I don't know. If you feel that way, just know that I'm just getting that eventually you're going to get it, you know? Eventually you're not going to feel brand new. That's like with anything new that we do. We feel uncertain in it, or unconfident, not fully confident in it when we start. But then we keep doing it, and eventually it feels natural, or eventually, you know, we feel like. I also heard something about this not being your genre. For some reason, I heard that specifically, so that might be for somebody. Or that for some reason you feel like you don't fit into the community or the group or something of other people who are doing what you're doing for whatever reason, or maybe you're doing something very different than other people who are doing this thing are doing it, or something like that. But there's something about, again, feeling like an outsider, or feeling like you're very different, or you just don't belong in some way at first. But again, I'm getting that eventually you will feel like you find your, you do feel like you belong, or you will find a place where you feel you belong, or eventually you will feel confident in what you're doing. We've got this, or eventually you will be in the position where maybe someday you will even teach this to someone else, or people will even look up to you, or maybe that's already happening for you even, or it will soon or something. But I'm just getting, yeah, okay, I think I've said it now. But you guys are very cool. Even if you don't realize it yet, you really are. And yeah, you're going to do some really cool things in the world. All right. I'm getting, if you're having some weird dreams that you're doing things in your dreams and you were kind of wondering like there might be something about astral travel. Some of you might be astral traveling, or that might be something you're exploring or that you will get into, or astral projection or something, or like you are maybe you're, I don't know, but there's like something about you are doing work in the 5D, or you're doing work in your sleep, some sort of spiritual work, or you're like a spirit guide or something maybe. Even though you're still incarnated, you might be doing work as a spirit guide at least some of the time, or you're doing some sort of like mission or something in your sleep. So that, or in meditation, this might be happening. Like some of you might actually be trying to astral project or astral travel on purpose, or in some way your consciousness, your mind is traveling to somewhere that your body is not. Whatever name you want to give to it, if you were wondering if you were successfully doing that, I feel like this would be your confirmation that something is going on here, that you are traveling in some way. I was getting something about remote viewing, so that could be for somebody. That's interesting. This would be like a very specific confirmation for someone. So if you were wondering, or if you've been having vivid dreams about something and you were kind of wondering, like, was that a message from a spirit guide, or was this like, is this precognitive? Is this like a prophecy, or is this something that, is this a psychic dream? Is this something that's going to happen? I'm getting that this would be confirmation for you that yes, especially if it was something positive. I'm getting especially if it was something positive, that a positive dream that you were having, especially. But this could be just use your intuition, but that was mostly picking up on this would be a confirmation for like a positive thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. If you did have if you were really wondering if there was a dream, any dream that you had that you were really, really wondering, is this something that's going to happen or occur, or at least a very strong potential of this occurring, I'm getting yes. Or if you've met someone even in a dream or something, or you've been meeting with someone in a dream, or you've been seeing them a lot, I'm getting that they might also be dreaming of you too, or that could be someone you're going to meet. So, okay. I think I've covered it now. Okay, here we go. All right, so now we're going to find out, what will your future spouse love about you? Or if you already know them, this could be stuff they already love about you. Here we go. Oh, that was nice and fast. We got the bee and pomegranate, productivity. Okay, so they love your work ethic is something that I was getting, or they love your work. So, or I'm saying they do. So yeah, maybe some of you do already, or they are already aware of you. Some sort of work you do. I was feeling like you guys were creative. So if you do some sort of creative work, I feel like your future spouse is going to love your work, or they already do. They might be a fan of what you do even. But yeah, they really support your work. They think you're an incredible artist is what I heard, or you're whatever you're creating here or whatever work you're doing, it's incredible to them. They just think it's amazing. Oh, and this could be your spiritual work too. Or whatever work you're doing. I feel like it's any of the work you do, whatever it is. And for some of you, your spiritual work is your creative work, you know? Um, like your spiritual calling, your soul calling is to create some sort of art or whatever it is you're creating, you know? But anyway, I just really feel like they love your work. They think you're incredible, and they're really impressed by, excuse me, how basically just how well you do and how much you're able to do, like how much you're able to get done. There's something about with the pomegranate here. Yeah, bee and pomegranate. I'm being drawn to, I'm being reminded of Persephone for some reason. So for some of you, Persephone could be significant. She could be a guide of yours, or the story of Persephone in Hades could mean something to you, um, or maybe the story, maybe even the story of I don't know, but there's something about Persephone. Maybe it's because she ate the pomegranate seeds and stayed in the underworld because of that. But the thing about Persephone is she is the goddess of spring, I think. She comes out of the underworld in order to bring spring back to the world, you know? And when she goes back to the underworld, then that's when we have winter and we have the kind of cold, barren seasons. But she's both. She lives in both worlds. She's the goddess of the underworld. She's also the goddess of spring. You know, those two very like kind of seemingly polar opposite energies. And maybe you're kind of like that. And I think your future spouse finds that very interesting about you, where like you aren't afraid of the darkness. Maybe it's like you've done a lot of shadow work, or you have that depth. You have that, it is, yeah, like you're familiar with your shadow. Maybe you've accepted your shadow, you've integrated your shadow, or maybe that's something you're going to be working on more. Or it's like you've been through very dark periods, or you are going through a dark period and you're going to make it through it, you know? But it's like you've been through that darkness, you've been to the underworld. You can be there. You can sit in that energy too. It's like you're not afraid of the darkness. You're not afraid of or if you are now, I feel like that's a process you're going through where you're going to become not so afraid of those darker aspects of yourself, or those aspects of other people as well, or the darker, just like kind of the more scary or painful, or darker experiences that people can go through in life. I feel like you're able to handle that stuff. I feel like you would be the person, or I'm feeling like anxiety, like somebody is like, oh no, no, no. But this is just take what resonates. Maybe this won't be for you. But I am getting for most of you here, it's like you can embrace and aren't afraid of any of it. Or if you are afraid, you still face it. You can still made it through. Or I don't know, but I'm just really getting, guys, I don't know, I just keep hearing touched by darkness. You've been touched by darkness. Your life has been touched by darkness. Pain, suffering, grief, very difficult things to get through. And all of us at some point, we do go through some sort of suffering, some sort of grief, some sort of pain or loss. That's just a part of life, unfortunately. There is going to be some sort of challenge or difficulty or pain at some point, somewhere along the way for all of us. But I'm getting you guys may have had a particularly large amount of that at some point in your life. And it has made you very strong, or it is making you very strong. And your person really admires that strength about you, that inner strength, and that you've been through so much darkness, that you've been to the underworld, so to speak. But you are still so light. You are also the goddess of spring. It's like you're both, it's like you come out of that underworld and you're like, what? She lives in the underworld? Because how? She's this god, because now she's the goddess of spring. She's, the bees and butterflies and chirping birds and sunshine and flowers and all the beauty and the lightness and new life and all that beauty, that's you. You're delightful. You have that joy, that sparkling energy to you. At the same time, though, that you also are of the underworld as well. It's like you've lived in both of those energies. You're all of it, And I'm getting you're able to connect with a lot of people. You're able to meet people where they're at, and you're able to help people who are currently in the underworld. You're a healer, basically, is what I'm getting, or you will be able to heal people, I think, because because you've been to the underworld. You can help other people who are there to come out of that as well, I'm just getting you can go to the underworld and come back like Persephone. You can walk between. Like people who are going through a really difficult time. It's like because you've been there. I don't feel like I'm saying all this. I'm not sure if I'm saying all this correctly, but it's like because you've been in a dark place, you know what it's like, and you're better able to reach someone who's in that dark place than somebody who's never been there, because it's like people can just feel it, or they can just sense it. They know that or it's just you have a more comforting or reassuring energy because you have this inner strength, because you have been to these in this darkness and come out of it, Hopefully that's making sense. Anyway, your future spouse has so much respect and so much love and admiration for, I'm just getting, for all the depths of you, all parts of you. This is not a shallow, like, oh, I like your, like you have the most beautiful legs. Maybe you do, but this is deep. This person truly sees you. That's what I'm getting. Your future spouse really sees you and understands you. And you feel like a very complex person to me. You are very deep. You have a very rich and interesting story. I mean, everybody does to some degree. We all are all interesting. We all have, our own stories. But you guys there's a lot of I heard nuance to you, or there's a lot of, there's just a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to you. There's a lot of layers. There's a lot of depth. There's a lot of maybe even sort of contradictions, but you're kind of complicated, not on purpose, but you are multifaceted, there's just a lot to you. And they love all the parts. They love all parts of you. Bear. The bear and cedar, leadership. I feel like someone's sad that the otter went that the otter went away. That's funny. Oh, here, I'll move it. I'll move it over here so you can still see it. You may even help this person out of the darkness, or you might even help to heal your future spouse in some way. That's a possibility for some of you. They may also help you to heal something as well. I don't know. It could be that you both help each other out of the darkness at some point or another, but yeah, you might heal your future spouse. Or again, they might heal you, something like that, but where there's just something very healing though about your connection. It might be healing for other people too, to like see your connection, your relationship. But just take what resonates. For some of you, it'll be very private, but for others. Okay, with leadership, I really do feel like, again, your future spouse really admires your strength. Yeah, this power that you have, they know you're powerful and they respect that power and they appreciate. It's like they don't want to stifle that power. They don't want to make you feel weaker or like you have to dim your light or be less powerful in order to make them feel comfortable. I'm getting they're very powerful too. I don't know why that's coming through, but that's just what I was getting. It's maybe that's something you've dealt with in the past, or a lot of people might feel insecure when coming into connection with someone as powerful as you. But I'm just getting your future spouse is your match. They are also incredibly powerful and they are not intimidated by your power, and they really like your power. They like your strength. They think you are formidable is what I heard, and amazing. You're magical, and they think I heard you're hot. You're hot as hell. You're well, I heard something else. You're very hot. Okay, you're very attractive to this person. That's something that's coming out too. You're hot. You're okay. Yeah, I keep joking on my words here. I feel like I can't actually say the words, but I probably should just say you're. Why can't I say it? I'm too shy to say it. Why? I'm not usually this shy to say it. I don't know. You're sexy as fuck. Like, that's just what I keep hearing. I don't know why they wanted me to say that specifically. You're really, really attractive to this person, okay? Like, they just wanted me to say that. I don't know. You're really hot, okay? This person finds you super, super, super attractive. And I don't know why I turned so red. Like, I actually blushed. My whole neck was red and everything in this reading. Like, I say that word all the time. I literally say it all. I say it all the time. I mean, not like literally all the time, but like I don't say it like every other sentence or something. But I mean, most days I will say that word at least once. Maybe not most, maybe not every day, but like it's still pretty frequent. Okay. It's not like, that's a foreign, like that's a forbidden word to me or something. I use it a lot. I used to use it a lot. Um, but I'm trying to be more proper now. But anyway, it's like, so I don't know why that embarrassed me so much. But I guess it's just because it's YouTube and I'm usually trying to hold it back and not like say these words too much. You are allowed to swear on YouTube, but they want you to not do it like a whole lot, I guess. So anyway, point is, I don't know why that embarrassed me. I don't know if that's your energy. I'm sorry if I did embarrass you. That's just your person coming through, though. I don't know. Maybe there's this thing where your person might kind of think that I like you're very proper or something, or maybe that's kind of the way they perceive you. And so maybe they would be surprised if you said that word. Or I don't know, there might be something where they kind of want to bring you out of your shell because they perceive you to be kind of, I heard buttoned up or something, but just take what resonates. This might not be you at all. Or just kind of like uptight sometimes, or maybe you just feel very nervous to like I heard misbehave or do anything that you're not supposed to. Or maybe again, there's something like very proper and kind of more rigid about you sometimes. And again, this might not resonate for everybody, but if you are that way, there's just something about like they want to bring you out of your shell, or they want to kind of like, I heard be a bad influence on you or something, or get you to yeah, I heard break the rules, or like not if you're like really really uncomfortable with it. I'm not saying this person is going to like push you to break a law or something, or do something actually really bad, but they might like kind of want you to, they might kind of want to, yeah, I'm just, I just, I'm getting like they might kind of think that you kind of want to be bad, but you're like scared to, or you feel nervous about it, or again, like you always followed the rules growing up, and so then you feel like, and they kind of want to, again, it's like they want to kind of push you out of your comfort zone. Not, again, not if you're really, not like they want to actually cross your boundaries or anything. If it was something you were genuinely uncomfortable with, this person wouldn't push you. What I'm getting though is that like they're thinking it's more like a nudge, you know, not maybe like a push, but like a nudge. And it's because they sense that you kind of want to. Maybe there's some stuff that you kind of feel like for instance, maybe when you grew up, you were in a very strict household and you were never allowed to say fuck. And so it's like you get nervous about that, or you're like, oh, I can't say that, or no, I get, okay, I'm getting like the scene from Titanic. What I'm seeing is the scene from Titanic where Rose is, what were they doing? I don't know, but were they spitting or something? I can't remember what it was he was trying to encourage her to do. And she's like, I couldn't possibly, Jack. What was, or was that what she said? I guess I need to watch the movie. It's been a really long time. But you know, she was just like, oh, no, like I can't do that. But she actually kind of wanted to, you know? She wanted to do that thing she wasn't really supposed to do, you know? And it wasn't anything like actually really bad, but it was just like it wasn't the proper thing, or it was like a lady doesn't do this. I don't know. But again, maybe there's just like something you felt kind of restricted about. And or maybe this is something like in the bedroom or something, and you feel kind of like maybe you felt, I'm just getting you, maybe you felt repressed in some way growing up, or in your and this person wants to kind of like help free you. That's kind of what I'm getting. It's more like a freedom thing. They want to help kind of like, yeah, they want to help free you and give you a chance to express yourself in a different way that you felt was like taboo or forbidden, or like you weren't allowed to before. Hopefully that makes sense. Or maybe this is something that you kind of, or maybe this is something you're going to do for them. I don't know. Or maybe you kind of do it for each other. Like maybe it's sort of like you both kind of felt that way growing up, and like together you're going to like do this thing you weren't supposed to do together, and like you're going to kind of be rebellious and kind of like be rebellious together, or free each other in some way. I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, I heard partners in crime, but again, it's funny because it's something like, it's not something severe. It's not something actually, even that bad. But again, it's just like maybe both of you felt like you weren't allowed to say fuck. So like together, you're gonna be like saying it a lot or something and like getting past that, or like that's your that's your form of rebellion. I don't know, but I don't know. There's something cute to that. Or like maybe you grew up in a household where you were like always forced to eat really, really healthy. Like you were never allowed to have like any sugar or any junk food at all. And it's great to take care of your health, right? It's good to eat healthy. And I know we put a lot of focus on that, and that's good. But, sometimes in life, it's good to have a balance. And sometimes you just want to experience some cake or something, like at least once or a few times in your life. Everything in moderation. I know some people might disagree with that. And okay, if you have dietary restrictions, I get it. I'm not allowed to eat any sugar. Or, that's something that I have adopted that has really helped my body with inflammation. I have a chronic health condition and it makes me feel so, so much better that I follow that. I don't have any like I'll have some honey sometimes, but that's literally the only type of sugar I eat. I mean, I'll eat fruit and stuff sometimes too. So that, there's sugars in that. But what I'm saying is that honey is the only like sweetener I really add to things. So like I get that, okay? But maybe for you guys though, that's not as much of a concern. And like maybe you always felt like so restricted, like I have to eat healthy all the time. I can never have anything that's junk food, and your future spouse is just like have the cheeseburger or they're just like they're like have the cake sometimes. It's okay to like cheat sometimes, or or like maybe or the ice cream or whatever it is, like if you're in again every once in a while at least. And maybe you guys, or maybe you were both like that. You were both raised in a household like that. And you were both like, I always wanted to eat that sundae, but I felt like, oh no, I can't possibly eat that sundae. Like I cannot gorge myself on this gigantic sundae. That's terrible. Like it's like this massive sin. Like we can't possibly have this gigantic amount of junk food. Like, but together, both of you are like, should we go to that place and get like that giant sundae? And just like completely pig out on this thing. And like both of you are like, no, we can't. It's like, it's forbidden. But like both of you, then you go and do that and you're just, I don't know, like it might be something like that. And again, it wouldn't be anything that's actually gonna like hurt you long term, because it's not gonna be like an everyday sort of thing. But something like that, where it's like kind of bad, but not really. It's not like super bad. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying. Okay, but there's something about that coming through. And like your strength, your power, that is very attractive to this person. Like, again, you don't have to feel like you have to hide it or repress it or, rein it in or, like this person loves your light. And they love your strength. They love your power. They love all of you, really. That's what I'm getting. They just love all of you, really. They understand, they see, excuse me, they appreciate, and they love all parts of you. That's what I'm getting. Like I'm hearing there's nothing they don't love. They love all of it, which is amazing. Like, yeah, this feels like a powerful soul connection, which I'm not surprised because you have this strong calling, and it feels like you have a divine counterpart that has a calling that's compatible with yours that you're doing together. You're going to do spiritual work together, some sort of work or creative work, whatever it is that you feel really strongly called to. That is your contribution to. And I noticed that in this reading, I kept swallowing so much, and I'm not sure why. I mean, it's not usually that excessive, but it just kept happening. In the beginning, I felt like I was going to cry, and I thought that's why I kept doing that. but I did it throughout the reading. And the weird thing is that as I'm editing this, I'm doing the same thing that I did during the reading. Like as I'm exposed to the energy, the same thing is happening. And that does not, I wasn't doing that before I started the reading. And I don't know what that is. So I'm not sure what that, I really don't understand that. I'm not sure about that signal. I have actually had this before where, um, where my mouth went dry in just one group. I've had that happen. It's been a little while, but I did. I've had those groups before. And then somebody told me, I think they told me that they did struggle with dry mouth, or that like whenever they were in a reading, the reader would complain about their mouth going dry. So I don't know if I'm picking up on somebody's energy, or, oh, I just saw 2122. I'm doing it again. And I saw 2112 and 222. Okay, so those could mean something, but like I don't know what that is. Or maybe you guys have like a sore throat right now, or a scratchy throat, or I don't, or you're really thirsty or something. Maybe, I don't know, but I feel like I felt like I was supposed to mention that, because that might be a sign or a synchronicity, or might mean something to somebody here. So anyway, the collective to the world. You're going to be doing that with your partner. Some of you might be in a leadership position. You might own your own company. You might be like a teacher or a guide, or in some way you're leading other people though, or you might be like a boss or a manager or something, or whatever it is you're doing though. It looks like you are in some sort of leadership position here, or you will be. And yeah, your future spouse just thinks you're really, I heard you're kicking ass. You're kick ass. You are, yeah. And I'm getting, you're a responsible leader. You are what they would consider a truly great leader. Like who should be in a leadership position, you have great, you're responsible, you are ethical, and you are like who should be in a position of power, who should be in a leadership position, and they admire you so much, and they're just like, that is my person, they're so proud of you. That's just what I'm getting so much, that they're like so proud to stand. I'm hearing they're so proud to stand beside you, or like they're so proud that you're their person. They're just like, look at that magnificent human, like that person, that just like, they're just in awe that you're their partner, that you're just so wonderful. I'm hearing that even someone is, yeah, like maybe at some point they did go through a feeling maybe they felt like they wouldn't meet someone like you, or maybe they even had moments where they were like, does someone like this even exist? And then there you are, and they're just so proud of you. They just think you are the most amazing person, really. They just love you. There is nothing shallow about this love. This is so deep. This says the antelope and wheat nourishment. This person feels like you're one of your, again, like your biggest fan, or like a cheerleader is what's coming through. I feel like you're that for each other though, or you're going to be that for each other. You both encourage each other. You both support each other and support each other's work and cheer each other on and have each other's back. And it's just a really great, I'm really liking this. It feels very reciprocal, and I'm very fierce. You fiercely love each other. Like this is, and you might have like a fierceness too, or that's something you might have more of in the future. I don't know. But anyway, fierce protector is something I heard. Maybe your future spouse will be a fierce protector of yours, or you will be a fierce protector of them, or you will fiercely protect each other, something like that. But anyway, maybe in different ways, but like you might do that. For okay, this one's actually a more simple one. Okay, that's cute. They love your cooking. Um, it's the nourishment card. That's coming through so strongly. It feels so obvious to me that they love your cooking. They really, really appreciate the food you make for them. Um, or, yeah, yeah, they love your cooking. That's just what's coming through. Or and I think also they might appreciate um like your knowledge of nutrition is something coming through, or there's something about the maybe you eat really healthily. This might not be for all of you, so just take what resonates. It might just be that you cook really, really good tasting meals and they just think they are so lucky to have you. Um, they just feel so lucky to get to eat these meals that you prepare. Um, excuse me, because they're so good. But for others of you, it could also be that um, the meals you cook are very healthy and maybe their health has improved since being with you, or again, this would be in the future because you're because they're eating more nutritious food because you're making that, because you're good at nourishing yourself well, you're good at eating well. They just have been eating the food that you're cooking, and so now their health is improving. Because now their diet is so much better because you're cooking the food, and you're really, you cook healthy meals, balanced meals, nutrient rich meals. And so, yeah, they literally feel more nourished because of that. Um, and they really, really appreciate that. That's something coming through. Or it could also be too that if they really like cooking, if this doesn't resonate for you and you're like, I am not a good cook, then I'm just getting that they enjoy cooking with you, or they enjoy having you there. Maybe they like to cook, and maybe it just feels really good to them to have someone that they love that they can cook for. Because sometimes, especially sometimes it's kind of sad when you cook this really amazing meal and then you don't have anyone to share it with. And especially if no one's like very excited about it. But I'm getting that maybe you get really excited about the food that they cook, and it's like it's really fun for them, or it feels really nice to them to finally have someone that they can cook for, that they can kind of spoil in that way, or that where you really appreciate it and you really enjoy the food they cook. And it just feels good to have to share that with you. And I'm just saying you're a joy to cook for, that you're really fun to cook for, or to again to cook with. Um, it just feels really nice. Like maybe there was a period of time where they were single for quite a while, and maybe they were very single. Maybe they didn't even have like a friend group or many friends to cook for, or really anyone to cook for. And maybe this is a talent of theirs, and so it was just kind of sad because they're just making all this food, but they didn't really have anyone to share it with. And so sharing that with you and you being so excited about it, really, really enjoying the food, it's like it feels very rewarding for them, or it's they really enjoy it a lot. So just take whichever one of those resonates, or it might be a little bit of both. Maybe you're both good cooks and like sometimes you cook for each other. So again, just pick whichever one of those scenarios feels like it would fit best for you. Or you might not know yet if you don't know your person, so just I guess you'll find out when it happens, but it's one of those is coming through. So yeah. Yeah, and on the bottom of the deck is overcoming the goat and willow, overcoming obstacles. So again, we're being brought back to that message of like you've been through so much, you're so strong, you've overcome so much, and you continue to do that. Again, I feel like you help other people overcome obstacles too, and you're just amazing. You're just so they just honestly think you're like the most incredible person. Yeah, because I split the deck at the deer and oat healing, and also the fox and ivy adaptability. So again, you have this, yeah, you're dynamic. You can adapt to pretty much any circumstance. Um, any environment, no matter how harsh, you can find a way to, make it through. And then find a way to change things for the better, to transmute the energy, to find a way to thrive no matter what's going on, or to find a way to improve things no matter how bleak they seem at first. Like, you are just this, I'm just getting you're just such a light. I heard hero. So for some of you, someday someone might literally call you a hero. Like, what you do might be actually heroic, or at least you will be a hero to other people. Like, in their personal life, you were like a hero to them. Even if you never get acknowledgement for that or called a hero, I'm just getting, though, that you will be, though. You will be. You are. You have saved people, or you will save people, even if you don't know that. You have, like, even in the spirit or something, you have. But I'm just getting your work, something you do, even if you never hear, like, even if no one actually says that to you, I'm getting you are people's hero, or you have saved people, you have healed people. Even if you don't know it, you have. You really, honestly, wow, I'm feeling this so powerfully. You really have. I feel like I really need to drive that home for someone. You have healed people, or again, you will. But I'm getting, for most of you here, you already have, but it's at least that you will. But I'm getting, for a lot of you, you have. You have helped people. And you have literally changed people's lives. You have impacted them so deeply. Like, I don't even think you know. For some of you, maybe you do have an idea, but some of you don't know. But you have, guys. Yeah, you are healers. You are. Or and again, you're warriors, or you're heroes, you're either one or all of those things, but man. Okay, we're gonna get this last card and then we're done. The lizard and pitcher plant, stagnation. But for some reason I'm getting transformation from this. Okay. Graceful persistence. And the sheep and blackberry, devotion. Okay, so what I'm getting is that you don't become stagnant very easily, or like you go for your goals, you pursue your dreams diligently and passionately, and you don't stay stagnant for long. You're not the type of person, or at least this is how they will see you, this is how you will be in the future. You are not someone who sits on their laurels, is what I heard. You're not someone who just kind of like gives up and becomes hopeless and doesn't move and just kind of stays stuck or stays attached to things that aren't good for you, and then just persists in that state and just stays there. I'm hearing you get up no matter what is going on. You keep going, or you keep you don't give up, basically, is what I'm getting. Maybe you take rest when you need to, maybe sometimes, we all have our moments where sometimes what's needed is to give up, or at least temporarily, or to release, to detach, or we need a moment to just lie there. Sometimes we just need a moment where we can't move forward. We all have times like that, but I'm getting that in general, you don't stay there long, and you don't get stuck. You don't get stagnant. You keep going. You don't give up. Energetically too, I'm getting, you don't stay energetically stagnant, or you don't just, I'm I'm getting you're the type of person that would be a lifelong learner. You're always learning something new. You're always trying something new. You're always shifting something up in your life, or, but you're always keeping something new happening in your life at all times. And that keeps your energy from becoming stagnant. And I'm getting you don't wait for life to happen. You go out and you make things happen. Your very action, you take a lot of initiative is something that I'm getting, or you take action. I'm getting you also know how to receive. You also have a very receptive energy, but I'm just getting that, like, if something's not working, or if something's toxic, if something's not good for you, you will let go of it. You will detach from it. You won't just keep hanging on, trying to make it work when it won't work for years, and just like wasting that energy and time. I feel like you know how when it's time to let go of something, when it's time to release, and you do that. Because the lizard in this card, the lizard sometimes gets stuck in these pitcher plants, and there was something about them sometimes having to let go of their tail to lose their tail in order to escape from things. So, and then they can regrow. They can regrow that tail. They can regenerate. And I'm getting you guys, again, you're very resilient. I'm getting phoenix energy from this. You may have been through many different resurrections during your life, or many phases of spiritual awakening, or many difficult challenges that you've had to, rise from the ashes from, like we mentioned before. But also, there's also something about constantly transforming, or constantly evolving, and constantly changing and shifting. And I mentioned the whole lifelong learning thing, but also I'm getting, maybe for some of you, you like to switch up your look a lot too. Maybe you're the type of person where you almost never look the same. Like every time someone sees you, you just look slightly different, or you have a completely different look, or maybe not every single time, but it's like maybe you switch that up frequently. Or even if you don't mean to switch it up, you might just appear differently. Even if you're not doing the changes intentionally, they still happen like that. And so you change a lot, though. Something, yeah. And again, not every detail, maybe not all of this will be for everyone here, so just take what resonates. But I was getting that for some of you. And you do know how to let go of things that aren't serving you, that are not good for you, that are just holding you back. Even when it's very hard sometimes. I'm also getting you have been good at releasing the past, letting go of past wounds or past hurts, things, that have happened to you before. And again, I think they just think it's amazing what you've overcome, because the things you've had to move on from and heal from in your past have been really difficult things for a lot of you. Yeah, and I'm getting that this everything about you here is bringing you a lot of success, or it will bring you a lot of success if it hasn't already, because we have the chipmunk with success here. So, oh my gosh, and I was saying you don't sit on your laurels, and it's you got the laurel here. So yeah, anyway, you seem like you guys are a go-getter, guys, or at least you have that side of you. Maybe you're not always in that energy, but you definitely have that. Oops. Hang on, guys. 1 second. I gotta plug in my phone because it is dying. Hang on. You don't want that. Yeah, I'm getting you're good at recharging. You're, you're good at managing your energy so that you don't get drained too. Sorry about the turbulence. All right, I think we're okay. Is this generally where we were? I think it is. It's close at least. Okay. So yeah. Okay, well, we're just going to go with that. Yeah, you're good at managing your energy. You're good at managing your time and your resources, and you know when to rest, and you know when to strive forward so that you don't end up in burnout. And that can be hard to do sometimes, you know. So we're not just hustling all the time, or, you know, burning the candle at both ends, burning yourself out. It's like you're good. You have a good, healthy balance. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I've got for you, group 2. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I tried to do the outro here, but there was a portion that I forgot. I forgot to do the pistachios shells like I did for the first group. So anyway, I'm going to do that now. All right, guys, I now know why I was All right, guys, I know why I was stumbling over the outro, because I forgot to get something for you guys. I was going to get you some of these little pistachio confirmations, okay? So this is my new little thing here. It's my little bowl of pistachio shells. I had a lot of pistachio. Okay, they gave me the wrong pistachios at the store because I picked up the groceries, and they didn't have the ones that were already shelled, so I ended up with a bunch of pistachios that I had to get out of the shell, and then I had a bunch of shells, and I just thought, as I don't know, they were on a plate, and I picked them up, and I was like, ooh, I like the sound these make, and I don't know, I was just playing with them, and I'm like, you know, maybe I should do something with these shells instead of just throwing them all away. Like maybe they would make some cute little charms. So I wrote on all of them, and they have different words on them, and they have like some are just letters and numbers, and then other ones have like zodiac signs and then random words on them. And so anyway, I have these, and I'm going to get a few of these for like some just final confirmations for you, although I think you will know from the energy check that this was your group. But these are fun too sometimes too, so I'm just going to get a few of these. Oops. Okay, we have animal signs. So some of you may have been getting animal signs recently, or there might be a significant animal sign that you get right after this reading, or maybe during this reading to let. Maybe you had, I'm seeing a crow. So for some of you, maybe it was a crow specifically, or a bird or something, or whatever it was. There might have been some animal that showed up while you were watching this reading, and I'm just getting that was, or if you see see an animal in some sort of strange, you know, where it feels like a sign, I feel like it's reminding you. Oh no, I'm also getting a lot of you have been getting not only is it reminding you of this reading, but I'm just getting in general. You guys might be getting a lot of animal signs recently, or you're going to, and maybe you didn't know. Excuse me, maybe some of you did, but maybe some of you aren't used to. Maybe some of you did know they were signs, but some of you might not be used to getting animal signs so much, but I'm getting animals will definitely be showing up more in your life, in random places, and those are signs that you're getting from your spirit team, from your spirit guides, from your higher power, from the universe. And you might want to get if you don't already, you should get an animal spirit guidebook. Maybe to look them up, look those messages up when you receive them. That might be something that you want to start doing. We've got the letter H. I personally like Dr. Stephen D. Farmer's animal spirit guidebook, but there's a, you know, there are a few out there, but that was the one I first started with. And when I, you know, first really started following animal signs. So anyway, you might want to look into that. That's the one I recommend. But again, there are other ones too. So just look into them and see which one feels right to you. But anyway, there we go. We have the letter H, like I said, and then we have the letter I. Hi. Maybe someone's going to be saying hi to you soon. Maybe you're going to be meeting someone soon. Or someone's going to be sending you a message. I don't know. Or someone's going to be, I don't know. But I'm getting an introduction, or you're going to see someone maybe that you haven't seen in a while that you want to see. Or someone's going to wave hi or say, I don't know. But there's something about like a meeting or a meeting or a reunion or something like that. But yeah, or a message. Again, there's some sort, because we have hi there. All right, anyway. And then we have the letter K. Oh my gosh, guys, we have a secret admirer here. Okay. So I said someone might be saying hi to you, so maybe it's a secret admirer that's going to be saying hi to you. That's so cool. Okay, we have the letter B.
I just heard brat or bat for some reason.
We have the letter S. So these could be like your initials or this person's initials or something like that. Oh my. Okay, yeah. So these are, again, I told you guys this. I mean, by now it's pretty clear that this is a very spiritual group, but they're even coming out in the pistachios. We have earth spirits here. So some of you might be connecting with, there's a lot about the earth because we've got animal sign and we've got earth spirits. So maybe a lot of you are spending a lot of time in nature, or that would be really good for you right now. That would help deepen, or that would help like strengthen your connection to spirit, or, you know, to your higher power, because we have higher power here. So, but I'm just getting, yeah, nature would be really good for you, very healing. If you don't already get out, you might want to do that more. I'm getting, you will be able to feel closer to your spirit guides, closer to your higher power when you're connecting with the earth. And I was hearing water too. Like maybe if you can go to a body of water, a large body of water, that might be really good for you. But if you can't, just anywhere outside that you can, if you can find a way to be alone and sort of like in a, you know, a place where there's not a lot of people or a lot of buildings around, where it's more, you know, out in nature, that would be best. But if you can't manage that, then at least some place where there's like a tree or there's grass, maybe you might want to practice earthing, you know, grounding, putting your bare feet on the ground. Might be really good for you. You might also be connecting with some sort of earth spirit, you know, like something like fairies or elementals or something like that. You might feel connected to them, or that might be, those might be spirits that you connect with already. Just take what resonates. That might not be for everyone, but, or even getting something about like people, like ancestors, or people who used to live where you live on the land that you live on, or something like that as well, as coming through. So that's interesting. Okay. And then we have Capricorn. especially if you live somewhere where people are buried, or maybe some of you could be mediums too. That's possible. That one didn't come out, but it's possible. Anyway, and then we have Libra. That could be a gift that's awakening for some of you if you don't already experience that. But again, this is a collective, so that won't be for everyone. But anyway, we've got Libra there, and then we have Pisces. So we do have 3 signs coming out there. But you don't have to be these signs in order for this message to resonate, but that would be an extra strong confirmation for you if you were. So there we go. Or maybe again, this secret admirer or something could be one of these signs, or these could be their sun, moon, rising, or yours or something like that. So anyway, all right, there you have it, guys. All right, now I think we're done. Thank you so much for being here and spending this time with me. Hope you enjoyed it. Sending you guys lots of love. Take care, group 2. Bye. Hi, group 3. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you'll get something out of this. All right, so for you guys, this is a very interesting group. I mean, they're all interesting in their own way, but you guys have a very different energy from the other 2. Okay, guys, so I forgot to mention that this portion of the reading in the beginning here is an energy check. So this is basically just me describing the energy I'm picking up on so that you can decide whether it sounds like you or not. If what I'm describing doesn't sound at all like you, like, it really doesn't sound like you, or it's not feeling right to you, then that's your indication that you might want to choose a different group, because the reading probably won't resonate. So if what I'm about to describe does sound like you, if at least a large portion of what I'm saying sounds like you, because I am reading for a collective, so most likely not every single detail will fit for every person watching this group. So, probably it won't be every single detail, but if there's like a good portion of what I say sounds like you and it just feels right to you, then you will have more, then you will be able to feel more confident that you're in the right group. So this is here especially for people who find it more difficult to, trust their intuition when they're choosing a group, or just to give like extra assurance or extra, confirmation that you're in the right group. So anyway, that's what this is here for. And if you want to skip it, there's a timestamp too. So, but also I wanted to mention that some of what I'm about to describe may also be features that your future spouse or whoever you asked about loves about you. So, you might want to listen to this portion for that too, but it's totally up to you. Just follow what feels right to you. Listen to your intuition, take what resonates, and all right, on to the original reading. The first thing I was getting was, first of all, I was getting a lot of different songs before I sat down, and also I'm getting really, really warm in this group, and I did not have this happen to me in the other 2 groups. There's a lot of energy. I also started like sweating. That's probably TMI, but like that I don't know, but I feel like that means something to the reading. Like, I'm really warm. I started sweating, and I started like my neck got really tense. Like I started feeling, but at the same time, everything around me got completely quiet. It's like never quiet here. It's never like completely and totally still. Like it was quiet. Like silence, quiet. And I just thought, wow, I can't believe it's actually silent. And I just sat here for a long time, just kind of like soaking in the silence, because it's never silent. Not completely, it was just complete and total stillness. There weren't any bugs singing outside. There was no noise from the neighbors. There was no traffic noise. There was no noise from fans or, air conditioning or anything. There was like nothing going on for like, oh, and then there goes something in the background. Yes, there's always something. But there was like nothing. It was just totally quiet. And that, anyway, I wonder what that means to this group. I know it means something because, and now I'm hearing the song, The Sound of Silence. I was also hearing the song Devil Went Down to Georgia, or I think that's what it's called. Devil went down. Oh, and I just saw 222. Devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind and he was way behind and he was looking to make a deal. I think those are the lyrics. I can't remember. I haven't heard it in a long time. And the boy said, "My name's Johnny and it might be a sin, but I'll take that bet you're going to regret because I'm the best there's ever been." I don't know why that. And then I was also getting the Queen's Gambit, and which I haven't seen. I haven't watched the show, but I've seen like clips and stuff from it. And I know it's about chess, and I feel like that has. Anyway, I'm just going to show you the card, but those were the things that were coming through my head first, and I wanted to get those out of the way before I forgot. So those could be signs and synchronicities for you. Georgia, Georgia. Okay, there's something about Georgia here because that's the second message of Georgia. And there was another song coming through too that had Georgia. Oh my God, yes, because I was also hearing the song from, I think it's Benson Boone, Slow It Down. And there was a line, and he also mentioned Georgia in the line that was going through my head. So I don't know what that means for someone here, but I was also getting that you guys are really good at something. There's something that you're really talented at. I think you guys are very intelligent, like very intelligent. And I feel like if some of you feel like that doesn't describe you, I'm still getting that you are. It's like maybe you don't realize how intelligent, some of you might not even realize how intelligent you are compared to most people. Or, like maybe someone even put you down about this won't be for everyone, but for some of you, maybe people even told you weren't intelligent or something. But I'm getting that either like that person was just trying to make you feel bad and basically disempower you. But it wasn't really true about you. Or I don't know. I'm kind of getting like how I don't know if this will be the case for everyone, but I'm kind of getting how some people, some incredibly intelligent people have been told or were told like when they were a child that they were stupid because they were like dyslexic or something. And they clearly were not unintelligent. They clearly were not stupid. It's just that their brain worked differently. And so the certain measures for intelligence that they were used to using were not a proper measure of that person's intelligence, So I don't know if I'm describing this right, but hopefully you know what I'm saying. Some of you might actually be dyslexic, but just take what resonates. Or maybe some of you even had some other sort of learning difficulty in school, or I'm not sure. But yeah, I do think that is the case for some of you, where like at some point maybe you thought that you weren't intelligent, or you thought maybe you were less intelligent than the average, but it was just because the way you learned was different, something like that. And maybe then you found out later that you actually are very intelligent once you found the right way of learning for you. For others of you, or this could also be the case for you, but it's like for some of you that's going to resonate, and then for others of you the other things that I'm saying are going to be right. So again, just pick what parts fit you, take what resonates. But for some of you, I'm getting that even if you don't feel like you're incredibly intelligent, or you feel like or at least not more intelligent than the average person, or at least people you're used to being around. If it's not something like that, I'm still getting, though, that you're really good at problem solving, or you're really creative. It's like, yeah, I'm getting creative problem solving, or yeah, there's something really amazing about your brain for some reason. Like there's something really that you're very talented at that has something to do with your mind. Yeah, so I'm getting like you're either very creative or you're very intelligent in other ways. I'm getting that you're really good at working things out. And so even if like you weren't book smart, or you felt like you didn't do very well in school, I'm still getting that there's something about the ideas you come up with that are really amazing. And for some of you, you might be really amazing at something. You might have like a hidden talent or something that you're not even aware of yet. Because I kept hearing hidden talent or secret. So for some of you, maybe it's something you do already know about, but you're keeping it secret from others for now. Or I don't know, something about what you do is hidden or secretive, but for some of you, it's hidden from yourself. So maybe it's something you haven't discovered about yourself yet, but you do. You have some sort of special talent or like skill, something you're really good at that you might not know about yet. Excuse me. I also heard $1 million idea. So for some of you, maybe I'm not necessarily saying it's going to make you $1 million, although it could. I don't know, or it could make you very wealthy. But for some of you, you might have like an epiphany or some sort of like really, like really amazing idea for a product, or like you invent something, or I don't know, but I'm getting that it might be like a sudden idea, like it might hit you out of nowhere, kind of like a divine inspiration, or I don't know, but it might just pop into your head out of nowhere. Or maybe that's already happened for you, and this might be a confirmation for you that that is a really good idea, that you should really seriously consider pursuing that or doing something with that. But yeah, I heard patent, so that could be relevant to some of you, but I don't know. So for some of you, you have like, you will, or you already have had some really good idea for, like a product or in some sort of invention or different way of doing something, or like a business idea. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's definitely someone here has a really good idea. That's coming through very strongly. So, okay, cool. I don't know what to do with the crystal. Maybe I'll just put it, I don't know if I want to put it here. Do I want to, I don't know. You're probably just like, just pick one, Kaylee. I can't. Okay, there we go. Your card, the raccoon and sycamore, curiosity. First of all, I do feel like you guys are very curious. I feel like you have a very curious nature about you. I think I was getting some of you might be into research, or you're just really good at finding whatever you need whenever you need it. You're very resourceful. Your cunning is something I heard actually, but if that word does not, if you don't resonate with that word, then I just feel like you're very clever. You're very smart. You are, I know I've said smart like a million times, but that's what keeps pushing through the most. Is this group is incredibly intelligent. It's just, that's just like the main thing coming through. I mean, there's a lot more, but I can't stress this enough. I don't know why they keep just telling me that, because I'm like, okay, yeah, I know, I covered it. Like, I said it already, but they're like, no, really. So you guys, I don't know. You must be incredibly intelligent. Or maybe some of you don't think that you are, and that's why they keep stressing this. Because they want me to tell you, no, actually, you really are. Maybe you're smarter than you think you are. But I'm just kidding. You're very intelligent. And, um, and yeah, you're very resourceful. It's like you can always get what you need. You always get what you need, or you can always get what you need. And again, maybe some of you aren't aware of this about yourself, but I think a lot of you are. I think you do know this. Because I'm hearing you could get away with, okay, I'm hearing you could get away with anything or almost anything. I mean, you guys are, I don't know why this is, I mean, it's the raccoon, and they're very, they're kind of mischievous, really, a lot of times. They're very cute, and, they're very charming, and a lot of people, really like raccoons, but at the same time, they get into a lot of stuff, and they cause a lot of trouble for a lot of people. And
They will literally rip your house apart. I mean, I'm speaking from experience. Like, I had that happen. They can rip off siding. They're incredibly strong. Like, they look like these little, little tiny creatures. Well, not super tiny, but I mean, they're pretty small. But they are mighty. They are very strong. It's ridiculous. Like, the damage they can do is really surprising. Like, until I had an experience like that, I never would have thought a raccoon could do that. And people who are like, "Oh, they're so sweet and cute and cuddly," and I, I understand. Like, they are very cute and they are friend shaped. Okay, like I get it. But anyone who has seen a raccoon go vicious, I mean, they kill things. Like, they are scary. When they get scary, they're scary, okay? Like, really scary. And so there are like two sides to the raccoon for sure. And I don't know, for some of you, I'm not saying you're scary, but maybe you could be. Some of you, like, you might kind of have that crazy side to you sometimes, especially like if somebody, I'm hearing fuck around and find out. Okay, so for some of you, if somebody comes at you, uh, I heard, if they start it, you're going to finish it. So basically, you're going to win the fight. That's what I'm getting. And that might be kind of like a surprising thing for some people, because you might seem pretty peaceful, like the raccoon. You seem very cute and cuddly and peaceful, or, like a very nice person usually. And some people might mistake that for being passive, or thinking that you would be an easy target, or they might think that you would be easily manipulated, or I heard frightened into silence for some reason. I'm not sure why that specifically came through, but people might just think that they can push you around. That this might not be the case for all of you, so just take what resonates again. But I was getting that for some reason, and it's like, that's not what's going to happen in the situation. Again, if you have any sort of, I heard frenemy for some reason too. So again, I'm getting more specific stuff for some of you. Maybe you've dealt with frenemies in the past, people pretending to be your friend, pretending, maybe even trying to have a relationship with you for like pretending they were in love with you, or it could even be stuff like that. I don't know why I'm getting specifically this stuff, but I'm getting like maybe people have tried to manipulate you, maybe for money, or I don't know, maybe you've had narcissists around you, and that's just what they did, it basically just because they wanted to, because that's fun for them, or it's like a game. I don't know, and I'm sorry if you dealt with that. But what I'm getting is that if people do think that they can easily do that to you, they're wrong. um, that you are not. Yeah, I'm just getting like you're surprising. I'm hearing surprising the enemy, or you're hidden in plain sight, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm picking up on here. This is interesting, and I'm not sure that this is. I feel like this might not resonate with a lot of people here. I'm not sure. I don't know how many people this is going to resonate with, this specific part that I'm describing. This trait, or this, what I'm talking about right now, this might not be for everybody here. This might only be for a few people. I can't really tell. Sometimes I can't tell. This is one of those instances where I don't know how many people this is going to resonate for, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like there are specific pieces of people's stories coming through, but I feel like I'm not supposed to know for some reason, or like I'm not supposed to, like they're not going to let me dig into it. It feels private, but they're giving me sort of like more cryptic messages that I don't fully understand, but I feel like if it's your message, you're going to understand what I'm saying. I hope that makes sense. Okay.
But they always get, they're good at finding whatever, they're good at getting into things. They're good at finding what they want. They're good at, getting what they want out of a situation. So I feel like that's kind of you guys. I think, you're very likable, and I think a lot of people find you charming and enjoy your company, and maybe even think you're very cute. You might come across as cute. You have some cuteness about you. Um, but also, you know, you could be a bit of a troublemaker if you wanted to be. I'm getting like, I feel like for most of you, you aren't, or at least you aren't right now, but maybe there was a time, like maybe when you were younger or something, and maybe you're less like that now. I'm getting you're more responsible about it now. Um, but there could have been a time, or it's sort of like you could be that way if you wanted to be. Like if you wanted to get away with something.
You definitely could. But again, I'm getting it's more like a mischievous sort of energy. I'm not getting anything like super sinister or like bad or anything. At least that's not the energy coming through that I'm reading for. What I'm getting is I was kind of getting, at least the first people that came to my mind were Fred and George from Harry Potter. When I was doing this reading originally, I know this reading is a lot of voiceovers, guys, but for some reason it wasn't coming through that clearly. Again, there was this weird sort of like, it felt like there was a shroud almost, or there was like some of it, I don't know, but it felt shrouded in mystery for some reason. It's like some of you, I don't know, maybe some of you are actually very private and like very serious about your security and your privacy and your maybe even like your anonymity. And I know that's important to a lot of us, but for some of us, it's not that big of a deal, or we don't pay that much of attention to it, or not as much attention to it as maybe we should. But for you guys, I feel like you would take that very seriously. And maybe you're knowledgeable about those sorts of things. Because for some of us, we feel stressed out about it and we would like more privacy, but maybe we don't know that much about how to keep ourselves safe online. And some of it might seem kind of confusing or, hard to figure out. But I feel like you guys would have that information. You would know. Cybersecurity really is coming through pretty strongly for some reason. So maybe some of you are even into that, or maybe even do something with that for a profession. Um, but for some reason, I feel like that's actually coming through in the reading. Like you might, it, it, it's hard. It's kind of hard to read for you guys. Or there's at least a few of you in this group where that energy is so strong that it's literally making it hard for me to actually read the energy of the collective, because it's like getting in there. I know that probably sounds really strange, but like that's what it feels like though. Because it's not coming through smoothly, and there feels like there's a lot of blockages. It kind of feels like a maze a bit, or I don't know, but it's like I'll feel like the channeling starts in it. I'm like, okay, yeah, I know where this is going. And then all of a sudden it feels like I hit a blockade. And I'm like, oh, okay. It feels like I'm bouncing back and forth like a pinball. I don't know why I'm getting that. But it's like I'll start moving forward, like, okay, I'm getting the messages. Then it's like I hit a blockade, and then I'm like, okay, I guess I'll bounce. And then I feel off balance. And so then I'll like try again. And then I feel like I go in a different direction. And then I hit another. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm describing this properly. You guys probably don't even know what I'm talking about. Um, that's okay. I tried. Anyway, point is, it's a strange experience trying to read for this group and get clear messages is a strange experience because it's not like smoothly flowing in. Again, it feels like there are like a lot of blockages and things are more choppy and confusing and harder to like uncover. I just felt like I was supposed to try to explain this at least to you guys. I don't know if this is going to make sense for anybody, but um if you want to shed some light on this, I would, I would be interested, although I kind of feel like maybe that's not going to happen in this group. I If you are very private, like you might not want to share in the comments what this means. But if you did, I always enjoy hearing, how these messages um, apply to you guys. So anyway, but that's why. Anyway, I think all that to say that's why there are a lot of voiceovers in this reading, because it didn't just come through smoothly at the time, and now as I'm doing the editing, I keep getting more spirit guides coming in and being like, oh yeah, and add that thing. And I'm like, why couldn't you just bring this through the first time? And also, as I'm trying to do the voiceover, I'm repeatedly doing the voiceovers because again, they're like, oh no, but don't. I'm like, should I say that or should I not say that? Or like, are you gonna give me the information or are you not gonna give me the information? Or it's like you're only giving me like tiny portions of the information when I know there's way more, but you're not going to give me that. You're only going to give me this one part that I feel like is kind of confusing and isn't going to make a whole lot of sense, but that's just what they're giving me. So I don't know. Anyway, um, basically, uh, but what I was getting was Fred and George. Back to that again. Um, so I was getting like maybe pranks. You guys might like pranks, or jokes, or but I was getting like with them, they weren't like malicious about it. They didn't do anything that was actually supposed to hurt anybody or cause any true harm. It was mostly just for um it was usually stuff that most people found amusing or funny. It wasn't anything that was like a cruel, like super harsh. I'm getting you guys, if you do like that sort of thing, you would be good at it. And like the pranks that you would do, it wouldn't be like those mean ones or those like, even cruel ones that you see sometimes online where people are actually getting hurt or like people are really devastated or where it's really messed up. I'm getting that you would have ones that were actually funny for everybody involved, where like everybody could laugh at the joke, or, where there isn't someone who actually gets harmed or is being bullied or, has their feelings hurt or anything. It would be like you guys would actually come up with good stuff. Where again, it's an enjoyable experience or it's a funny experience for everybody involved in this situation. Um, if you do like that sort of thing. If you don't, then maybe this part just isn't for you. But I still feel like you would be good at that though. Like if you tried, if you wanted to come up with something like that, I feel like you would be good at that. You might have a really great sense of humor. and or you guys might be really good at surprise parties too. I don't know why that's coming through. Maybe some of you are event planners, or maybe you have planned surprise parties, but I'm getting you would be good at that. But yeah, I am getting like, again, you could get away with a lot of things, sort of like how Fred and George had the Marauders map that allowed them to, that's one of the things that allowed them to cause so much trouble, was because they had that map that would show where everybody was in Hogwarts in real time, so they could avoid getting caught, because they would know like where all the teachers and everybody in Filch were at all times, so they could, they could run away, or they could, avoid getting caught. And I don't know what that would mean to you guys. Do you have something that allows you to... There goes the block again. Well, you'll know what this means, though. I know, I'm feeling it in my body. I know they're saying that I have said enough for whoever this is for. You're going to know what I'm talking about. So, all right, I'm getting the signal that whoever's meant to receive that message is going to know what I'm talking about, or you're at least going to have an idea. Okay. So I think we're going to go back to the original reading again now. Nope, I lied. There was another part. Okay, for some of you, for some reason, Marilyn Monroe is coming through. And there was a movie. I haven't seen the movie, but for some reason, YouTube keeps constantly showing me these shorts of, which movie was it? Was it Gentlemen Preferred Blondes? It might be that one. I don't know, but she's like trying to, I'm seeing this scene where she was trying to get dinner reservations, I think, for dinner. But they were telling her that there was nothing they could do because, it was full. They were completely booked and there was nothing they could do. And she somehow ended up turning things around so that the guy was actually asking her, almost like begging her to come to dinner. She was saying that, like people, I don't know, but there was basically she was able to flirt her way into getting dinner reservations, and it was like she completely, so I'm getting maybe some of you, I'm hearing you could charm the, I'm hearing you could charm the pants off of anybody, or like you might be really good at seducing people, or again, you're good at using your charm, you're good at using your, I heard your feminine wiles, but I don't know if all of you here are, feminine, but I'm just getting that, again, like you could seduce people though, or you could use your, what is the word that I'm looking for? Your, I don't know, your magnetism or your attractiveness, to get what you want, basically. So, like she did in that scene, she got the dinner reservation she wanted, by convincing the guy that people might actually bribe him. What was it that she said? I can't remember the way she did it, but I'm just saying, hopefully you know what I'm talking about, okay? Again, it's so hard to get the messages through in this group, and it is such a strange, I've had this happen before, and it's like in the comments too, people are like, there's something wrong with your brain. I kid you not, people are like, there's something wrong with your brain, and like, this is what's wrong with you, and that's why you can't get these messages correctly, and like, maybe you have this problem, and maybe you have that problem, and I'm like, guys, it's just, anyway, but it's just the way the message comes through in a specific group. Like, it's not like this for every single group. It's just not. I mean, it is often like this, more often than I'd like it to be, but it is the group. It's not just me. Like, it's just the way the messages are coming through. Anyway, but hopefully you'll know what I'm talking about. Basically, I'm just getting, though, that you guys are
You are responsible with this. I think you have good intentions.
Like, I don't think you would use it to hurt anybody, and I feel like you would be discerning about, what situations you use it in and things like that.
But you are sneaky. There's something about like you could be very sneaky, or you can hide when you need to, or I really don't know exactly what it is I'm picking up on here because they're not gonna tell me. They're not gonna let me. Mm. No, it's blocked. They're not gonna tell. They're not gonna. It probably because it's a secret. You guys have secrets, or there's something you do that's secret, actually. Um, but at least for a lot of you, I mean, maybe some of you are watching this and you're like, no, but a lot of you that I'm picking up on, it's like you do something that it is hidden, or it is secret, or it's like behind the scenes, or um it's unseen somehow, or it's there's something about surveillance is coming up, but that's we're watching. I'm very drawn to the eyes on this, on this raccoon and the mask, and I don't know. I'm not going to get too much more into it. You're going to know, though. You're going to know if this is your group from what I'm describing, I think. Um, there's something about your eyes. I'm hearing your stare, or there's something very piercing, or again, very intimidating about your yeah, gaze, your stare, your eyes, your eye contact. It's like very, or it can be, let me put it this way, it can be intimidating to some people.
For others, I'm just getting that your gaze is very like seductive. So just take what resonates. Sorry about the thunder in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. There's a thunderstorm, but anyway, as I'm editing this. But yeah, it might be that rather than, well, maybe it's seductive and kind of intimidating. Maybe it's like a little bit of both. But for some of you, it's almost like a boring into people's souls sort of intimidating. I don't know. And then and maybe people like bear their secrets, or like just, yeah, wow, there's a lot of thunder in the background. Um, like, uh, like if you were to try to interrogate someone, like I feel like you would be really, this is such a weird message. Well, maybe it's not weird, but it's like you would be really good at interrogating people, because it's like they, like that sort of intimidation, like I don't know, it's like people feel like they couldn't lie to you or something. And then for others of you, you just have like a very seductive gaze, like, yeah, kind of going back to that sort of energy again. So it could be one or the other or both. And if you feel like this doesn't describe you, this could be like future energy. This could be something that you're going to have. Maybe you have this potential and you haven't explored it yet, or this just hasn't come out very much for you yet, but maybe it's going to. So that's a possibility too. Also, maybe this part just doesn't resonate, but I was getting this for a lot of you. So,
or you can be when you want to be. You may have even noticed where you might even have some sort of like almost like a gift, or maybe sometimes it doesn't always feel like a gift, but where like people just start blurting out their secrets to you, or like if like people just feel like they have to tell you stuff, or they have to confess, they have to just like, even if you aren't trying to get them to confess anything, maybe people just kind of like even just like blurt out their secrets to you sometimes, or I don't know, I'm just getting something about that. Or maybe some of you are even psychologists. There's something about psychology coming through too, or like some sort of therapist, because there's something about like behind something kind of hidden, like digging into something hidden, seeing something that's like underneath the surface, or like digging into something that people try to keep hidden, So that's why I'm thinking psychology, like thinking about the subconscious and bringing those things to light. But there's again, I was getting something about like investigation, or even like a detective maybe, or something to do with research, again, like digging into something and finding the hidden information, or finding what you're looking for. I'm thinking about the raccoon digging through trash, so I'm just getting that you can sift through a lot of information and extract what you need, or what you're looking for from that. So I'm hearing something about, I heard research analyst, or I don't know why that's specific, or like maybe you're an analyst or a researcher, or I don't know, something like that. Or maybe maybe you do something with psychology, because I was getting diagnosis, or maybe you work in the medical field or something for some of you. I'm getting you're really good at the same time that people confess all their stuff to you, or you at least have that ability, or, people tend to do that around you. I'm getting that at the same time that you can look into other people's secrets, or other people reveal their secrets easily to you. You are very good at hiding your own secrets. I was getting occlumency. I was hearing occlumency, which I think it's from Harry Potter. It's like the practice of shielding your thoughts. Basically, it's shielding your thoughts from psychic invasion, sort of, so that people can't read your thoughts. It's like what Snape was trying to teach Harry, to keep Voldemort from breaking into his thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the movies or read the books, but if you have, then you know what I'm talking about. But basically, I'm getting that you are able to do, it's like, yeah, you're like a steel, I heard steel trap, but you're like a steel wall. Like people cannot read you easily. Or at least most people cannot read you easily. Or if you don't want them to read you, then they can't read you. I'm not sure if you're doing this purposely. I don't know if you are doing that on purpose. That's actually something you practice. Or if this is unintentional, and that's just kind of naturally you have a boundary there. I don't know. I don't know if this is something you want, or if some of you may kind of wish that people could read you better. Maybe it's a bit of both sometimes. Maybe at sometimes you're glad that people can't read you, but other times you kind of wish that they could read you, even though maybe it's even kind of like simultaneously. You want to hide, but also you kind of wish somebody would see and that you couldn't hide. I'm getting something about that. That won't be for everyone. I'm feeling like that's not for everyone here, and again, this is a collective reading. It's a reading for a group of people, so just take what resonates, especially for this, because I'm throwing out a lot of details here, but did I forget to mention that this is the energy check portion, so to like give you an idea that you're in the right place. I forget if I mentioned that. Oops. Well, that's what this part is supposed to be. This is not what your person loves about you yet, although maybe they do love these parts too. But this was mainly to give you added confidence that you're in the right group, that you found the right pile. Because if you're not vibing with this energy, then you might want to check a different group. So, but I'm getting some of you, I heard multilingual. Some of you are multilingual. You speak many languages. I'm getting it's more than just, I feel like, excuse me. Um, I feel like that was confirmation. But yeah, so I'm getting for most of you here, it's not just two. It could just be two. But for a lot of you, I'm getting you speak more than two languages. Polyglot. Yeah, that is what that's called, right? I think it is. I'll have to look that up. I think it is though. It's always hard for me to remember things when I'm channeling. It's like I don't know, it's strange. There are things that I know usually that I can recall that just go blank and I like can't access it when I'm reading like this. So I'm not sure why that happens in my brain, but it just does. Um I don't know if it has something to do with like the part of my brain or how it's functioning or something when I'm doing this, but anyway. Um there's also something about your hands, like you wash your hands a lot. I know this is very specific and again, if you work in a medical field, maybe that's why the hand washing thing is coming through. Like you do something where you wash your hands a lot, or maybe some of you might struggle with a little bit of OCD or something like that. But there's something about like washing your hands very frequently because raccoons are some of the few creatures that actually like wash their hands in water and do the little hand washing motion. So there's something about that, or maybe it's just that you really like to you really like to be clean. Um, I'm hearing meticulous. Maybe you're very meticulous about your grooming, your self care. Um, again, keeping your space clean. I feel like that's important to most of you here. Cleanliness is very important. I'm actually thinking that some of you are like, yes, who is cleanliness? Like some of you might even be thinking like, of course, but it's like, well, it's not that important to everybody, unfortunately. But anyway.
But for you guys, I'm getting it's important, or at least for most of you here.
Some of you might wear glasses. Again, it doesn't have to be because that's very specific, but I just was feeling called to say that. Maybe you wear sunglasses specifically a lot, like maybe for your job, or I'm not sure. Or there's something about like safety glasses, but so again, maybe like goggles if you worked in a lab, or maybe you're even like a driver or something, so you have sunglasses on all the time while you're driving, or um, I don't know, but there's something about glasses coming through. But again, it doesn't have to be the case for everybody, but also some of you might have very good hearing. Again, very random bit of information here, but I don't know why. I'm just really drawn to the raccoon's ears, and I don't know. I feel like maybe you just have really good hearing. Some of you might actually hide how intelligent you are because you don't want to intimidate other people. That's just something I'm getting. Or you don't want to make them feel um I'm getting maybe some of you don't want to be condescending, or maybe that's something you felt like you did unintentionally in the past, so you try not to do that. Or maybe it's just that you feel like you wouldn't fit in if people knew how intelligent you were, so you just kind of try to um, kind of hide that. For some of you, that doesn't have to be the case, but I'm getting you might. Or, maybe you feel like you don't have a lot of people you can talk to about the stuff you're interested in because it's more complicated than a lot of people can understand. I'm just thinking of like quantum physics or some sort of physics or something, or mathematics, or, subjects that a lot of people don't know that would find it very challenging to understand. So I just saw 444. Or some sort of like engineering, or there's something with numbers or programming or something like that is coming through too. Also construction or architecture. There's something about like measurements or numbers. I'm just seeing a whole bunch of numbers. Numbers are not really my thing usually. I mean, I like synchronistic numbers. But numbers aren't really my thing. I'm not sure exactly what I'm seeing. It looks like maybe some sort of code. I've seen green writing, and again, I'm feeling anxiety again though. Maybe you have a very stressful job. For some of you, you might have a very stressful job. Like there's a lot of pressure on you. Or maybe you help people that are in a very stressful situation. That could be the case. Or maybe you do both. I heard crisis. So maybe you help people in crisis, some of you. Doesn't have to be the case. But yeah, I was getting something about, again, like working in a medical field or something. That would be people in crisis. So, or something else. But that, again, that won't be for everyone. That's only for some of you here. But whoever I'm talking to, like, I feel like everybody in this group does do something that's kind of high risk. I don't know if that's necessarily your career, but there's something risky that you do.
Or for some of you, maybe this is something you will do in the future. But I was getting that really strongly for this group. Like you do something where your safety is at risk, or your I heard livelihood. So for some of you, maybe I'm getting something about poker. I'm not sure if that will resonate for everyone, or the stock market or something. I don't think that will be the case for everybody here. I think some of you, you're like ultra careful with your money and you don't like any sort of risk in that area. But maybe, for instance, you do something where you could put your health at risk, like where you're working with sick people and you could end up getting, catching something. I don't know. Or like a driver where there's a higher risk of accidents. But, I'm not saying anything will happen to you, but I'm saying maybe you do something, though, where there is a higher risk than like at a desk job, of something going wrong. Hopefully that makes sense.
You guys definitely, you are doing something. You just are. You are doing something. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this here, and sometimes I repeat myself while I'm doing that because I'm digging, or I'm just like waiting for it to kind of float to the surface, like I'm waiting for the answer here because I'm channeling, I'm I'm using my clairs.
Clairs are the names that we give to things like clairsentience, clairaudience, clairvoyance. Those are the clairs. There are other clairs as well, but basically they're psychic types of psychic gifts or skills, or whatever you want to call them.
So it's not like I'm just thinking of the answer. Like I'm not just thinking like, oh, how could I interpret this? I'm literally receiving clairvoyant and clairaudient messages, and clairsentient messages, and sometimes like clairaudience messages too. Like sometimes I'll get smells even, but basically I just have to wait sometimes for the message to come up. So I that's why I pause sometimes. But I feel like you guys, you might seem like you're highly intuitive, but I'm not sure. You might be highly intuitive, but there's something here where like you at least have a good gut instinct about things. I'm not sure if you would call it intuition. Maybe some of you do. But some of you might have psychic gifts. Some of you might have, you might, oh, I heard clairvoyant specifically. So maybe some of you are clairvoyant or you do have some sort of clair. Or more than one. But for others of you, you might just be so intelligent that you're really, really good at making guesses about things based on, observation of details and knowledge of patterns of behavior. And oh, wow, the lights just did something strange. Anyway, yeah, the air conditioning was turning on, so I guess that kind of made all. Anyway, point is, I feel like you have excellent focus too. You guys are really good at. I'm hearing hyper focusing, so maybe you guys do have a tendency to hyper focus. I think that might actually help you in your job, but it might be, I wonder if some of you might be ADHD. Doesn't have to be, I mean, obviously I'm not a professional here, so I'm not diagnosing anybody, but I'm just saying if you know that you are, this would be like a confirmation for you, but you don't have to be. But there is something about, or maybe you're maybe even autistic or something too. Yeah, you might be like some maybe neurodivergent of some sort here, or even if you don't have a diagnosis or a label or something, there's still definitely there are certain traits that a lot of people with those diagnoses have that you do have. But specifically, I was getting hyper focus. I'm hearing hyper awareness too. So again, I'm getting like you're very detailed. You notice details really easily. You're really good at noticing all the details. Like very fine details that other people would miss. So again, I'm getting like, I guess that's why I was getting detective earlier, or this goes along well with that, or diagnosing things. But I'm getting you might be so good at it. Some of you might even be like a mentalist, or like you could be a mentalist, you know. I don't know if all of you know what a mentalist is, but you can go look it up. But it's sort of like you can predict things and you can make inferences and predictions about people and what's going to happen in their future, or what they're going, like what they're about to do based on analyzing, like based on noticing and analyzing like tiny details and predicting patterns of behavior. Basically, it's to the point where you almost seem like what a psychic would do, and people could like think that you could probably pass for one, but it's like you actually know how you're getting to that information. You're analyzing things. You're not just like receiving. It's different. Like how you're arriving at this information is different than how like most clairvoyants or psychics would do it. But for some of you, you might be For some of you, you might be both. Or it's like I'm getting to, like, some of you, maybe you could say that you could pass as a mentalist, but like you could say, oh, I'm a mentalist, like I'm just super, super intelligent and that's how I'm getting all this information, but you're actually kind of lying about it.
Like you actually are a psychic and you do have clairs and you're using your clairs and you're using all of that stuff, but because you don't want other people to know that, or because you feel like that's less acceptable, you are trying to like pass for a mentalist, or maybe you are sort of like both. You have intuitive gifts again, like maybe you have clairs, and also you're really good at analyzing details and making guesses based on what you know about human behavior and all kinds of stuff, and probability and things like that. But I am getting, for some of you, it might be like you're kind of in the spiritual closet, so to speak, and you are kind of hiding that aspect of yourself and instead saying that you're a mentalist. Again, this is highly specific, so I don't know how many people this is going to resonate for here, um, but I was getting that for somebody, or at least something very similar to this. Even if you don't call yourself a mentalist, it might be sort of, but hopefully you'll know what I'm saying. Like maybe it's just something where you'll get a psychic message, or you'll get some sort of download, or you'll get some sort of um, you know clairvoyant or clairaudient message or something, and people might be like, "Whoa, how did you know that?" And you might just be like, "Oh, lucky guess," or like I don't know, it was like an intuitive thing. You might say that, but really it's more than that, but you might not tell people that.
You're actually just using that so that people won't be like freaked out, or think you're like, oh, you're this weird woo woo person. Instead they're thinking, oh wow, they're so intelligent that they somehow know all this stuff because they can just like use their massive brain to figure all this stuff out. I don't know, I'm getting something about that. So again, it's sort of like it's a little sneaky. There's a bit of a masking here. Oh, with the mask. Okay, yeah, some of you, okay, could be on the spectrum, and you like mask. You feel like you have to mask some of your autistic traits or something like that. That could also be the case for some of you, but I'm also getting that yeah, there might be something here where you hide certain parts of yourself. A lot of people do, but I definitely wouldn't feel like you are the type of person where I would describe you as an open book, at least not to like everybody, or you could even be the type of person where people might actually think at first that you are kind of like an open book, but you might present that it's still a facade, though, is what I'm getting. It's sort of like to a certain degree. And I'm getting that that's to protect yourself, though. I'm not getting like that you're doing this to be, malicious or anything, or manipulate people for, corrupt reasons or something. I don't know why corruption was the word that came to my mind, but there definitely is. It's like you hide things for your protection. I'm hearing you hide things for other people's protection too. So I'm not sure. Again, maybe it would be sort of just an example would be a scenario where you're a therapist and you hide other people's secrets. Like you can't tell other people, or you're not supposed to tell anyone else about your patients, things that they tell you. So there's that confidentiality. So maybe some of you have something like that with your job, but again, yeah, there is something there where like maybe some of you might actually be, you might be psychic, or you might be spiritual. I'm getting you might be in the spiritual. I'm hearing you're in the you're in the spiritual closet. Maybe you're kind of okay, all right. So like maybe you wouldn't want people to know that you watch things like this. I don't know. Maybe some of you wouldn't. Or maybe you're just very curious. Maybe like you don't usually explore these things. I don't know. Maybe you do. I feel like a lot of you do have at least explored this before. I don't think this is like your first time encountering something like this. I don't know. Maybe some of you it is, but That's interesting. Hmm.
I mean, I feel like this would be unusual, but I feel like I'm supposed to bring it up that it is possible. I guess it is possible that someone here, maybe you've never clicked on one of these things before, or you've never explored this, or I don't know, or maybe you're new to this, but you actually do have you at least have very strong intuition, if not actual clairs, or you're going to develop those, but there really is a strong message coming through for somebody that like um you you do have you do have psychic abilities, or you do have some sort of clair, or you do have something like this though, or that's something that you have this potential to explore if you wanted to at least. But for some of you, you might even be going through a spiritual awakening, or you might in the future or something like that. But well, that's really interesting. But I don't know, there could be a reason why you haven't explored this before, or again, why you hide certain things. For some of you, it could have something to do even with like your job. Maybe you would feel like your job was at risk or something like that if people knew that you were into this sort of thing, or if they knew what you could do or something like that. Or maybe you're at least concerned that you
Would lose people's respect or something if they knew you were into this sort of thing, or if they knew that you did have these gifts. So again, you like hide it or something. Again, this isn't going to be for everybody, but for some reason somebody's guide wanted to talk about that. So I don't know how many of you this is for here, but this is a very interesting group. I feel like maybe you guys might not want to share how this resonates with you just because of what I'm picking up here from your nature. But if you did want to share, that would be really, really cool to hear from you. I mean, not like a bunch of details about whatever it is that's that you can't share, obviously, but
I mean,
like,
if you do want to share a bunch of details, then that's fine too. Like I always really love hearing all of your stories and stuff. So, if you do want to share, don't feel like you need to hold back or anything, but I just thought you guys probably wouldn't want to share cuz but maybe some of you would. I don't know.
there's definitely something coming through about the sycamore tree too. Like maybe someone even lived on Sycamore Street or worked on a sycamore street, or something about the sycamore tree I think actually is significant for someone here. But I don't know that much about the sycamore tree, so I'm not sure about the symbolism of it. This is a newer deck for me too, so I don't know everything that well, but maybe I'll look it up later because I don't have the book within reach. Anyway, again, this has been a very long energy check, so I think that's what I'm getting for you guys. I think you will be very certain at this point. Oh, there's also something, sorry, again, there's one more thing about hand cleanliness coming through again, but it's specifically about your nails. It's like you keep your nails very well trimmed, or you always keep your nails very well manicured, or, you always scrub under your nails. You make sure everything's really clean because you know that that's typically a place that's overlooked and is very germy on a lot of people. So I don't know, but there's just something about you really focusing on that that's coming through. So, all right, now for sure, I think we're going to move on. I don't know why that was important to give that one last bit of information, because I feel like by now you'll know this is your group. I don't think I had to give that, but it came through. So there you are. So anyway, okay, we're now going to look at what your future spouse will love about you, or if this is someone you already know, this could be stuff like that they already love about you, but Or, you know, if you have someone in mind and this strongly contrasts with what you feel your current person loves about you, then this could actually be like a hint that maybe your future person, like your future spouse, might not be the same person that you're with right now. But you know, I don't want to disappoint anybody, so just again, listen to your own intuition. These are just pick a cards, but if you did choose this and you did pick this, you know, there might be a reason for that, and it could be, I don't know why I'm getting that. I didn't even mention that in any of the other groups, but that must be a message for someone to try to keep an open mind. Because you might be thinking, oh, this doesn't sound like the person I'm with, so I don't think this is the right reading. But it could actually be that you were drawn to a reading that is telling you about your future spouse, but your future spouse might not be the person you're currently with. So just something to keep in mind. I am hoping that's not the case for a lot of you here, because that's kind of an uncomfortable thing to think about, but I hope that's not the case for anyone. But you know, it happens sometimes. So, and that's, please don't shoot the messenger, guys. I am just delivering the messages as they come through to me. So just again, take whatever feels right for you and then just leave the rest for somebody else. But okay, here we go. All right, finally getting into the actual reading. Well, the whole thing is the actual reading. I mean, you know, but getting into the fun part now. Hopefully this will be the fun part. Maybe the other part was fun though too for you. I don't know. Like if that was a really good description of you, maybe that was like a fun experience. Did I mention that you guys could be really great at chess? I think I did. I think I remember mentioning the Queen's Gambit. I don't remember if I said, I can't remember if I said that. But anyway, you guys, that's something else I'm picking up on, or you would be probably if you tried, if you hadn't played before. I really like chess. I don't know. I don't really think I'm that great at it, but I'm not like awful either, you know. I just started learning not too long ago. I used to play with my grandpa when I was really young, but he never actually really taught me how to play. He just kind of wanted to win all the time, so he never actually really taught me any strategies. He just, yeah. Anyway, we don't need to get into all that, but I just started learning some actual, like actually how to play and actually win recently, and I've been having a lot of fun with it, really. And I mean, I've won quite a lot, at least against the, you know, it's Duolingo, so it's not, but I don't know. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I thought I would lose like every single game, and I actually win more than half the time. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I don't suck as badly as I thought I would at this. I don't know, but I find it really, you know, I find it fun. So I know I just keep talking to you about chess, but I feel like I just need to keep shuffling this, and I don't know why, but it's just, I don't know. I think it's like, I'm not sure. I know this means something. I feel like I was supposed to tell you that though. I don't know. I'm just, I gotta say and do what I feel like inspired to do in these readings. Or else I'll feel like I can't even move forward. Like I'll get stuck and stagnant, and then I can't like I have to follow that. I have to follow the flow. I have to follow what I'm feeling guided to say. So, I wonder what that. But yeah, anyway. I had a cousin that was, oh my gosh, I think I know why this is coming up. Because you guys, though, you have some things that kind of remind me of one of my little cousins. I only met him once, and he was so he was so cute. He was like a more of a distant cousin. It was like a family reunion thing, so it was people I never usually see, like more extended family, and like he was so adorable. He was super smart. He was like a genius. He was but he was so sweet. He was I love that cousin so much. And he just he was like a chess prodigy. That's why I'm remembering him and bringing it up, cuz I try I try I think he was only like what, 7 or 8. He was really young. And or he might have even been younger than that. No, I think he was like 7, or was he old? I can't remember, but he was like, he was a kid. I think he was still in elementary school. I don't know. Was he older than that? I don't think he was. I think he was really, I don't know, but he was adorable. And he was super, super smart. And he was so good at chess. And I played chess against him. And I sucked so badly. And he was trying to be so nice to me, though. He was such a sweetheart. He was trying to teach me, and he was trying to tell me, like, basically that I didn't suck. And I'm just like, it's okay, honey. Like, I know I suck. It's fine. But he was so cute. He was so sweet. I don't know. Anyway, I had forgotten about that. It's nice when things like nice memories like that get unlocked. I don't have a whole lot of them really from that time period especially, so, but that was one of the ones I really enjoyed. And maybe some of you are like that. Like maybe you actually were like like I did mention the Queen's Gambit. Maybe some of you really are very talented at that, or maybe you started. I heard chess club, so maybe you were in chess club, or you started chess when you were very young, or and were really really good at it. I don't know. All right, we're gonna get to the actual messages now. No, we're not. I'm sorry. You probably hate me. Oh, I can see the comments now. If you could just get to the actual reading, and I'm just like, listen, the whole reading is the actual reading, okay? You're along for the adventure. If you don't want to, and you don't want to fast forward, and you don't want to skip around, okay, that's fine. Then just I'm not the reader for you, okay? Sometimes it's more chaotic than others, and it is what it is, okay? I don't have a time machine. I can't go back in time, like, once you complain about a reading and go back and fix it, quote unquote, for you. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I just feel like complaining after the fact seems kind of pointless. And, like, when I'm in the reading, I just have to follow what I feel like doing. It just is what it is. Anyway. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get all defensive during your love reading. I don't know why I'm feeling sassy about that. Okay. Maybe your person is kind of like that. I don't know. Get kind of irritated sometimes. I'm like, these are free freaking readings on YouTube, and I spend hours doing this. Like, you get all of this for free. If it is not suitable to you, if it is not up to your standards, then I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Like, just go somewhere else. There are like hundreds of readers out there. It's not like there's any shortage of people to pick from, you know? Like, anyway. Can't be perfect for everybody. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, you know? And that's okay. I'm okay with that. But, like, quit complaining at me. It's annoying. Just saying. All right. It used to really hurt my feelings, and now I just find it like annoying. So I'm just kind of glad about that. Okay, I have shuffled 60 billion times now. I don't know. I didn't do this in any of the other groups. I feel like there is something genuinely wrong with me, though, at this point. I'm going to be honest. Why? Oh, I'm going to leave. I will leave a timestamp for this so you can skip my rant and my incessant shuffling. I will admit that I do think, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would want to stick around for this, but I don't know. I might think it was kind of funny. But I'll leave a timestamp just in case, because this is ridiculous. I don't know why I'm doing this. I honestly don't. Do you guys just like the card shuffling? Just somebody here just like the card shuffling? Because this isn't making a whole lot of sense to me, guys. I don't usually do this, so I don't know why I'm just like, I'm stuck on. I heard left on red. Maybe that happened for some of you, or like someone ghosted you, or you did. I don't know. There's something about like something just keeps going and going and going and you can't make it stop. Like, I'm hearing a broken record. And maybe you guys are involved with someone where there's like an on again, off again. Oh, I did mention that thing about keeping an open mind. Oh, okay. So I don't know what's going on here, but it's not that kind of reading. We're talking about the future spouse here, but it seems like there's some present stuff that's coming up at the moment. I'm also hearing the song From This Moment. I think that's what it's called. By Shania Twain. From this moment on. From this moment I have been blessed. From this moment you're my happiness. Are those the words? I don't know if I'm getting this right at all. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. From this moment on. Da, 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 da. That's out of my range, especially today. I've been talking too long. Okay. So that must mean something. Okay, we're ready now. They said we're ready. Okay. Finally. Oh, that's an interesting rhythm. It's not the same rhythm that I usually have when I shuffle. Okay. I hear a cicada. This says the hawk and thistle. Graceful persistence. Okay. Okay, so your future spouse likes your persistence. They like your, I'm hearing they do, okay. For some of you, you are very graceful, or there's something graceful about you. I heard cordial too, or there's something about you being a good, I heard you're a good sport, or you're a good host for some of you, or you're like a good, there's something like honorable about you. They think yeah. What the heck is chirumption? I just heard, I don't know what that word means. I just heard that. I don't know. That might mean something to somebody. Like, that might just be this really I don't know what that means. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm embarrassed. I don't know what that means. Unless my guides just completely made it up, but I don't think so because it was so clear. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'll cut it out if it's like just you know what? No, I'm probably going to leave it in because usually these things mean something. They don't come through for nothing. So, unless it's something really embarrassing, I'll probably leave it in. Even then, I might just leave it in, but that's what I was getting.
Oh, I found it. It is a word, guys. Okay, I knew it. It was so clear when it popped into my head. But okay, here's the crazy thing. I have heard the word before, but I had no memory of where it was from. It has been more than 7 years since I have watched. Yeah, I think it's been probably closer to 10. Maybe not quite that long though, since I watched the thing that word was in. It's a made up word. It is from a show called Angel, which is a spin-off of the TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I don't know if you know it. Some of you probably will know this, and this will be like an extra synchronicity or sign for you, but others of you may not know that show at all. Um, it is a show about a vampire who solves crimes. He's a vampire with a soul. He doesn't kill people. He wants to use his powers for good, basically. He's like a private investigator and he solves more like supernatural type crimes and he fights the forces of evil, okay? So, and he has like a team of people that help him. Like one of them is Cordelia, and throughout the years, a relationship develops between the two of them. But they start out as friends and partners, and she has visions, psychic visions, that helps him to know when there's like a crime or some bad thing happening, and then he goes and saves people or investigates or whatever it is. But that's how he helps people. She gets the visions and then he goes to where the call is. She's basically the call for help. She like receives it and then he goes and does his thing. So anyway, they develop like a romantic connection after a while. But he's kind of like this broody loner. And because it's a whole big thing. There's a big backstory, and he used to date a vampire slayer, and that they found out through that if he has any, it's like his soul is actually a curse. He was cursed by gypsies to have a soul to make him feel guilty for the bad things that he did because anyway, it's a whole big thing. But basically, if he has any moments of true, complete, full happiness, like if he feels any true bliss, he will lose his soul and then he goes evil and it's a whole big bad thing. So basically, he feels like he has to make sure that he can never ever feel fully happy. And if he were to like have a romantic relationship with someone and like try to have, anyway, he doesn't want to lose his soul again. So there's sort of like a holding back from romantic connections, just in case that might that might happen again. Anyway, because the first time he lost his soul, it was when he was physically intimate, made love to the person that he was with before, which was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And that was a whole big horrible thing because he's like really evil when he doesn't have a soul, and it was bad. But they were able to get his soul back, but that was really difficult, and it was. Anyway, it's very important that doesn't happen again, So there's kind of like that barrier between them, and it feels like they can't really ever be together, but they still try. But then something else happens. Anyway, point is though, I don't have to tell you the. I probably shouldn't have told you their whole story, but actually I felt like that was relevant for some reason. Maybe there is sort of like a blockage at first between you and your future spouse. Some of that might kind of resonate. I don't know. Or there might be something where at first you guys do start out as friends or colleagues or something like that. And it feels like there's supposed to be a barrier, or things can't be a romantic connection at first. Or maybe there are just a lot of obstacles and challenges that you will face, in order to come together. That's possible. But anyway, the word chirrumption comes from an episode of Angel where Fred is a girl. Anyway, she was trapped in a hell dimension. She got accidentally trapped in a hell dimension called Pylea. And anyway, yeah, I don't think I do need to tell you that one. But basically, she used the word chirumption to describe the relationship between Angel and Cordelia. Excuse me, Angel and Cordelia. Cordelia is the one that gets the visions. Anyway, she said chirumption. It's the one nice word I remember from the Pylean hell dimension. And Angel said, what's it mean? And she said, it's when two great heroes meet on the field of battle and recognize their mutual fate. So that's what chirumption is. It's when two great heroes meet on the field of battle and recognize their mutual fate. So I feel like you guys have chirumption. That's something that they love about you, is that you guys share chirumption, I guess. It's so weird that word would come to this reading after I haven't heard it or thought of it in like almost a decade. This really means something to this. This is a fun reading to do because this one's different. This one is just like one heck of a ride. I don't know. I mean, they're all fun in their own ways, but this is really interesting. Okay, so you guys have a shared destiny. You both have like a destiny. You both have like a calling, like a mission, okay? And you are kind of meant to be together because you have a shared mission. It's kind of like you are a team, like the universe brought you two together for like a purpose. And maybe you guys are sort of heroes in a way. You're definitely really cool people that are meant to do something important, and you're meant to do it together. So that's really cool. Yeah, because then, okay, that was one episode called Offspring. And then in the other episode, apparently, Waiting in the Wings. I love that one. I think that's the one where they got stuck in like a time, like frozen in time ballet. Yeah, it was they were going to see a ballet called Giselle. And there was like the people in it, the performers were stuck in some sort of like they were frozen in time or something. Anyway, point is, I guess in there they use the word chirumption in that one too. Lorne was one of Angel's friends. He was like on the team that helped, them do their thing. And he said, and he was from Pylea actually as well. And he said, sorry, Strudel. He was saying this to Angel. It's not just what you're singing. We got a little term back in Pylea. Chirumption. Oh, you know what? Maybe I don't need to read this entire thing. Lauren said, can't fight chirumptions. Cinnamon buns. He called them cinnamon buns. That's right. Can't fight chirumption cinnamon buns. It's fate. It's the stars. So, yeah, what I'm getting is like you guys are written in the stars, and it's something you guys really can't fight. It's like you were meant to come together. And maybe some of you, maybe you or the other person, both of you, I don't know, fight the connection at some point, or you try to run away from it, or you try to turn away or say, no, it couldn't work. But there's something about like the universe. It's like written in the stars. It's fate. It's like unavoidable, or it's like written in this. It's like the universe is going to keep trying to bring you back together, and because you are meant to be together, in that you are meant to do something together. Again, this feels significant. This is like a divinely orchestrated sort of thing, or there's like a strong soul contract between the two of you. You were meant to do this. You were meant to do something together. You have a shared destiny. So all of these obstacles or challenges that look like they're in your way, they basically don't mean anything. They're not all the reasons that you guys think it won't work are insignificant because it's meant to be. So it will be. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting here. I know that sounds really intense, but that's just what I'm kind of getting. I'm getting you might resist it. You guys might turn away. You might try to run or whatever, but or just be like, no, it can't work. But it will work because you have because you have chirumption. So you can't fight chirumption, guys. That's what I'm getting. Okay? It's more than just you two writing this story. This is the universe writing this story, or there are many other forces, there are many other stories that kind of hinge upon, or kind of counting on your story, your love story, your connection, your relationship. Which again, I know it sounds like a lot, but you guys have like a serious, like, this is kind of like an epic type of love story here. I don't know, but I'm just getting, it's kind of unavoidable because it's just, again, it's chiroption. If you fight it, it's going to fight you back harder until it wins, is what I'm getting. So, yeah. And I mean, like in Angel and Cordelia's story, I know I've already talked about this a lot, but there's a lot about their story coming through in this reading, and it's significant to your connection for some reason, I guess, because they keep bringing it up. In their connection, when he first met her, she, they did not have any. Well, yeah, when they first met, he was dating someone else. He was already in love with someone else, or he was in love with Buffy, and so there was nothing between them. They met when she was still in high school, actually, because it's kind of messed up, but because he's like a couple 100-year-old vampire. It's that whole thing again. But anyway, he was dating a high school student. Buffy was a high school student, and but she was at least she was a mature high school student who had a lot. I mean, she was saving the world. She was like the chosen one that, only one Slayer at a time would be given the gift of, the superpower to fight the vampires and the demons and the forces of darkness. She is the Slayer, that whole thing. Anyway, so it wasn't like she was just I still think it's less creepy than like Twilight, where she was literally just a high school student. At least she was like a superhero and it was a whole thing. But anyway, no offense to those of you who like Twilight. It just, it's just I get that it's just a fictional story. It is what it is. But it just kind of it kind of creeped me out. But to each their own. I'm sure there are things that I like that, well, I know there are things I like that other people think are weird or don't like. So, we all have our own things. I'm not here to judge, but I'm just saying that's how it struck me. Point is, he was in love with Buffy when he met Cordelia, and Cordelia was kind of just like a shallow, mean girl who had a lot of money, and she was kind of a bully who then, through things happening in her life and having these supernatural experiences, then she ended up helping and becoming kind of like a friend to Buffy, and she ended up as part of the friend group at one point, and there was a whole bunch of drama and some other things and breakups. And anyway, point is though, they were not any sort of like, there was no hint that they were ever going to become like a romantic relationship later on. I mean, there was like a little bit of a, like Cordelia actually tried to date him at one point, like at the very beginning. She was like, oh, he's hot, I'm going to try to get that guy, because she dated a lot of people, but, he was already into Buffy. And so, that didn't go anywhere. But, so it didn't look like they were going to end up together in the beginning. Like, I don't think anyone would have seen that coming. Because I think that was a surprise for a lot of people that they ended up doing that in the spin-off show in Angel, because Um, yeah, and Cordelia ended up. Anyway, point is, I keep saying the point is, and then there's just more stuff that comes through. But yeah, they didn't seem like they were going to be together at first, and he was with somebody else, and then she went and dated another guy. Um, that did not end well. It was really bad, actually. The guy cheated on. Okay, yeah, the guy she dated, Xander. He ended up that was not Xander's best time. Okay, he was a jerk. He that was not right what he did to Cordelia. He ended up cheating with his best friend from childhood, who actually ended up being a lesbian, so they wouldn't have worked out anyway. But anyway, he ended up cheating with her, and also she was with another guy. It was very complicated. And Cordelia like walked in on him, and she was so upset when she saw them, obviously, that she ran off and she tripped and fell and like fell through the floor or something and ended up impaled and almost died. And it was a really terrible time. And then she lost like her entire friend group too, so that she could be with him to begin with. And then he ended up betraying her, and it was not good. And anyway, Cordelia went through some stuff, and then she went to LA to pursue her acting career, and she ended up she was very poor. She lost all of her money, and she kind of just had to support herself. And she moved to LA to be an actress, and she was living in poverty, like really. She was really it was not good times for her at all. She was in a very bad place. And then she ended up being, anyway, then she ends up bumping into Angel, and he's basically like, what are you doing here? He ends up rescuing her, and she's like, what are you doing here? And it's a whole thing. And then both of them are not in a great place at the time. And so they're just kind of like, well, I don't know. Do we want to do this together? Because she needed a job, and he's like, well, I kind of need a secretary, I guess. And so anyway, that's like how that started. She didn't have visions yet at that point either. Their other friend had visions, and then he ended up dying but passed the visions on to her, and it was a whole thing. And then she ended up almost dying later from the visions. But there was anyway, sorry, now I'm just telling like the entire. Why do they keep like, I feel inspired to say this though. I don't know why I feel inspired to tell I don't know. Maybe you should just go watch the show. At this point, I've pretty much just I don't know. Maybe you already know the show, so I don't know what the point of this was, but maybe you just like rambling. I don't know. Some people actually do like that. They like it when people ramble. I know that's hard for some people to believe because they absolutely hate it, and I get told that a lot. But you know, we like different stuff, so I don't know, but there you have it. So again, I'm getting like, I don't know, for some of you, I did pick that up even before I started shuffling the cards, that like maybe some of you are actually with somebody. Well, I kind of hope this isn't the case, because this would be, again, it's your life. You make your decisions. So just, you know, don't let a pick a card tell you what to do. But I'm thinking that maybe some of you might be with someone right now where it might actually not end up being your future spouse, kind of like Angel was with Buffy when he met Cordelia. And you guys might end up I don't know, but that could be the case for some of you. Like maybe your future spouse is someone different than like who you're currently with or who you were thinking it might be. That's possible. Again, it's just a possibility, and use your discernment. And obviously this is your story, your life, and this is a general reading for like a group of people, so this might not be the case for everyone, but someone's spirit guide though, there's at least one here that's like really insistent that I deliver this message to someone as like a confirmation or just like a, hey, just tuck it in the back of your mind, like as a possibility sort of a thing. So, okay, going back to the original reading again.
I don't know, guys, but there's something about, okay, so maybe this has something to do with like, okay, I'll just keep going with the chess, I guess, as an example. If you um okay, I'm getting like maybe they felt like you let them win sometimes, like, or it's like you, or if you lost to them, you weren't like, you were very gracious about the whole thing, or you weren't a bad loser. Basically, were fine with it. And I don't know, but there's something about like you wouldn't get very. Okay, I'm hearing, yeah, like that you can graciously accept defeat. I don't know why that's coming through, but um I'm getting you have a very balanced ego here. And that's something your person really appreciates, or your future spouse really appreciates about you, is that you yeah, you are not, yeah, your ego is not out of control here. It's very balanced. It's like you have a good balance of like confidence, um but you're not egotistical, and you're not like, yeah, you're considerate of others. You are, I don't know, it just feels very balanced. It's nice. You do come across as very honorable. I'm getting Gryffindor energy from you. Maybe you would not identify as a Gryffindor, but there's something kind of noble about you. Or at least that's how your future spouse sees you. You might actually have something sort of, even in appearance, there might be something kind of regal and graceful about you, like the way you move or your posture, or I don't know, or there's just something about you though, or maybe the way, I'm also getting elegant. Some of you might dress really nicely, or you like you some of you might wear like a suit or a uniform or something like that, and they think you look really good in that. But even if that's not the case, there still is something. Yeah, there still is something graceful or regal about your appearance somehow. Again, they like your eye for detail. You do have, it's the hawk here. And I feel again that something about detail is coming through.
And observation.
Maybe they appreciate your perspective on things as well. I'm getting that you might see things that this person might miss. We talked about how good you are at noticing details and analyzing things. They might really appreciate how you can see things that they miss and give them very valuable insight into things, or give them input that really helps them out. Um, about a lot of different things. I'm getting it's very helpful. Like they really value that. They really value your, I heard expertise, or they really value your, yeah, this skill that you have.
And I mentioned earlier, a lot of you are very intelligent and have a lot of knowledge, and this person appreciates you sharing that with them.
Okay, this is very highly specific. I literally feel like I can't breathe all of a sudden. There's like something very specific coming through where, like, I literally feel like there's this pressure, this really strong pressure on my chest. So I don't know if that means, I think it's anxiety that I think I'm reading for that. I don't think there's something where, Okay, or maybe there actually was something happening with them. I don't know if this person had something happen to them physically that was like they had some issue with their lungs or their heart or something. That it's very specific. That won't be for everyone, but some of you, you might have literally helped them with that, especially if you were like a medical professional. But there's something about, but I think for most of you, what I'm picking up on is like that I'm shaking now too. Like my hand is shaking. So, okay, this is anxiety. I feel like I'm experiencing something that's going to happen or did happen. But I think it's something that's maybe going to happen. This feels future to me, but I'm just take what resonates because it's a collective reading. I don't know who I'm reading for here, but I'm getting something about like something scary happened or is going to happen. I think again, it feels more future for most of you. I don't like to read for like something scary happening in the future, but I'm just getting that it's life and sometimes stuff happens, but I'm getting that you're going to like save your future there for a lot of you. First, I don't, this is really interesting. Some of you are going to literally save your future person, okay? Like your future spouse, you're literally going to save their life. You are okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm getting the signal. But God, my heart is like racing and I'm shaking. I'm like literally getting the reaction. Like I feel literally like something just almost like something really bad almost just happened. And like, but it's okay. Like it didn't happen. But because I'm seeing someone like grab someone, like literally like grab them when they were like about to walk out in front of a car or something. Or someone like grabs someone when they were about to like fall off the edge of something or like something like that. But I'm seeing someone because I'm seeing someone grabbing someone back from like an edge or grabbing someone. And if it's or yeah, and if it's not literally that you're saving their life, you still save them from like a bad injury. um I'm seeing people hiking and I'm seeing someone like slipping and like they could have really fallen and really hurt themselves and you like grab them, you save them. So I'm getting, or if it's not physically, if you're not like physically doing something or like you protected them in some way, because I'm also seeing someone like stepping in front of someone or like, I don't know, but you do something and you literally save this person or you literally protect them from something serious. And again, this could be something, some sort of health. It could be like if you are a medical professional, it could be like maybe I think it would be strange if this was like a patient, but I mean, I guess it could be maybe, but like I'm not getting that the strongest for most of you though, that I'm getting more like a situation that was unexpected and like you were there to protect them, or save them in some way. It feels kind of like a sudden thing or an unexpected thing. It doesn't really feel like a medical event to me. I mean, I guess it could be, but I'm not getting that very strongly. I'm getting more like an accident or that you prevent somehow, or again, like someone is threatening or
And if it's not that you save them from something that's going to happen in the future, or if this is something that's already happened, then it's this could be like a trauma that they had in the past. I might be picking up on a trauma that happened to them, and maybe you help them heal from that in some way. Like maybe there was something that happened that they've had trouble fully processing, or maybe they've had trouble enjoying something again since something really bad happened, and maybe you're going to help them to enjoy something that they used to enjoy before this traumatic event happened for them. That could be a possibility. Or like for an example, again, this is just an example, but maybe they had somebody attack them or almost attack them when they were walking or something, and they used to enjoy walking, going on walks and stuff. But once that happened, they haven't, they felt scared, and they haven't felt like they want to do that. And with you with them, they feel like they can enjoy going for walks again or something like that. So again, that's just an example, and hopefully nothing like that has happened or will happen, but it could be something like that. Or if it's not some sort of accident or something like that happened that you saved them from, or any of the other things I mentioned, it could be like a situation where maybe they have like, I don't want to trigger anyone, so hopefully this will be okay. I don't think this is your situation, hopefully it's not. So hopefully it'll be okay. But maybe they have someone from their past, like an ex or even a family member or something, but somebody from their past that has been threatening them, or like someone they have a restraining order against, or someone they're afraid of. And, like maybe they haven't felt, like maybe they're not being actively bothered at the moment by them, but maybe it's like always in the back of their mind thinking maybe this person will come at me someday again. And, it could be something where like they didn't really feel maybe they lived alone or something, and they didn't feel that safe. And with you with them, maybe they sleep better, or, they feel more safe. They feel more protected just having somebody there. It's like they feel less vulnerable. They feel, they feel protected in some way. So it could be something like that too. But this person definitely feels like you have saved or protected them in some way. Or again, you will. And again, this feels significant. This does not feel like some small thing. This is not something where like you helped this person when they were about to trip and stub their toe. That would be nice too, but this is something significant though. So. But your future spouse, because that's coming through so strongly though, your future spouse feels like you literally saved their life. You literally saved them somehow. I heard you saved them from the darkness. So for some of you, maybe this is like they feel like you saved them. Maybe from something. This is so. I was going to say maybe they felt like you saved them from something like, or like helped them out of a depression or something like that, or process some sort of trauma from the past. But actually what I'm getting is this is highly, highly specific, but like you might have literally rescued this person, or you will do that. Like you literally pulled them out of some place that was like dark. I don't know what that means. I heard a well, or like a
like an underground place. Like maybe they were stuck or something and you were part of a rescue team. I don't know that. Again, that's highly specific for someone, like very, very specific. And I probably like one person here. But, or like they, again, like maybe they fell and got stuck somewhere and you helped pull them out or something. Again, I'm not really sure what that's about, but even if it's not that specific, again, it's not that specific scenario for most people here. But for all of you here, I really do feel like you saved your future spouse in some way, or you will save your future spouse in some way. Like you will either literally save their life or you save them from something very dangerous or something that really could have hurt them. Excuse me, and that's a really big, I mean, obviously that's a big deal. But that really, they feel like they can trust you. That's something that's coming through. And there's something about like you never giving up, or you always showing up, you not like running away or flaking or leaving when things are difficult, or like when you with this persistence, it's like you don't give up on things. You don't you're not there just when things are easy. I'm getting that this person feels like they can trust you, that you would be there if they ever needed help, or if, it's like you're always there when they need you. And they know that you're there for the long haul. They feel like you're there to work things through with them. Like if there's ever an issue that comes up, or they know that you would try to work it out with them, and that, you're not just going to leave, or you're not just going to leave them. I don't know why there's something specific coming through again about like, this is just an example. This wouldn't be for, this might not even be the case for anyone, but this is just the example coming to my mind, is like if they know that like if they got sick or something, for instance, they know you wouldn't be the one, you wouldn't be the type to just like run away or abandon them or leave them when they were most in need. They know that you would be there, that you would show up for them, that you would love them through everything that was going on, no matter what it was. They know that your bond is strong, and they really, that means a lot to them. Because I think they're like that too, is what I'm getting. Okay, this says the Finch and Peach romance. So they feel like you're really romantic, and at least to them, the things, they see you as romantic, and they really love that about you. I'm getting that. Oh, okay. Also, they like the way, okay. They like the way you pursued them, or will pursue them. There's something here, especially if you're like a masculine or something and you're in the more pursuing role. I'm not saying you have to be a masculine to be the one pursuing, but a lot of the time that is the case. So, but I'm getting like they like the way you pursued them, or will pursue them. They feel like it's consistent, and it's not like hot and cold, in and out, wishy-washy. It's like when you pursued them, you know it. They feel like you know what you want, and they feel like you're sincere. That's something else that I'm getting. Or they will feel like you're sincere, and when you pursued them, they feel like I'm getting that I'm hearing they always knew what was, you know, they always know what's going on, or they feel they never question, or their head never spun. They never felt like confused, or again, this is future energy. They won't feel like they have to question everything or like what is going on in this connection. They won't have to basically watch a bunch of pick a cards on like what is this person feeling? What is going on in this connection? Like they won't be watching those sorts of things because they'll just know. It's like for you make it, you know, simple and clear about where you stand and where this is going, and you know how you feel about them. You communicate well. That's something that I'm getting, and they never wonder like, oh, does this person like me? You're really good at communicating consistently is something that I'm getting to. You don't. um, so if this is something you're struggling with at the moment, I'm getting this won't be the case. I'm getting that you might be in a different place in the future where you are consistent. You are like with this person, it's it is consistent and it is clear. And I feel like with your future spouse, it seems to me like you know from the beginning, or at least from the beginning of you romantically pursuing them, it's like you know from the beginning that that is your future spouse. That's something that I'm getting, or at least that they have, that's where you see things going, or you think that they have that potential at least. But it feels like from very early on, when you start pursuing them, you pursue them with marriage in mind, basically, or with a long-term committed relationship in mind. It's not one of those things where you're like, maybe I'm interested, and then you like leave and like you come back later, maybe you date a couple other people. It doesn't feel like that. It feels very like clear and kind of like the hawk. Oops, sorry, I bumped the mic, I think. It's kind of like the hawk when it like watches for a long time, and it's very observant, and then when the moment comes though, it's like a fast strike, you know, it's like boom, it goes right for it, you know. And I feel like it'll be kind of like that. Not saying it'll be too fast or like too aggressive and like, you know, but it will be very purposeful, you know, and clear. And it's like your future spouse feels like they knew that you were only interested in them, and that, you know, you were serious, and that things were headed in that direction. I'm getting you didn't play games, you didn't mess with their head. Maybe this is something that your future spouse has dealt with in the past. And they felt like you were very, you know, clear, sincere, direct, but also respectful, and yeah, very respectful, like respectful of their, just in general, you know, of.
And if you're not in the pursuer role, like if you will be the one being pursued in your future relationship, then I'm just getting that, well, first of all, I feel like your future spouse is still going to be like that, like what I just described. They're going to pursue you in that way, and you will not, you know, just flip the roles then. But I'm getting that if you're not the one pursuing, I think it's like they appreciate the way that you, it's kind of like I still feel like it's a similar type of energy, like it's a similar type of message, but it's like I think they will feel a similar way, even if they're not, uh, you know, even if you're not the one pursuing them. It's like they appreciated that when they were pursuing you, you, again, it's a similar thing. Like you didn't play games, you didn't pretend you weren't interested when you were sincere. And it's like when they were sincere and open, with you, you were the same way. And, you know, there was just a good, it just felt like honest and sincere and mature and respectful. And you're both like that with each other. And neither one of you felt confused. And it just kind of feels like, yeah, it felt, yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. I hope I'm describing it correctly. I think I've gotten it, but yeah. Anyway,
Again, they feel like you're very responsible, like they can count on you, they can trust you, they can rely on you because you are consistent, and you do what you say you're going to do. You show up whenever you say you're going to, whenever they need you, you're there. Yeah, there's someone, they know that they can count on you, and you're very responsible. And again, they trust you with their life, and you literally, it sounds like you literally saved their life at some point, but also they trust you with everything. I'm hearing they would trust you with their children, you know, if you guys want to have children. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. This says the owl and hop, wisdom. Okay, yeah, they feel like you're very wise. And again, there is that bird of prey coming through. This is very specific, but some of you might fly a lot, or you might, yeah, like you might fly a lot, or you could even be a pilot or something. But there's something about aviation coming through. Or maybe you just really have an interest in that. But again, there's that foresight, there's that insight, and that being able to see in the dark, you know, being able to see things very clearly and see things that other people wouldn't be able to see things that other people would miss. And they really admire that about you. And they really appreciate, yeah, exactly. They appreciate your intelligence. They appreciate your wisdom. They appreciate your insight. And if you do have some sort of like psychic gift or whatever it is, some sort of gift for divination, clairs, or again, you're just very good at analyzing and making predictions, whatever it is, they really appreciate that about you. Again, I'm getting this person feels very safe with you, and I think they feel more safe in general in their life because they feel like they have you watching their back, and they feel like you know things, that you have information that can be very helpful to them to help them avoid, I heard, pitfalls or problems, or
also, I'm getting that maybe your person might be highly intuitive as well or have psychic gifts, and they really enjoy sharing that with you. They really appreciate that that's something you guys have in common that they can share with you, because you know, sometimes that can actually be an issue in a relationship. I know for me, not everybody appreciates that or understands that, or you know, some people are genuinely like flat out freaked out by it. I've had people in the past literally refuse to be in the same room with me alone because they were scared of me, because and I didn't even show a fraction of the stuff that I didn't even do that much. Like, it was just like a couple little psychic things. It really wasn't. And that was enough to freak them out. So, And some people are just like, oh my God, you're in my brain. Or like, they're like, oh God, what if they're going to know like every little thought I have? And I don't know. A lot of people don't want to be that vulnerable or have someone know them that well, or are afraid of judgment, or afraid, I don't know, that it's even evil or something. People have all kinds of thoughts and preconceived notions about this type of thing. So anyway, not everybody's into it. And sometimes it can feel lonely and isolating because you feel like you can't get close to people because you have this thing that not everybody is okay with. So anyway, I'm getting that maybe that's something that they really, really appreciate about you, if they have that too, that you also have that, or at least you have something similar, and you don't mind that they have that, something like that, and that you do have some understanding of it. And you are cool with it. Again, I'm hearing birds of a feather, because we have the two because there's two birds of prey there. It's almost like you both have, I think you do have a lot of similarities, because I was getting birds of a feather flock together. It's like you're both, it's like I'm looking at you two here. You're both yeah. So yeah, you have a lot of similarities, and they really, really love that. I'm hearing they don't feel strange, or they finally feel like there was someone. I'm hearing this song. I think it's Hey Soul Sister. Yeah, because I'm hearing, who's one of my kind. Oh no. Who's one of my kind? Hey Soul Sister. Ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Yeah, I think it's been forever since I've heard that song. But anyway, yeah, they feel like I'm hearing a kindred spirit. You have a lot of similarities, and maybe again this person has felt like they don't have a lot of similarities with a lot of people, or maybe they felt very different from a lot of people, or it's hard for them to find people who feel like a kindred spirit. And I heard an odd duck. I don't know why that's the specific phrase, but yeah, basically maybe they have felt like they're strange, or they a lot of times they felt kind of like an outsider, or like they don't fit in some way. And so anyway, to have that, to really just to find anybody who reminds them of themselves, or that they can share these things with, feels like a special thing. Like even if they were to find a friend that they could share this with, or that they have so many similarities with, I think would be a really special thing for them. But to have it be their romantic partner, I'm hearing it's a dream come true. You're like everything they ever wished for, is what I'm getting. You do feel like their soulmate, or their twin or something, and yeah, it's just I'm hearing miraculous. It's like miraculous that you exist. To them, it feels like a miracle, because I'm hearing you're so perfect, or they feel like you're so perfect for them. You're like a perfect match. You're not exactly the same, but you're so compatible in so many ways. It's like with the owl and the hawk. They're both birds of prey, but they have, clearly they have very, a lot of differences, but they're still, I don't know. I'm getting, it's like you're not the same, but you are very similar, and you are the same in like some very key important areas, and then you're different in areas that are also like a good thing. Hopefully that makes sense. It's like you're different in the best ways from one another, and you're also similar to each other in the best ways, and it just makes for like a really great partnership between the two of you. Okay, now I'm hearing another song, And I do not know why I'm hearing this song. It's weird though, because this is another Buffy reference. This was in a Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode, but I have not heard it. Again, I haven't heard it in so long. And I don't know why it's coming through. And I don't even know exactly what the lyrics mean. But I'm going to sing some of it for you because maybe it will like mean something to you or spark something. I'm not sure. But this is for some. Okay, here we go. I don't know if these words are going to be right because it's been forever, but I'm going to give it a shot. All right, here we go. There's a chair in my head on which I used to sit. Took a pencil and I wrote the following on it. Now there's a key where my wonderful mouth used to be. Can I burn the pages I wrote? Can I? I don't think so. Where can I turn to? Where can I hide? Wait, no. Where can I run to? Where can I hide? Who will I turn to? Now I'm in a virgin state of mind. Got a knife to disengage the voids that I can't bear, to cut out words I've got written on my chair. Like, do you think I'm sexy? Do you think I really care? Dig it up and throw it at me. Dig it up and throw it at me. Okay, so, and again, I have no idea what that means. I don't really know what the song means. I haven't really thought about it, even though I do know parts of it, apparently, still. So, but I feel like if it's your message, I feel like there's a message in that song that's going to jump out at somebody, or it's like, you're going to know. If it's for you, you're going to know what the message means. Even though I might not know, you're going to know. If it's for you. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know what that's about. If you want to share, I would really be interested to hear that because yeah, I always love hearing how these readings resonate, and this one's a little perplexing to me because I don't know, it just kind of feels like that song came out of nowhere. So anyway, okay, never mind. I went and looked up what people thought the song meant because first of all, I did get it wrong. I got it really wrong. Well, not really, really wrong, but in a few places I definitely got it wrong. But I actually got more right than I thought I was going to, but I think I'm just going to leave it as is because I don't want to go back and re-record it again. And I feel like the message is still going to get across to you. But most people that when I was reading, a lot of people thought it was about like breaking out of a mental prison or like breaking out of a mental pattern, like breaking out of your shell, like being in a fresh new state of mind, like almost like a beginner's mind, virgin state of mind, a brand new state of mind, seeing things in a different way, moving away from caring about other people's opinions and projections and caring what they think and things like that, and instead and like the one line that I got wrong was, can I burn the mazes I grow? Can I don't think so, but I think that's about the mazes that we can create in our mind, like getting stuck in our mind about certain things. But I saying, can I burn the pages I wrote? And I feel like that actually is a message that means something too. I think that probably is about, can I, maybe something about not being able to rewrite history or not being able to, rewrite the past or go back and do things differently. Like what's done is done. The story that I've written is what it is, and I can't change that. I can't change the past. Maybe I can try to see it from a new perspective, and maybe in a way that can be a type of rewriting. Like rewriting the story in a way, seeing things differently, but it's still what is done is done. But I can start again. I can start anew where I am right now with a beginner's mind, a virgin state of mind now, like kind of returning to kind of like having a blank slate and just kind of leaving the past in the past and knowing that you can't rewrite it, you can't change it, but you can leave it and start again. I don't know. So I'm not sure how this has much relevance to this reading, but maybe this person kind of feels like with you, it's like a brand new beginning for them. Or maybe they feel like, they feel, maybe love feels new to this person when they're with you. Maybe this isn't, or it's like this is an entirely different experience than they've ever had in love before, It's like everything's brand new, or like falling in love for the first time because it's so different than anything they've ever experienced in love before. For some of them, maybe this is the first time that they are falling in love, possibly, or, having an intimate relationship or something. That is a possibility. But there's definitely a feeling of newness and innocence, even, that, or purity, something about that. But it feels like the love is pure, or like they can love like they did the first time they fell in love, or something like that, before anything bad had happened or anything had ever broken their heart or anything. It just feels, I don't know, it's just really beautiful though. I at least maybe what I'm getting from this is different than what you will personally receive from hearing that song, but I don't know, this is just my interpretation or what I was getting from this. But you might also get additional messages from that song as well. But yeah. Also, there was that message about helping to bring them out of the darkness or something like that. And I was getting it was literal for some of you. But it could also be that, like, being with you, this person feels like they don't get stuck in their head as much. Oh, yeah, right. Again, they didn't feel confused. It's like your relationship doesn't confuse them. It doesn't get them stuck in mazes in their head, And also maybe being around you has been really good for their mental health, or again, this will be the case in the future, and they feel like they don't overthink as much, or it's easier for them not to get stuck in their head. I'm getting maybe this person has been on a healing journey, or this person has worked a lot on their mental health, or physical health, and maybe they feel like you're very good for them, that this is the kind of love that nourishes and supports all of the healing that they've done. This is in alignment with the healed version of themselves, or this is the type of relationship that will help them maintain all of the good changes that they've made for themselves, and maybe even improve further. And I don't know, it just feels really good. It feels very healthy, very safe, again, is a word coming through. And I don't know, healthy is just coming through again, but again, they feel it's good for them. It's really good for they feel like your relationship is really good for their overall well-being, like all parts, all of their well-being, mentally, emotionally, physically. They feel like it's all good. It's all good for them. And I feel like it's the same way for you too. This feels very mutual. So that's really nice. Yeah, I'm just getting that this is the type of relationship where you won't feel like there's a whole bunch of conflicts between the two of you. It won't drain your energy. It won't take from you. It won't, leave you feeling depleted. basically I'm just getting it will feel good, you won't feel bad. I mean, I guess there are always some sort of some sort of disagreement sometimes, but I'm getting you guys are overall really, really harmonious and very compatible naturally. And I think that things are going to be pretty easy between the two of you. There might be challenges and obstacles, but I'm getting that those are more likely to be outside forces, not actually problems between the two of you, if that makes sense. Yeah, again, it feels like this is something that gives you more energy. It's like it strengthens you more. It uplifts you more, and it just feels like it makes your life better. It makes your lives better in every way. Rather than it's like it never feels like a chore, it never feels like a burden, it never feels like it's something that's detracting from your health and your wellness. It feels like it's always improving it, really. And that's like an amazing thing. Because that's not always the case, A lot of relationships, it feels like it takes a lot. And this just feels like it really gives to both of you in a beautiful, reciprocal, mutual way. And you both are just really, really happy. It sounds, it sounds really beautiful. I don't know what I'm picking up on. I can understand why your person feels like it's kind of magical, or it feels kind of like a miracle, because, sometimes finding this kind of love, it can feel like a miracle. It is a gift, because relationships can really be depleting and really be rough on us sometimes, and this just feels so nice. It feels like a haven or a sanctuary, and it's like you're both just thriving so much in this relationship. It's just beautiful. We're basically, I just, now I'm hearing the song Nothing's, is it called Nothing's Gonna Hurt You, Baby? I think it is, by Cigarettes After Sex is the name of the group. But it's like, nothing's gonna hurt you, baby. As long as you're with me, you'll be just fine. Nothing's gonna hurt you, baby. Nothing's gonna take you from my side. I think that's it. I don't remember it for sure, but I think that's it. Anyway, maybe I'll link it below. But so I'm feeling like they feel very protected by you, or again, they feel like as long as they're with you, or since you've been in their life, they feel safer. They feel like, I don't know, maybe this person has been through a lot of things, or maybe they had like a specific trauma or even some sort of threat in their life, and they feel like with being with you, they feel like it can't get them or it can't hurt them, or that nothing's going to hurt them again, basically. If the thing about them feeling like physically more safe with you around doesn't resonate as much for you, if you don't feel like maybe you would be in a more protective role, then I'm getting that it still it might have more to do with like they feel emotionally safe with you, like they feel safe to open up to you, they feel safe sharing their emotions with you or sharing their deepest thoughts with you. Maybe someone in the past made them feel bad for being vulnerable or for sharing their emotions, or it's like when they did that, it was a really bad experience. And so maybe it's harder for them to open up, and with you they feel safe to do that. And that's a very special thing that they really appreciate. Again, maybe they've had experiences in the past where they shared, this is a more specific thing again, but maybe some of you, they shared something that was really meaningful to them or very vulnerable, and the other person, I heard, laughed at them or was very inconsiderate or was very, I heard, dismissive about it, or mean about it, but I'm getting that they definitely did not respond in a very emotionally intelligent way or a mature way, and they really made them feel bad, basically, and it was a bad experience. So, and I'm getting, they really appreciate that they feel like safe to share with you. I think what I'm getting is you guys do have a lot of emotional maturity. You have a lot of emotional intelligence. And for some of you, maybe this is innate, like you've always kind of had a high level of emotional intelligence. You've had a lot of empathy and just understanding of how other people feel. And then for others of you, maybe this is something that you've worked on more, that you've cultivated. But in either case, they really appreciate this about you. And yeah.
Or they won't have to go through the same thing again for whatever reason. Or like no one's going to mess with them or something. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because we have the bear here. The bear and cedar leadership. And I know it says leadership, but again, I'm getting protection from this. So but also, if you are a leader, which I wouldn't be surprised because you guys have a lot of, I mean, you seem pretty impressive, So, yeah. I'm getting they feel like you're a responsible leader and like that you do have a lot of power and you know, clearly with as intelligent as you are, you do and whatever it is you do here, you definitely could do some bad things with that, but you don't. I'm getting that you are a responsible leader and they really, again, they very much admire that about you and they think that, you're the type of person that should be in a leadership position. Like you're a responsible leader. Or if you don't feel like you're necessarily in a leadership role, it's like you still wield whatever power you have in a responsible way, in a way that's that's ethical. I'm hearing they trust you with the power. Like if someone was going to have the kind of abilities or strength or power or intelligence that you have, they would want it to be someone like you that has that conscience, that has that responsibility, that doesn't just abuse it, And again, there's a lot of admiration coming through. It's like they really love you as a person. They think that you are just incredible. They think you have your character, again, they just think you are, I heard, an exemplary human being. So, yeah. I think there was something a little bit like this that came up in one of the other groups, but I don't know if you'll be drawn to more than one group. I feel like no, because these feel like very distinct energies, but I wonder if like your counterpart or something like that might be in one of the other groups. Like it might be actually like a description of your person in one of the other groups. Like you might match. I do that sometimes with my readings. They'll be like, I feel like one person is like one part of the couple and the other group that I channel for is like the other person. Anyway, we'll do one more card and then that's it. Okay. This card has come out. I think this might have come out in every group. We have the bee and pomegranate, productivity. So again, they really admire your work and your work ethic. Again, I just feel like they think you're really good at your work. I feel like they really like your voice too. There's something about that. They think you have a really beautiful voice. Because I was thinking about the way the bee sounds. And I was also thinking about how owls have very interesting and distinctive calls, and so do hawks. I don't know, but I was just thinking of the sounds that those animals make. So I'm just thinking, I think they like the way you sound. They like your voice.
There's also something coming through about, like, again, this is more specific, but maybe for some of you in the past, maybe you've had partners that kind of ended up resenting how much energy and time and focus you put into your work, or maybe they felt neglected, or they felt you know, ignored, or again, they just felt like they didn't have enough time to spend with you, or they felt like you didn't give them enough attention or something like that. But I'm getting with this person, with your future spouse, they really understand and don't mind how much time you spend at your work. If this is something that applies to you, if this, this particular message might not resonate with everybody, but it's like, if you know that you do put a lot of time and energy into your work, and I'm just getting this person doesn't mind that, because I'm getting like this person might be the same way as you are. They also have to put, they also spend a lot of time and energy on their work as well, and it's very important to them. I'm getting kind of like maybe your work might be a calling for you. Doesn't have to be the case, but I feel like it is for some of you, and your spouse also has a calling. And for some of you, maybe you will actually work together, and that might work out. But for others of you, it's just sort of like they understand where you're coming from, because they have a calling too. And also they won't feel neglected, or they won't feel like you're not spending enough time with them or paying them enough attention, because they also like to go off and do their own thing and focus on their work, or it's like they have other stuff going on too. And so it just, again, it feels like you guys are very compatible with this, but it's like they won't mind, basically.
I'm getting that some of you, maybe you're very quiet, or again, I don't know. It's like if you go through periods of quiet or introspection or really needing your space, this person doesn't mind that. They might also need the same thing, and so that you guys are very compatible in that way. Okay, and I split the deck at inspiration, the salamander and black pepper. So I feel like you really inspire this person. Maybe, I don't know if it's like you might, if they're an artist or something, you might inspire their art. Like you might be kind of a muse to them, or I don't know, it might just be like who you are as a person, and like how amazing you are inspires them to maybe it inspires them to reach for their goals, or to be a better person themselves. Or I mean, I feel like they're already a really great person, but I don't know, maybe there's something specific that you do, and that inspires them to try for that too. Or if this, I know this is very specific, but if this person like writes, it's very specific, but if this person like writes romance novels, for instance, or something like that, or I don't know, but there's something about romance coming through, and you inspiring, like you are like the character, like you're like who they base their main characters off of, because they feel like you are like it's like you inspire their work, you inspire their creative work, or you inspire their stories, something like that. They base them off of you. That could be the case for some of you. Yeah, okay, so it did come up. I split the deck, and we have the skunk and magnolia with protection. So again, they feel protected with you. Somehow they feel like you protect them. Whether this is like literally, physically, spiritually, I don't know why I heard financially, but in some way you protect them. Oh, I said I was only going to get one more card. So I think I'm just going to leave it there, guys. Oh, we have loyalty on the bottom of the deck. Okay, yeah. The Hound and Pair, loyalty. So they feel like you're very loyal. That's something they really appreciate. They feel like you are their forever person. They feel secure in the relationship. They feel like they know you're not going anywhere. They feel like they can count on you. You're responsible, that you're loyal, that you only want to be with them, and they feel the same way. And it just feels like you guys have a really strong connection, a really solid. I heard it's built on a solid foundation. Yeah, you just have a really secure, solid connection, and they feel safe. They feel like it's not going anywhere, and yeah, and they can depend on you, you know? I'm hearing they have like the safety and the stability and the security and the, you know, that they always wanted to have, that it feels like they basically just feel like it's going to last, you know, that what you guys have is going to last, and they feel like you're the person they're going to be with for the rest of their life, and they feel like, you know, everything is really solid and good between you guys. And they feel like they can just enjoy their life, basically. Your relationship is not a source of stress for them. It's just a source of strength and peace and joy and just all the good stuff, basically. It feels so great. And this person really appreciates that. That's what I'm getting. It's like they know what they have and they appreciate it so much. Okay. All right. Yes. So that's what I've got for you guys. I'm going to get you a few of these little pistachios before we go. These are my latest little charm confirmation things that I made. I had a bunch of pistachios. They didn't give me the shelled kind at the grocery store because I just picked up my groceries. Someone else shopped it for me and they didn't have the shelled ones, so I could only get the pistachios that were in the shell. So anyway, I had all these pistachio shells, and I thought maybe I could do something with them because I kind of like the sound they make and like the texture and everything. And I just thought, you know, maybe I don't have to just throw them all away. Like maybe I could write on them and they'd be kind of cute. And I really like them, actually. I think they are kind of cute. So anyway, I wrote letters and words and numbers and stuff on these. So anyway, I'm just going to get you a few of these before we go, just for a few extra confirmations. Although I think you guys are definitely going to know you're in the right group, but sometimes these are just fun and sometimes extra messages come through. See, I think I just love the way they sound. Okay. Anyway. H. Date. Maybe some of you are going to be going on a date soon. Like you might. Okay, we have pause / consider. So that's interesting. I don't know. For some reason, I am getting this. Now, this might not be right for everybody, but I am getting like for some of you, you are like you're not sure about someone you're dating right now because there's pause, consider next to date. So like there might be someone you're dating now and you're not feeling 100% sure about them. And I feel like this could be a confirmation for you that maybe you're not. Maybe this isn't your future spouse that you're currently dating. Or it could be like that you're considering like how to ask someone out on your first date or something that you think could be your future spouse. That's a possibility as well, but just take what resonates. But
It could also indicate that it might take a while from the time you meet this person before you start dating. Like from the time you meet to the time you actually start dating, it could be a long, I almost said long distance. So I don't know, some of you could be long distance and maybe that's part of the reason, but it could just take quite a while. There could be a long consideration period or a long, I don't know, but like a long period of time before you guys actually decide to pursue something romantic. But
anyway, we have animal sign here. And maybe you guys are going to get some sort of powerful animal sign. Could even be like an owl or hawk or a bee or like one of the animals that we've seen in here. Or it could be some other sort of animal, but you might get some sort of significant animal sign that is going to try to help like give you some sort of information or insight or like tell you, kind of like guide you in what you should do. Possibly. Okay, we have phone call. Yeah, maybe you guys are thinking about like, oh wow, okay. Yeah, because then we have crush here. Maybe some of you are thinking of calling a crush to ask them out, possibly. Okay. Yeah, we have the letter L. We have thank you. Okay, so I feel like if this story is resonating for you here, where you're thinking of, you know, you're contemplating calling someone you have a crush on to ask them out or somehow messaging them to ask them out, I'm getting like, but it does seem that we do have call here, and I think there's message in here. Oh my gosh, is this? Oh my gosh, the one laying on the top. Okay, so for some of you, because it was just like peeking out, I could actually see it. And I can't see most of them in here. The writing isn't showing, but it says written message. Okay, so for some of you, this could be a written message. Wow, this is so clear. Or it's pretty clear. Anyway, if you were thinking of messaging someone that you do have a crush on currently, that you haven't asked out yet, I'm getting that they probably will accept since we have thank you there, or they're at least going to appreciate you reaching out. But I don't know, that's what we've got there. But I think probably they would say, I mean, I'm feeling like this is saying probably yes. Okay, and I'm also seeing admirer here, like I think that's a secret admirer, and this one says friend, so maybe this is someone you're currently friends with. Okay, or you guys will like be friends first or something. This says negative energy. I'm getting like maybe this person you have a crush on though could be a friend, and they might secretly have a crush on you too, as possible, or you're this person's secret admirer. I don't know, but that's what we got. Yeah, negative energy. So maybe there has been some sort of negative energy between you two, like maybe something. Man, this is like a whole other story, so I don't know.
I don't know if maybe something happened between the two of you, or
maybe this person has been facing some sort of negative energy, or there's been some sort of misunderstanding, or I don't know, but there's some sort of negative energy here. I heard interference.
okay, so as I was doing this, a wasp, the usual blue wasp, I think it's called a mud dauber. I think it has a couple different names, but anyway, usually it's pretty peaceful when it comes up during readings. It has been a very common, it's been a frequent visitor to my readings recently, this summer. But I haven't seen it in a few days, but I started doing this group, and it came up to my window, but usually it just kind of hovers in front of it and flies around a little bit. But this time when I got to this point, it went smack into the window. Like I literally heard it. It hit hard. And I watched it just kind of back up and then like ram the window. So I really feel like that's a message about, okay, so I mean, I heard psychic attack. So I'm not sure if all of you in this group believe in that sort of thing, or if you are open minded about that. But there's something, I was getting a few different messages. There's something about maybe someone here in this connection has been experiencing a psychic attack. This could be some sort of like evil eye or jealous eye. You know, basically, if there's someone around you too, either someone around you or someone around them, or maybe both of you, I don't know, but there might be someone or more than one person that is jealous of your connection, or don't want you guys to be together for some reason. Something like that. I don't know. And maybe they're projecting some sort of negative energy that is manifesting as like a psychic attack thing. Or there might be, maybe they're just people trying to interfere in by like spreading rumors or gossip or lies, maybe even like flat out lying about something. I actually am getting something about oh, this is a really, I really hope this hasn't happened because this is really messed up. But I'm getting a specific scenario. So again, this, I don't even know if this is going to be for anyone. Maybe this is just an example, but I don't know. I hope it's not anything like this. This is really, yeah, I'm hearing shady. Okay. I don't think this is the case for all of you. So again, just take it with a grain of salt. Just something to consider though. If you'd wondered if something was up, there's something coming through about like somebody lying, like literally lying, telling a lie about the other person, either someone lying to you about this person that you have a crush on, or someone lied to your crush about you or something like that. Again, I feel like this would be something you already kind of had an intuition about. If this isn't resonating, then maybe this just isn't your part of the message. Or there's also something very specific coming through though about some sort of like sabotage, or someone like taking a message or deleting a message, or even like pretending. I'm getting something about like impersonation or like pretending to be somebody that they're like, I don't know what this would be, but like somebody like creating a fake account, or somebody literally trying to I don't know, like lie, like mimic someone, or pretend that they are someone else to make you, to like turn you, I don't know, to like make you think this person, but it's like for some sort of lie, or maybe someone, or maybe it's not something that complicated, but I'm getting like this big elaborate thing. So who would spend their life on this? But I know people do this, and I'm just like, why are, life's short, guys. Like, what are you doing spending it on shit like this anyway? But some people do. Like me, like for instance, maybe somebody created kind of like, okay, because I'm getting how sometimes people will impersonate other tarot readers, where they will steal their content and pretend it's theirs, you know, or where they will create like Instagram accounts or something, pretending that they are a channel that they're not. And it's not just with tarot, it's with, you know, but there's something about like stealing identity or mimic, you know, pretending to be someone in order to lie. I don't know. Maybe this could even be like a social media account where you thought you were talking. I don't know why I'm getting where like you thought you were talking to them, but it wasn't them. Or they thought they were talking to you, but it wasn't you. Something like that. Because somebody was trying to sabotage something. Again, I hope it wasn't something like that. This seems like a lot of drama, but it was coming through. So I thought I should relay that to someone just in case. For others of you, though, it could even be something as simple as somebody telling the other person, or for some reason you thought they weren't single, but they actually are single, or someone like lied and told them that you weren't single, or they lied and said that they weren't single, something like that. But I'm getting some sort of interference, or somebody else screwed something up here, or I don't know, but there's some sort of interference or negative energy going on. But for others of you, I heard back off. So I don't know, maybe for example, if there's like someone who also has a crush on you, or maybe there's someone that has a crush on the person you have a crush on, and maybe they were the ones that tried to interfere with this, or I don't know, but it's like maybe someone tried to get someone to back off here, or literally told them to back off, like, hey, that's my person, or I have a crush on them, or maybe they were like, oh, they don't like you, you're not their type. I don't know, but something like that. Or maybe this is even just energy. If your person is really sensitive to energy, or you are, maybe you're just feeling that energy, or you got a dream or something. It could even be that someone tried to like interfere by trying to make you have some sort of dream that would that maybe you thought was a psychic dream, or maybe you thought it was a dream telling you, oh yeah, I shouldn't pursue this person, or this person's with someone else, or this person doesn't like me, or whatever it was. But I'm getting like, or I don't know what it was, but maybe you had a dream or something that kind of made you feel like you should back off, or maybe this person did. I'm hearing you're not wanted, or I'm not wanted, or I'm not welcome, or something like that. So I'm not sure if that's going to make sense. Again, I'm not sure if this is you, like your energy that I'm getting, or theirs, or again, it's a group that I'm reading for. So, just pick out what pieces of what I'm saying make sense to you, or are some sort of confirmation, because it's getting kind of confusing for me, because there's lots of different things coming through. But yeah, I'm just getting there. Something's coming in between you, or tried to in the past, or there's some sort of division, or maybe they might try to, this might be something that might happen in the future or something too, but I don't know. If you have, yeah, I don't know. Because now I'm hearing an angry chickadee and a blue jay. Yeah, something about a message. Okay, because blue jays are usually a message, especially psychic message. So again, there's some sort of, I don't know. Yeah, there's something going on here, but at the very least, maybe this person has gotten some sort, maybe they just are picking up on a vibe or something too, or maybe you have, maybe it's as subtle as that. Maybe it's just like kind of sensing that something seems off, or something seems wrong, and you can't quite put your finger on it or something. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do like a whole other reading if I were to get into this, so I'm hoping you're gonna know what this means. Maybe I will have to do like a separate, I feel like maybe this might come up in another reading. I don't know, but there's some sort of negative energy that has been happening around you guys,
or some sort of interference. Something is wrong though. Something's not right that you've picked up on, or I don't know what it is or what it's attached to, but I feel like this is, I guess this will just be confirmation for you if you were wondering if there was something's up. I heard sus. Something is sus. Something's suspicious. Like something's not right. Something's off or something. I heard, again, suspicious or malicious actually is what something, someone did something that wasn't, someone did something that wasn't right, or is trying to do something that's not, I heard that shady, or something that's not right, something that's not, I mean, really, honestly, someone's doing something that's not good. So this would be a confirmation for, this would be like for someone here, if you were wondering about like, I wonder if something's going on. Like, I wonder if someone is trying to do something, or someone did do something. I don't know, but it's like, I feel like this would just be a confirmation for your intuition that like, yeah, something is up here. Something happened. I don't know. Again, I didn't want to get into like a whole other reading because this is already so long, and it's really hard for me to upload these really long readings, but like maybe I'll try to do like what do you need to know right now reading or something, and do a shorter one, although that always usually becomes longer even if I want them to be shorter. Maybe I'll do a collective message, I don't know. But anyway, okay, it says Taurus, so some of you could be a Taurus. I'm hoping this will be enough information for you and like you'll know what this is about. Okay, and then we have the letter B. And we have Libra. So one of you, either your future, maybe this is like, maybe your future spouse might be either you or your future spouse could be a Taurus or a Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus. But you don't have to be, again, if these signs don't match up.
Or it's also possible that maybe if you had someone in mind that you were wondering, if you were wondering if a specific person interfered in some way, or that something, if you had a specific person in mind that you thought maybe had done something or gotten in the way of a connection or something, then that could be their signs, or something like that. So again, Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus could be one of those signs. But again, take these with a grain of salt. I would definitely not recommend, like confronting someone based on one tarot reading, especially like one. But, if you had been wondering, and then you found yourself here and it's confirming a lot of things, there's a good chance that there is something going on. So anyway,
I wouldn't worry about it, because that'll just be a specific thing for some of you here, but it could be. All right. Anyway, that's what I've got for you guys. Thank you for being here, group 3. I hope that was helpful in some way. I feel like I'm supposed to grab another one. Okay. We have the letter V. The number 6. Sorry, this isn't focusing very well. I think the light is too low. And we also have Aries here. But again, I wouldn't, get too caught up with the zodiac signs. But this would just be like extra confirmation for you if your zodiac signs were here. So anyway, All right. I think I got that now. I think we're good. Hopefully we're good to go now. Anyway, thank you so much for being here, group 3. I hope you got something out of that. If you did, if you could remember to give the video a thumbs up, I would really appreciate it. And if you wanted to comment and let me know how this resonated, or share your story, or whatever it is you wanted to share, I always love connecting with you guys and hearing from you. And yeah. Anyway, sending you guys lots of love, and wishing you all the best. And I hope to see you guys again sometime soon. Take care. Bye. Hi, group 4. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you will get something good out of your time spent here. I just heard Slay Queen, and I think that's you guys. So I think that's your spirit guides coming through to just be like, you are doing a great job. All right, so I'm going to take your strawberry and move her over here. At least I think I'm going to put, I think I'm just going to leave it there. I think that'll be okay. It's gonna bug me. Okay, I think I like that better. I think either one was probably fine. Anyway, all right, I'm going to show you your card in a second. This is going to be an energy check portion of the reading, so this is to give you a little more confidence that you're in the right place, that you chose the right group. So if what I'm about to describe doesn't sound like you at all, and it doesn't sound like anyone you would be interested in either, because sometimes the intention is for me to describe you, but sometimes you might choose a group where the description I give is actually your future spouse. So, you know, just use your discernment and, you know, feel it out for yourself. If it sounds like, if it doesn't sound like you or someone you would be interested in at all, then you might want to choose a different group. Since this is a group reading, it's a general reading for a group of people. Not every single detail that I mention is probably going to fit for you, and that's okay. That's a normal thing that happens. The most important thing is that at least a lot of what I'm saying sounds like you. If very little or nothing of what I say sounds like you at all,
Or like your future spouse or someone you're interested in,
then that is your indication that you might want to choose a different group, because your energy probably isn't going to be aligned with these messages. So, all right. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. The first thing I was getting was Landon. I heard Landon. I also heard Jordan. And also I heard Lando Calrissian. So I think that's from Star Wars. So maybe something about Star Wars is significant for you guys. I was hearing Juicy. I guess you guys did pick the strawberry. Maybe that's you guys. I don't know. Like, is that a description for you? I don't know. But I think somebody thinks you're, I'm just serious. Someone thinks you are okay. Someone thinks you are, I heard delicious. Someone thinks you're juicy and delicious. I don't know where this is going, guys. But like, all right, we're just going to look at the card. But someone thinks you're beautiful is what I'm hearing too. Someone might have like a really big crush on you, or maybe this is someone you've recently started. Maybe for some of you, this is someone, maybe your future spouse will be someone you just recently started dating, or that has a crush on you right now, or something like that. I don't know, but because this feels like a current sort of energy, or if not in spirit, your future. But I feel like for a lot of you, your future spouse already knows who you are, or at least they've like seen you, or maybe they've had dreams of you or something too, because it's actually feeling like you guys have been physically intimate to me, because the way I'm getting this message is it feels like someone's remembering something, but it could be like a past life thing, or again, it could be like a dream that they had that they can't stop thinking about. But there's definitely something about fantasizing here. But anyway, your card is the Hare and Oak, new opportunities. If you don't have anyone in your life right now, again, this could be like someone you're going to meet that's actually already having dreams of you, or it could just be that people in general find you to be very attractive, and you might have a lot of people interested in you. You might have a lot of people, you know, actually fantasizing about you, and I heard lusting after you. Okay, you might have a lot. You might have several people actually, or at least more than one person lusting after you right now, I guess. I don't know why that's the word that they use, but basically that are, you know, very attracted to you and want to be with you. I'm just getting you are very attractive, right? Like you really are. You are very beautiful. A lot of people want you. You're just gorgeous. You have got it going on, group 4, okay? You do. Um, I know that I've mostly focused on that, so I thought maybe I'm gonna get more into like character traits and stuff, but that's just the first thing that was coming out so much. You are hot. You are very, very beautiful, or at least a lot of people think so. You know, maybe you don't think. Maybe no. I feel like a lot of you here, though, you know you're gorgeous. You know you're very desirable, but maybe some of you here might be kind of surprised. But no, a lot of people really do want you. Um, you might have very soft skin or very soft hair. For some reason, that's specifically coming through. I guess because the rabbit has soft fur, and I just was thinking, I don't know, but that was just what came to me. So that's more specific, but where I feel like for some reason, because I'm getting like a lot of people want to touch you. Um, I'm not sure why that's coming through, but like there's a lot of, I mean, I know I said a lot of people want you, but I'm just getting like specifically a lot of people want to like really long to touch you, or really want you to touch them. Maybe you do. Maybe some of you are like a massage therapist or something, and you like, because I'm getting you touch, maybe you touch people like strangers a lot. I don't know. This sounds weird the way I'm saying. Like, I don't know if this is going to make sense. Hopefully, this is going to make sense, but that's why I'm thinking like massage therapist or something, because people like crave your touch. So, or you're like some sort of healer, maybe, or um, you do have like a nurturing, very caring energy. Yeah. Or at least that might not resonate for everybody, but I feel like a lot of you here, though, you do have a very nurturing energy, or you know, you have this, or maybe you're like an esthetician, something like that, where or you do like beauty treatments for people, or manicures or pedicures or something like that. Yeah, I'm getting something about that for some of you. There's like a lot about beauty and Venusian energy coming through in this reading. Um, you might be very sensitive to, well, just in general, but I'm getting, you know, sense. I think that's a train. I haven't heard it make that sound in a long time. Well, that might be a synchronicity or mean something to someone. But I'm getting that you, completely lost my train of thought. Maybe I wasn't supposed to say that, I guess. Some of you, this is very specific. You might be a dancer. Or you're just really good at dancing.
Like as a hobby?
I get that you're very strong. You might be physically very strong, but I'm getting, I'm getting that you're especially mentally and emotionally very strong. And I'm hearing you are able to take on a lot. Like if you have a lot on your plate, you're still able to do it all. And I think people might be really impressed by that. And excuse me, like not everyone could do what you do. I am getting you are juggling a lot of things right now, or you have a lot that you have to I'm hearing that you have to carry on your own, or a lot of responsibilities, or there's or you just have like a really big workload right now or something like that, or maybe you're like a single mom and you have a job and you have to kind of like do everything. Or like you have several kids and you also still have a job, and I don't know, but there's just something where you have like you have a lot on your plate. Even if you're not a mom, I'm still getting, for some reason, in some way you're really busy. But somehow you find a way to make time for everything and, get everything done. And it's really impressive. Also, some of you might be students. I'm getting that you guys might deal with quite a bit of jealousy from other people. Maybe not, but I feel like most of you here do. Just because of how amazing you are. People might kind of get the idea, or at least this is how they perceive you. They might kind of think you have it all, like you're somehow able to make everything work. You're able to get everything done. You're able to hold everything together. And, and you're also beautiful on top of it all. I'm just hearing you. Yeah, you're like the whole package. You really got it going on, Group 4. You really do. It's like I'm hearing you're the it girl, or I'm hearing you're that girl. I heard you're that bitch, but I'm hopefully, I'm not saying it as I'm not sure how this will translate. Hopefully you'll know what I'm saying, because sometimes this gets auto-translated into other languages now, and I don't know how that's going to translate, but basically I'm not insulting you. This is like a way of saying basically you're cool, and you're strong, and you're
succeeding. You're really doing well.
I'm hearing you're the GOAT. You're the best, basically, and you really stand out as yeah. The greatest of all time. Again, I felt like I needed to explain that. The GOAT stands for the greatest of all time. I think most of you know that, but again, I don't know, with things being translated, I don't know how that would translate. So anyway, okay, well, there's something about manifestation too. I think you guys might be very into manifestation. I just saw 333. And I feel like you're really good at it. If you don't already manifest on purpose, you might want to really try that, because I just feel like you would be really good at it. But I feel like most of you already do that. I think that's part of why you're able to kind of get, kind of seem superhuman in what you're able to accomplish here. That's why you're able to kind of make all of this happen, I think, because I think a lot of you already are very good at manifesting. But again, if you don't already on purpose, you might want to do that, because even though you're already doing really great, that could help you get even further, you know? So, all right. Well, and if some of you feel like you aren't, you know, that other people don't look at you like you've got it all going on. I still feel like you do, though. I feel like most of you know that. I think most of you know that you're amazing. But some of you, I'm still getting, there might be a couple of you here that don't know this. And I feel like this is what you're becoming, though. Even if you don't feel like that fits you now, that's what you're becoming. And also, I feel like more people think more highly of you than you think they do. Some of you might be very hard, might have a tendency to be very hard on yourself, and maybe people have been very critical of you, and maybe they did affect your self-esteem in a negative way, at least at some point. Maybe you started to think you really weren't that great because people were constantly picking on you, kind of trying to impact your self-esteem, trying to drag you down, trying to make you doubt yourself, trying to make you dim your light, basically, and make you small. And I'm getting that they focused on you so much, not because you are less than, not because you actually are bad in all the ways that they said you were. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just getting they targeted you because you do have a special light about you, or because you are so good at what you're doing. It's sort of like I'm hearing take them down a few pegs, or, you know, like someone being like that, you know. Basically they wanted to push you down, you know. I'm hearing level the playing field. So they felt like if you were out there shining, being every ounce of amazing as you are, that they wouldn't stand a chance. I'm hearing they wouldn't stand a chance against you, or like they wouldn't be able to compete, or, you know, basically this is just, it's competitiveness and it's jealousy. And I feel like that's why people have been so harsh on you, because they could see your potential and they could see like what you could accomplish, and they didn't want to see that happen because they felt like they couldn't make that happen in their own life, and that made them, you know, upset. And so they couldn't have it. They didn't want you to have it either. Or again, they felt like you, if you were competing for the same things that they were, that, you know, that you would win, you know, you would get it, and they wouldn't. So, you know, it's the same things that all, it's jealousy, you know. I'm getting maybe some of you even dealt with that with your own family, and maybe for a long time you thought, oh, I'm just, you know, like maybe it really did tear you down. But I'm getting that you guys have built yourself back up again, either that or you're in the process of doing that. If this part of the message resonates for you, again, it's a group reading for it's a reading for a group of people. So this part might not resonate for everyone. Maybe some of you haven't experienced a bunch of jealousy or people trying to sabotage you, or bully you or tear you down or put you down or whatever, you know, like maybe you haven't experienced that. And I hope that is the case. I hope not everybody here has had to experience that. But I was just getting that I think a lot of you have. But I feel like a lot of you are healed, or you have done a lot of healing on this already. But I was just getting there might be a couple people here who haven't, and this might be more of like a future version of you. I'm hearing you're all that in a bag of chips. Yes, you are, group 4, okay? You really are. You really are all that in a bag of chips, okay? It's just a saying. Yeah. All right. Well, I heard Estelle or Stella or star. Doesn't that stand for star? You're a star. Some of you guys, you are, you're meant to be in the spotlight. You're meant to be in the spotlight. You are meant to shine. You're meant to be seen. You're meant to be, I heard flashy. Or that might not resonate for everybody, but you're meant to be acknowledged for your beauty is something that I'm getting, and acknowledged for the wonderful work you do. And you do bring a lot of beauty to the world, whether it's like that you're beautifying, helping to beautify others, or it's your own beauty, or it's like a combination of the two.
Or I was getting something about pet grooming too, so that could, maybe some of you are a pet groomer, or maybe you do something to like beautify spaces. Maybe you're a decorator, or you refurbish things. Maybe you renovate things, like restore furniture or something like that. But there's definitely something about beautifying things here. Or like maybe you're an artist, and so you create beauty through, your art. Or maybe you're a writer or a poet or some sort of performer, but in some way you are creating beauty, or you are beauty. You're embodying beauty, you're creating beauty, you're bringing beauty to others, to the world.
You're here to beautify. That's something I'm getting. You're here to grace the world with your beauty in one way or another, whether it's your own beauty or beauty that you're creating. Whatever it is, you're here for beauty. You're here to gift others with, you're here to give the gift of beauty. And that is a gift.
I mean, most people have an appreciation, if not all people have some sort of appreciation for beauty. We might all have a different idea of what is beautiful to us, but we have an appreciation for it, even if it's like appreciating the beauty of an experience. Even if people don't care that much about what things look like, or they don't care that much about art or painting or anything like that, or makeup, or things you typically think of when you think of beauty. I think most people would agree there's still, if you ask that same person that doesn't care about those things, if hearing their newborn baby cry for the first time, or seeing them for the first time was beautiful, they would probably say yes. Well, hopefully, or but they would have something that was like a meaningful experience to them that really touched their heart. And if you ask them, they would say that's beautiful to them. Almost all of us, if not all of us, have a sense, have an appreciation of something that we think is beautiful, So, and that's what I'm talking about, that somehow you, even if it's like you don't have a focus on aesthetic, like visual beauty, there's still something you create beauty through, like an experience that you give to others or something like that. But hopefully that's making sense. Or maybe you're like a chef, or you do something that pleases the senses though in some way, or again, you create very meaningful, heartfelt, really beautiful moments for people, or something like that.
I feel like you're a really good cook too. There's something about baking coming through specifically, or maybe you just really like baked goods. But there's something about like cupcakes or cake decorating coming through, or something about baked goods for someone. For some of you, that could even be your business, maybe. Like maybe you do that professionally, but definitely doesn't have to be the case. And I'm getting, if you are a mom, if you're like a single mom, or if, or just if you're a mom, I'm getting you're doing a really good job. That you're doing better than you think you are. And that the light's doing that. I feel like that was a confirmation, actually. feel like that was a synchronicity. I think someone really needed to hear that. You are doing a really good job. I'm getting maybe you're hard on yourself. Most moms are, you know? Or I will at least say a lot of moms are really, really hard on themselves. And I'm just getting you guys are doing a great job, okay? It is a very, very difficult job that you have, a very difficult task to do. And it is too much for one person. And you're still somehow doing it, you know? You're doing a really great job, okay? Your spirit guides want you to remember that and try to not be so hard on yourself. I know it's so much easier said than done, you know? Or it can be for a lot of us, but
I mean, I'm not a mom myself, but I've talked to moms and I know what you guys go through, and I have immense respect and appreciation for what you guys do.
Anyway, you're doing a great job. I'm hearing try not to compare yourself. So there's something about like comparing yourself to other moms you see like on the internet and being like, oh, I'm not this. I'm not like this perfect image of like motherly perfection, you know, but I'm just getting, first of all, I'm hearing that's fake, or at least for a lot of the times, a lot of that is let's at least say it's exaggerated, and not every day or every moment looks like that, you know, but I'm also getting, you know, I'm just getting, try not to compare yourself to that because it's just not worth it is what I'm getting. It's like the saying is comparison is the thief of joy.
I'm just getting that, you know, if your kids are happy, overall happy, healthy, and feel safe, you're doing a good job. And love is the most important thing. If your kids feel loved, and I'm getting that with this group, I feel like your kids can feel the love. I feel like you guys are very loving people. And, you know, if they feel like they're loved and supported and cared for, and that you truly want what's best for them, and you help them, they feel like they can come to you and talk to you about things, and they feel, you know, emotionally and physically safe, and they're well nourished and all that stuff, then you're doing a great job. They don't have to have the most expensive clothes or the most expensive everything. You know, your house doesn't have to be completely spotless and perfect, looking at every single moment. You know, things could get a little messy sometimes, and it's okay. You know, you're still doing a really great job.
Yeah, I'm seeing your candle just went out. So I do feel like there is like a risk of burnout here. Or, you know, you guys are, again, you're doing a lot. I feel like yeah, I think that's just like a little reminder from your guides to just remember to take some time for yourself and to rest when you need to. I think you guys do. I feel like most of you probably are good with self-care, but I don't know. It's just with the hair energy, it's very fast and like go, go, go. And I'm picking up that you do a lot. So try to remember to prioritize it. At least set aside a little bit of time for yourself. Again, I know, especially if you're like a mom or something, it's very hard to do that. But it's very important though. It is essential. It's essential for you to take at least some time to recharge yourself too. And I know you're I think you know that though. So like me saying it's probably not going to be helpful because you're probably like, yeah, but the problem is how, and I guess I really don't have all the answers for that right now. So, but I hope you will be able to somehow find a way to carve that out. I'm going to try to manifest that for you. Okay. For my group fours. I don't know what else to do other than I'll try to, send some good thoughts your way or some prayers or, I'll try to help manifest it for you guys. Okay. Although I feel like you guys are great manifestors. So I feel like a lot of you guys, you probably are already okay with this. But maybe recently, maybe for some of you, it's like recently it's been extra hard or something. So anyway.
But again, it's a general reading. So for some of you, you are still balancing everything magnificently, and maybe you don't even feel like you're struggling right now. For some of you, maybe you do feel like things are going smoothly, and you are finding, you do have a great routine in place, and you are finding a way to make time for everything, including your own self-care, so that you can fill your own cup, so you're not pouring out of an empty cup. Maybe you're already really great at doing this, and maybe right now things are going great for you. So, I feel like it's a mixture here. I was just talking, though, to the people who I do feel like some of you here have been struggling, at least recently, though, to find time for everything or balance everything. Or again, if you're not a mom, I still feel like this could be a concern for you, maybe again because of your job or school, or maybe you're like a caretaker for a family member, or maybe you've been, or maybe even friends, maybe you've been helping friends out or something like that, but you've been helping others, or again, you've had like a really big workload, something like that, and maybe you've been having trouble balancing recently. But again, others of you, you aren't having any trouble at all, and I'm actually feeling like for all of you here, even if you feel like you are struggling to keep it all in balance and keep it all going and not burn out to other people, you still look like you're managing everything so well. Even if you feel internally like you don't have it all together, you still look like you do have it all together to everyone else. To anybody watching you, you look kind of like a superhero is what I'm getting. I was hearing supermom, or again, you just look like you've got it all together. You've got your shit together is what I heard. And everyone's just kind of like, how are they doing all of this? And so even if you feel like you're not doing as well as you wish you were, just know that other people are looking at you thinking you're doing an incredible job. So yeah. Or at least a lot of people are thinking this. Maybe not every single person, but I'm just getting that overall most people who see you or know of you, this is what they're thinking. They think you're doing a great job. There's always someone out there who has something critical to say about something, even if it's just because they just want to be critical of something, but I'm getting that like most people would think you are doing a great job, and do think you're doing a great job. I'm getting that there are people out there thinking, I wish I was doing even half as good as they are. When they look at you, they're like, if I could even just do like half as good as this person is doing, I would be so happy, like I would be so proud of myself, or I would be so satisfied. I would be so happy. I would feel so lucky, or I would feel, like I was really doing good. So just know that.
All right. So if that sounds like you, then you're in the right place. And now we're going to move on to what your future spouse will love about you. So, I think already some of the stuff I've already described is probably some of the stuff that they will love about you. Because again, I'm getting that you're very attractive. That's coming through again. I'm hearing you're one hot mama. So like, again, maybe some of you are mothers or something, but if you're not, I'm just getting that you're very attractive. Like this person finds you, your future spouse just thinks you are scrumptious is what I heard. Again, there's just so much about, there's like, you picked the strawberry, which is a food, and I'm just kidding. I just keep hearing delicious and like scrumptious, and there's they want to devour you, group 4. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. All right, trying to keep it PG, but or again, maybe there's something about they really like your cooking, like I mentioned, you maybe you enjoy baking or something like that. You are a sweet treat yourself, though. That's just what he's going through. But also maybe like something that you make, they also enjoy. Um, okay, you know what? It's bothering me to not have this candle. It just feels dark and depressing. I have to get you another candle, guys. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, there's also something about your scent. There's something they like you smell you smell so good to this person. They love the way you smell. Like they love your perfume or they just love your natural scent or both. I don't know, but there's something like it's getting like there's something like addictive to this person about your scent. Like they just love they love the way you smell. Like they love it. I don't know, that just keeps coming through really strongly. All right. So definitely a lot about attraction here. That's the first thing coming through. See if we can get some more stuff. What I'm kind of getting from this group is like basically if you were hoping for a future spouse that would basically worship you, that's what I think you're going to get, because that is what I'm picking up from this group. They basically just worship the ground you walk on is what I'm getting, or like they really I heard they admire you, but basically they see you as you're like a goddess in this person's eyes, or you're like a god in this person's eyes. Like they just think you're like the sun, moon, and stars. They think you're amazing. Like I think there's probably I'm just like I'm getting I know we're supposed to get what they love about you, but I'm kind of getting what they love about you is like everything about you pretty much. So okay. This says the snake and fern starting over. Okay. So yeah, for some of you, I feel like you have been through some sort of life experience where you've had to start over. Like maybe you've been through a divorce. I did mention maybe some of you are single parents. So this kind of supports that for a lot of you. If that's not the case, I just get that there have been many chapters in your life where you've kind of had to start, feels like you've had to start all over again, whether that's like in your career or maybe you experienced like some major losses in your finances or in your family or your friends or something like that, or you had to move a long distance away from where you used to be and it felt like you had to start all over again. Whatever it is, I feel like you've been through some big transformations like that in your life, and your person really admires how strong you are and how you've been able to be so, I heard flexible, or how you've been able to be so resilient and find the strength and the drive and the resilience that you needed to do this, basically. Because it's not been easy. That's what I'm getting at. It hasn't been easy at all. Or by the time you meet this person, you will have been through experiences like this if you haven't already, but I'm getting most of you here have been, if not all of you. They think you're very wise, and again, they just think you're such an incredible and strong person to be able to make this work or make this happen, or get through these periods of time and rebuild as as you have. And Yeah, they just think you're amazing. I'm just getting that a lot of people who've been through what you've been through, they really are not anywhere near, like they have not been able to achieve or accomplish as much as you have, with the types of obstacles and setbacks that you've had to face, and they're just really impressed by you. Okay, we have the frog and lotus metamorphosis. Yeah, it's the lotus flower, guys. Yeah, it's I'm hearing no mud, no lotus. And the snake is a symbol of transformation, I think, too. Excuse me. And I already mentioned that with the whole starting over thing. But yeah, okay. But we have metamorphosis here because the snake sheds its skin, And I'm getting, yeah, you have been through a lot of changes in your life because it's coming up twice. And I'm hearing this saying no mud, no lotus. Meaning you have had to grow through some very, very difficult, very challenging situations in your life. And every bit of it that you've been through has just made you, I'm getting you're so beautiful. You're this beautiful lotus flower. But you came from the mud, you had to dig through, you had to make it through all of that muck and dirt and, these very tough challenges in your life. Go through the darkness in order to transform into this incredibly beautiful flower that you are, And your future spouse sees that and just honors that and just admires that, They just think that's so incredible. You're even more beautiful because of everything that you've been through, that you had to go through in order to get where you are. It gives you more depth and more, interest, and it's just beautiful. You're beautiful in all the ways. That's what I'm getting. It's like you don't just have the beauty on the outside, you have the inner beauty and the depth and the wisdom and the strength and you're just amazing. That's how they see you. You are a lotus flower. And I feel like you guys maybe are very spiritual, or you may have had, yeah, I feel like a lot of you, that might not be the case, but I feel like a lot of you are spiritual. I mean, you're here watching a tarot reading, so that's not too strange. But some people, watch these and they still aren't. So, but I am getting like you guys probably have at least some sort of spiritual practice. I'm getting you might, if you do yoga, I'm getting your future spouse likes to watch you do yoga, or again, there's something about dancing. Some way that you move, though, they like to watch you move. Specifically, is something I'm getting. There's something very, like sexy. That's the word coming to, that something very, attractive and seductive to them about the way you move. Because I'm thinking about the snake, how it like undulates and how it, curves around and stuff. And I'm just getting like they find, maybe there's something about like your hips or the way I'm hearing, hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave. So I don't know. There's something about like, I think they like your, maybe they like your booty. They like your hips. Maybe some of you even do something like belly dancing or something where you move your hips a lot, or they're very like sensual, undulating movements. But if not that, they just like the way you walk. If you do yoga, I think they like watching you do yoga.
and I realized that I just said that. Sometimes when I channel, I forget what I just said. And I'll repeat things because that's just what comes back up again. So, I try not to, but it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. And as I'm editing, I just heard a bee buzzing and I don't know where it's coming from. Like, I can't find it, which is a little concerning. I think it's outside, but I keep hearing it. It kind of sounds like it's like in the wall actually, or like maybe it's stuck in the window, but I can't see it. So I don't know what's going on, but that was a weird thing. I've had this happen before and I'm not sure where they're getting stuck in, but anyway, that might be a sign for someone too.
Again, it's like they just find everything about you beautiful. They find, again, inside and out. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. All right. Yes, we do. You guys definitely are spiritual because you're highly intuitive here. You guys might even be readers yourself, but because we have the owl and hawk wisdom and the bat and hellebore intuition. So with the owl and the bat, with the intuition, I mean, you guys definitely are highly intuitive here. You guys might identify as psychic, or you're at least very intuitive here. Very much so. And they like that about you. So that's really beautiful because some of us, that can actually be not a good thing, or like our there are a lot of people who don't appreciate that about their partners, because some people want to hide things or it's just like weird for them. But so that's nice to see that your future spouse actually likes this specifically about you. They think it's really amazing. Your intuition is really amazing, and they actually think it's really cool. Maybe they're highly intuitive as well, and so they enjoy that you match them in that way. Or if not, though, they just think it's really cool. That's just what I keep getting. They think you're really cool. And I think they appreciate it too. Like maybe you use your intuition to help them out with things sometimes. Or like maybe you get messages for them that can be helpful for them in their life, like about their job or about their day or something like that. Or like maybe it's like I'm also getting something about maybe you actually help them connect with like a passed on loved one. This is very specific, so this won't be for everyone, obviously, but some of you may have, and that's something they just think is amazing. So maybe some of you are mediums here even, or you did like a reading for them, or that's something you will do. But yeah, they like that you can read them. They like the intuition. They think, again, they think it's really cool. They think it's amazing. They think, and again, it's coming through as like it's very attractive. It's very you're just really highly seductive to this person. They just think you are super sexy. That's just what keeps coming through. You're just really so alluring and so gorgeous to this person. They just, they really love you. And I'm hearing they don't have anything to hide. So it's like your intuition doesn't bother them because, first of all, they trust your intuition. They know that it's on point. They don't feel like you're just going to I'm hearing you're not just making things up, or you're not just, going to decide one day that your cards said that they were doing something bad and then when actually they're not doing anything. I don't know. I don't know why I was getting that. But basically, I get that they trust your intuition. They know that it's sound and that you make good judgment calls and that you um, basically that you're right. So I think this person doesn't mind because they don't have anything to hide, and they don't feel like you know that they're at risk of you um, like misinterpreting a message and thinking that they're doing something wrong, or that they're not actually doing. I don't know why that's coming through. But they're just basically saying they trust you. And, so the intuition is actually an asset to them. It's a help, and a benefit to their life rather than something that they fear, or, that weirds them out or something. They really love it.
I was getting something highly specific, so again, this won't be for everyone, but I was getting something about like, for some of you, your person may have had like a past partner, who was very paranoid, and I know that can be a sensitive word because sometimes people will call you paranoid when you're actually not being paranoid and they're just trying to, you know, manipulate you or hide something. So, but I'm getting that actually this person really was paranoid, and they might have even said that they were psychic or intuitive, but actually they weren't really, or it's like they were kind of just listening to the messages that confirmed their fears and kind of just fed into their paranoia. And so they would be like, yeah, I know what you're up to. You're cheating. You're doing this, that, and the other thing. My card said so. I know you're lying, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But it's like nothing like that was actually happening. And at all. But there was no convincing this person of that. They're like, oh, I know everything. I know my cards don't lie. I know my messages are right. But they really weren't. And I don't know, like they might have come out. I don't know. I'm just getting something like that. So maybe they were wary at some point about this sort of thing because they didn't want that to happen again. But, they trust that yours is legit. And again, you're not just, constantly in a state of like fear and paranoia or thinking that everybody's out to get you, or I don't know. There might have been really something unbalanced about this like past person to begin with. But anyway, they know though that again, your judgment is sound. You're like a grounded, stable, intelligent, and accurate person. I don't know. I'm just getting that, and that you won't just jump to conclusions. Like you'll keep something in mind, but then you'll try to verify things and confirm things and check things and things like that. You won't just like jump straight to. Anyway, hopefully that's making sense. If it's not that sort of story, if that didn't actually happen with them or happen to them with an ex, it could just be something that like they were concerned about or that somebody else told them about happening, and that was just something maybe that I don't know, like maybe they had that fear just because someone else talked about something like this happening in a relationship, or they just seen someone act like this. I'm not sure, but there's just something about this coming up. So again, just take what resonates.
And they think you're very wise, again, with everything you've been through, because not only are you intuitive, but you've also just had a lot of life experience and been through some very difficult challenges. And so you have that wisdom, that experience from what you've been through, on top of the intuition. And it just, yeah. And they might even like to ask your advice on things, or they feel like Maybe you even have more wisdom than they do in certain areas, especially. And so they just really appreciate that they can, that they have that available to them, your wealth of information or your wealth of wisdom that they can access. And yeah. Oh my gosh. I think the bee has come out in every single group. I think it has. The bee and pomegranate productivity. Again,
Oh my God, and I forgot about that, but I just did the voiceover where I said I heard the bee buzzing. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't know, but there really is something about the bee. The bee has come out in like every single group. So it's almost like the special guide, the spirit guide of this reading for some reason. It's like the bee is presiding over this reading, but I'm not sure what that's about, but for you guys, especially in this group, the bee seems very significant to you guys.
the, this has come out in every single group, I think. They love your work. They love how hard you work, or they love your work ethic. They love, and they might really love the job you do too. They might just, I'm just getting their kind of, again, the word is cool, or they just think it's really something about what you do. Maybe you do have a really interesting or like a really unique job. Again, like if you're a tarot reader yourself or something, that could be the work that they're referring to here. But again, in the beginning, we talked about how you're able to get so much done, and you're really impressive. And I think that's just that message is repeating here, that you are, I'm hearing you're a force of nature, or you're like a force to be reckoned with. You just have, I'm hearing you're unstoppable. You get shit done is what I heard. But, like and now I'm hearing the song, yeah, you're on fire. This girl is on fire. I know I'm not singing it in the right key, but I can't get up that high today. Anyway, from Alicia Keys, you're on fire. And you're just I heard you're I don't know why I heard that. Maybe that's a synchronicity for someone, but I heard you're a brave little toaster. Like, again, okay, so you're courageous. They admire your bravery and your courage, and again, like everything you've been through is amazing. And maybe I heard a calling. Maybe you do have a like a soul calling. You have something that you do that's very important to you. It's not just a job, it's a calling. And yeah, I just think that's beautiful. And I'm getting that there's something about, like, even when you're really busy, or even though you're very involved in your career, even though you have so much that you're doing, you still always find time. You always make time to be with, to spend. It's like you always make sure you spend some time with them too. They never feel neglected completely, and they really appreciate that you are able to balance, have a balance between your work life and your personal life. And that, you know what, also maybe some of you actually might end up working with this person. That just popped up all of a sudden. That just came in. So for some of you, you might actually do the same job, or you might end up working together. That won't be for everyone, but yeah, I actually really am getting that for some of you though. Aw, oh my gosh, I don't know why this boar is so cute to me, but it says the boar and pumpkin confidence on the bottom of the deck. So yeah, again, they love your confidence. They love it when you shine. They think you're beautiful, and they like that you know that, and that you are I'm getting like you're not Some of you might be healers too, because I just split the deck at the Badger and Ginkgo, healing wounds. So some of you might be doing healing work. That could be part of what you do. Whether it's like spiritual healing or, literally maybe doing something in the medical field. Yeah. Anyway. And now I'm hearing this song. That's interesting. I haven't heard this song in a really long time. I don't think I have, at least. I'm hearing Tupelo Honey. She said, I don't remember how it goes. She says, sweet as Tupelo honey. Maybe it's because there's a bee here, but I don't know. But again, there's something about you being sweet. And again, with the food, or like your scent or something. But anyway, maybe you actually have something that's honey scented too. That, or I don't know. But anyway. And now I'm hearing this song, I'm sexy and I know it. Was that from LMFAO? I think that might be a significant song for you. Or again, it's like they love that you're sexy and you know it. They like that confidence. Even if you feel like you're not very boldly confident, like even if you feel like maybe you have more of a quiet confidence, some of you, I think it varies here. Some of you, you're very like, it's very clear that you're very confident and, but for others of you, maybe you seem more humble, but you still have that confidence to you though. You still know you're beautiful. You still know that you are a great catch. And, so even if you don't, state that or say that or make that very obvious or something, it's like you still have that confidence. But I am getting that some of you, you don't mind saying like, hell yes, I'm hot. I'm hearing, there was this woman I followed. What's her name? Why can't I remember it now? But she had like this short where I don't know, but she said she's fine as hell. And that's what I'm hearing. You guys are fine as hell, okay? And like you might be the type that would even say that. Like, listen, I know I'm hot. Like, I know I'm fine as hell. I don't know, but you are, and you are group 4, so that's nice that you know that. Because it's the truth. So, oh God, I wish I could remember that she's so funny too.
Elise Myers, that's her name. Elise Myers.
I'm going to get some pistachio shells for you now. Okay, so this is like my newest little confirmation charm type of thing here. They are pistachio shells that I wrote things on because I had a lot of pistachio shells and I'm like, I don't want to just throw them away because I thought they were cute and I like the way they sound. I think they sound cool and I wanted to do something with them. So I'm like, you know what? I can write words and I can write letters and numbers on these things and, use them in place of my other charms, or like I can switch them out. Sometimes I just like to switch it up, keep it interesting. So anyway, we've got our bowl. Oops. Oh God. I'm sorry. That was probably really loud. I just hit that microphone really hard. Okay, we're just going to get a few extra messages or a few last bits of extra confirmation for you now, and then I will let you guys go. Like I'm holding you here. I mean, you could go anytime, but I'm saying then, you know what I'm saying. Then we'll be done. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. You know what? Hang on. It's just everything's going everywhere. Hang on. I feel like I'm supposed to even get more. But okay. Now they're saying we're good. Oops, that was probably very loud. I'm sorry about that. But this is more than what came out for the other groups. I'm hearing the Harry Styles song, Adore You. In your rainbow paradise. I feel like that's how your future spouse feels. You know, they just, again, I feel like that song just kind of sums it up. They just want to adore you. It's like they just kind of want to worship you. They do worship you. They adore you. They think you're amazing. They feel like they are walking in your rainbow paradise. That's like what life feels like with you. And yeah. Anyway, we have the letter C. Her cookie starts with C. Okay, so we've got, I don't know, just interpret that however you will. That's just what I'm hearing, guys. And again, maybe you're like a baker or something. And or maybe your name's Cookie or like one of your pets or something, I don't know. Or again, maybe you bake like really great. Again, maybe you're a baker. Okay. Or maybe there's something with Sesame Street. I don't know. Or Cookie Monster, but I was just getting Cookie Monster's song there. So I don't know. But anyway, or maybe, again, like maybe your mom, you have kids and maybe that's why that's coming through. But I don't know. But anyway, we've got pet. So again, that's very specific, but someone's pet might be named Cookie. That would be like a huge, or Cookie Monster or something. That would be like a huge, huge confirmation because that's very, very specific. Okay. We have the number 1. Maybe you're life path number 1. That actually just really came through very strongly. Some of you could be life path 1, or you were born in January or the 1st of any month, or maybe your person was. Okay, we have animal sign. Animals coming through again. Excuse me, maybe someone's, oh my gosh, I'm getting so many like confirmation hiccup burp things. Maybe you got some sort of like significant sign from an animal. Maybe even like a pet or something. Maybe one of your pets came in or made noise during this reading. And they were trying to kind of like confirm that this is for you or something. That might not be for everyone, but or maybe you got some sort of animal sign about your person or about your future spouse, or you will. Maybe you'll get a lot of signs from animals when you're going to align with your future spouse, something like that. We've got crush. So yeah, some of you, your future spouse may actually already have a crush on you right now. Oh my God, because we have calling here. I feel like they might actually call you, like, or message you or something, but also this is referring to the fact that you guys have some sort of calling. You have some sort of mission or some sort of, soul calling. We have the letter A. It's not focusing very well because it's low light, unfortunately, but anyway. The letter A. This says self-care/love. Okay, yep, there's the self-care, self-love energy coming through. That definitely feels like what I've picked up from you guys so far. Number 2, you definitely have a lot of you're good with the self-love. And but I also feel like this is another nudge to make more time for self-care if you have been not making a lot of time for that recently. Yeah, okay. So we have help here. So I'm getting a couple things from this. I'm getting like you help others, but also maybe you're going to have help. Maybe you're going to be getting help from someone soon to help you. Yeah, maybe maybe you're going to get help to help you. Yes. Well, but I'm sorry guys. We're starting to come out of the Mercury retrograde as I'm doing this, and it really does affect me, unfortunately. So anyway, I don't know if it's because I'm a Mercury ruled sign. I'm a Virgo, so I don't know if that's why it hits me harder. I've heard other Virgos really complain about having a lot of glitches and stuff like that when Mercury goes retrograde. I don't know. I mean, I know we all kind of, a lot of us, glitches and stuff are more, and miscommunications are more common, but I just really feel like it hits me very hard compared to some people. So anyway, um, where was I going with that? Oh, anyway, you might be getting someone to help you um, with your, I'm hearing delegate. So maybe someone's going to be helping you with your tasks, or, maybe like babysitting if you do have kids or something like that, so that you will have more time for self care. It could even be a friend or something that volunteers to help you sometimes, and they might, yeah, like maybe you have a special friend or that's coming in that is going to be like a huge blessing because they're going to give you a little bit of help so you can have more time for your self care. Just take what resonates, but I am getting that definitely for some of you. So, or maybe like help with your work or something. Like maybe you're going to, if you have your own business or something, maybe you'll be hiring an employee, or maybe there will be someone else that's coming, that's going to be working with you, that's going to somehow lighten your workload. Um, hmm. And I don't usually get this stuff, but I don't know that I don't usually like to, yeah, I don't know, but maybe some of you might even be like using AI or something to uh, help you in some way with this so that you have more time for self care is possible. I mean, that's highly specific, and I know, we all have mixed feelings on that. So do I, but I was just getting that for someone. So, yeah, we have, did I show you the number two? I think I did. Oh, and now we have, yeah, so it makes 12 together. So maybe December could be significant, or February, or the 12th of any month, something like that. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, because we have written message here, guys. Okay, so someone is thinking of calling you or messaging you. Okay, so that is a thing. And it could be like this person that has a crush on you. Oh, okay, yeah, and we have friend here. Okay, so I knew it. So some of you, again, there's like could be a friend that's going to offer you help. Either a friend that you're going to meet, or a friend that you already have is going to be offering to help you, something like that. Or it's also possible that the person that has a crush on you could be your friend. That's another possibility. Okay, we have E. I heard Eli and Ellie. Enya, Anaya. I wasn't going to do channel names though, but Karma. Okay. Ely, or I already said Eli. Anyway, maybe I'm hearing, what goes around comes around. I feel like you're going to be getting some good karma. It's like some good karma is going to be coming in for you. Maybe it's like this help from a friend, or this help that you're going to be able to get is part of your good karma or something like that. Or this could be something else. Listen to your intuition. I feel like if it's your message, you're probably going to know what this is about. Okay, and this says, or if there was someone that tried to hurt you or something, I feel like the karma is balancing out there. I feel like I still feel like I still feel like it's more like you're going to get good karma. It's like something good is going to happen in your life because how things are going to balance out for you is like because somebody tried to hurt you or did hurt you or came at you. It's like, or you had to go through this really difficult, painful, challenging experience. And I'm just getting that you're going to be like, the universe is like giving you a gift or a reward. You're getting a good experience. Something really good is happening for you. You're getting extra help, or you're getting extra abundance. You're getting a gift. Something is coming in for you, though, and it's going to help. It's going to help ease the burden or ease the pain or make things easier for you that maybe someone else tried to make difficult for you, or like anyway, hopefully that's making sense. I feel like you will probably have an idea what this is about if this is your particular message, but this says video/movie. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you guys are going to be making some sort of video, or I did mention some of you could be like readers yourself, so maybe there's something about like a good, maybe something you're working on now is going to do really well, or maybe that's not it, because it's not feeling, I mean, it could be it, but no, they're giving me a different signal. I don't know, like maybe I don't know what it means, guys. I feel like maybe you're just going to find a really great movie to watch that you really like, or there's like a video you're going to watch that's going to be significant to you, or it's going to help you in some way. I'm not sure. Maybe you'll know. There might be like also a video around this video that has some sort of sign or synchronicity in it for you, and you're supposed to look at that. Okay, yeah, that feels right. That is the message for somebody here, at least. Okay. Like it means something. Okay, this says air. So you might be an air sign. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, and we literally have Aquarius right here, so that's like a double confirmation for Aquarius there. But Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus, but you don't have to be. Again, just, it's just extra confirmation for somebody, but I recommend not getting too concerned, like if your sign doesn't come out, especially if you fit the energy check, But maybe also could be too that your person might be an Aquarius. That's possible, or one of the air signs, Or again, has like significant Aquarius placements or air placements. Again, like sun, either their sun, their moon, or their rising. Could be Venus, but I feel like it's more likely the big three. One of the big three. Okay, we have Leo. So again, or they could be a Leo. Or maybe they have significant Leo and Aquarius placements. But again, doesn't have to be. But if you were hoping that would come out or something, then, there it is. extra confirmation for you. But again, if the person you're interested in or that has a crush on you isn't an Aquarius, an air sign, or a Leo, I wouldn't worry about it. You know, this would just be, because again, it's a group message, it's a collective message for a group of people. So not everybody here will fit those signs for sure. But all right, so that's what I got for you, group 4. I hope that was helpful. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for being here. I am sending you all tons of
love. For some reason, the video just cut off here before I turned it off. I'm not sure what happened, but anyway, thank you so much for being here. I'm sending you all tons of love, and I hope to see you again sometime soon. Take care. Bye.